Hello. How are we today on this Umineko Thursday? I'm feeling great today, and I think I've got some deductions, or I'm formulating a theory, but I want to wait till our... Oh, Marinda, you're here. Perfect. All right, I've been big thinking. I think I'm getting somewhere. So, I think I'm getting somewhere on who Beato is and what Battler's sin is. So, I think Beato, who she really is how do I start with this? I think she's the third Beatrice. Like, there was the one that Kinzo was in love with who died, and then there was the human Beatrice on trapped in Kuadorion. Oh yeah, I mean, that people kept saying the one I was needle felting looked like a feather duster. Yeah, third Beatrice. So then the second one died 19 years ago, right? But 19 years before this, 1986. So the excuse given for why Kinzo didn't just try again with the same thing was like, oh, her soul is let loose on the island, but he like erected a barrier and she can't get out and stuff. Like, that's all a magical explanation. If you were trying to come up with a non-magical explanation, and keep in mind, everybody who knew Kinzo seems to all agree that he was a guy who wouldn't give up and who'd make insane bets and would try to bend reality to his favor to get what he wants. Third promise, Beatrice? It's Wook-Lamont! No, Wook-Lamont would never do this. So I think, you know, if Kinzo only died a couple of years ago, then there's like at least 15-year gap where he would have presumably still been obsessed with, you know, getting Beatrice back and having her be his and stuff, even though she's dead and you can't bring her back. What would have stopped him from trying whatever was going on with the second Beatrice again? I don't think anything would have. So I think he did like trap a girl in Kuadorion and raise her to be Beatrice, which is already fucked up and creepy. And then she unexpectedly died. Thanks. Hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong, question mark. Like, and then, I don't think anything would have stopped him from doing it again. So I think Beato is the third Beatrice. I think she was likely a Gospel House orphan and ended up working on the island, kind of alongside Shannon and Kanon, but maybe she was a little older than them. And I think, like Shannon and Kanon, she also worked for the island. Hello, B. When they were very young, when she was very young. And so 6 years ago, the last time Battler was on the island, I started looking through some of my old VODs, and I think, fortunately, just because of Dan's meme with the white horse, like, Battler just owes her the freaking white horse, right? I went back to that scene because I feel like that scene has the best insights on what Battler was like 6 years ago and whatever the hell he did 6 years ago. And so what I took away from it is that probably to Beato, he said some stupid shit he didn't really mean at the time and completely forgot about. And probably that, like, he was going to save her, he was gonna take her away from here, kind of thing. I'm not with Dan on the hashtag blame Shannon, but it's funny how closely my theory is paralleling it. I think Beato is a colleague of Shannon's, but we'll see. And so I think he was trying to, I think Beato got a crush on him, and they were like around the same age. And he was promising he'd, you know, save her and take her away from here. And yeah, he even said, there's a line where he says, is like, if people take this stuff too seriously, why can't we all just like party and have fun all together? And it's like, okay, Battler. But I think what after that he didn't come back for 6 years, you know, breaking that promise. And so then I think what happened was the servant, this is just my theory, B, but I think the servant Beato, I think after she reached a certain age, she was taken off the payroll, I guess you could say, and was shut up in Kuadorion and being groomed to become Beatrice. And, you know, Kinzo probably abused her and a whole bunch of awful stuff. Marinda, yeah, that's about right. I mean, the first Beatrice could have died from... Oh, your streak, I'm sorry, Dan. Hey, Dan, I'm talking about the stuff we were brainstorming about yesterday. So Dan and I were brainstorming, and I really think we were getting somewhere. The first Beatrice could have been, it could have been fairly, like, what you think it is. Like, even though if we're speaking with all this theory about a non-magical explanation, there was talk, I think, relatively recently that Kinza Beatori, 10 stream streak. Thank you, B. Dan, you gotta beat him now. Although no one can beat Rowan on the stream streak. And right, like a bit before or around World War II, Kinzo was abroad a lot, I think the relatives were saying. And so he might have met the original Beatrice abroad, and then she did end up loaning him the gold that he could use as collateral. Maybe he actually did have a wife. Kinzo did. They don't talk about her much, but I mean, I feel like she would know if she had the kids or not. Yeah, Beatrice was like framed as his mistress, and you know, maybe the original Beatrice really was his mistress. I mean, if they were if she like embraced the whole witch thing, and clearly Kinzo was into mysticism and stuff, you know, maybe they were both, you know, wacky and into the same sort of thing. Yeah. So I think maybe the original Beatrice might have been the lover, and I think she just died for whatever reason, and he couldn't handle that. And so he became obsessed with bringing her back. And so then there was the second Beatrice, and she died, and then he's trying to bring it again. His hot Italian secret GF. Yeah, exactly. So there's a third Beatrice. Yeah, because I haven't been pronouncing it that way, but the way they say it in Japanese, it's Beatrice in Italian. Beatrice. Yeah, exactly. See, it really is Beatrice. Yeah, exactly. Beatrice. Mamma mia. Mamma mia. I'm a quarter Italian. I can make jokes. Anyway, let's see. So then, yeah, that was the funny thing. Dan was questioning whether the original Beatrice was really from Italy, or if like she was an American or something. And then Dan discovered Taro is actually from Italy. So anyway, Beato, the third one, I think she was locked in Kuadorion and kind of groomed to be the third Beatrice, and she had fallen in love with Battler. That's possible. I was theorizing that. Oh, that would be extra super fucked up. I'm hoping it's not that bad, but we can only hope it's not that bad, but it's possible. Oh, maybe for the second one, maybe. I think she was like, I think Rosa kind of clocked her as late teens or early, or like 20 or so. Beato Jr. Interesting big thoughts here. Thank you. So then Beato the third was locked in Kuadorion, and think she was really miserable. And especially like she had put her hopes in Battler, and then he took himself off the family registry and didn't come back. Don't say B3. Okay, I won't. Bellamy. Anyway, I'm losing my train of thought. She was really upset, but I think also she considered herself furniture. So let me go here. She has the tattoo there, kind of like Shannon does, right? On her leg. But on the other leg. So, these servants with the one-winged eagle on them, you know, not counting Goda and Kumasawa, even though I think Kumasawa is not totally off the hook for my, theory of these three really seem to really get the I am furniture, not a human brainwashing. We could get B3S. So I think Beatrice was also one of those people given that training. Kanon, I think, is 16? 15? I think he's 15. I think Shannon's 16. Shannon's 16, Kanon's 15, I think. No, they aren't related. They're just like, they consider each other brother and sister. They're like close but not blood related, if that makes sense. Because they were at the same orphanage. So they grew up together, yeah. And it might have been the same with Beato. And so there's some stuff about furniture, like they don't see themselves as being freed until death, and so they can be devoted to Kinzo even after his death, which is already seemed to be proven with Genji, Shannon, and Kanon. Now that we know Kinzo has been dead for a couple of years, and they're still, you know, diligently carrying out their duties, even though a new head has not been announced. But since Beato III has been kind of elevated and considered like the third coming of Beatrice, who's also considered like the other master of the island, right? I think she's being treated as an interim head. And so Genji answers to her. And Shannon and Kanon are also kind of probably more aware of what's going on than most people. And but even though she's the interim head, Beatrice also considers herself furniture. So I think the puzzles and the epitaph was left behind by Kinzo. He's the one who actually cares about all that stuff. I think he legitimately left the epitaph and the puzzles behind to find his successor. And it's just nobody was able to figure it out. Okay, one thing I want to clarify, which I don't think the game has clarified, is did the epitaph get displayed before or after he died? Because I think that changes a few things. But the impression I get, at least, is that he intended the epitaph to be the way he chose his successor, but he died before before anybody could figure it out. Do you know if does that get cleared up? And if so, like, how soon? Kinzo adopted 3 children, the third one looking like the spitting image of his dead Italian lover, Beatrice. The girl met Battler, fell in love with him, and this whole game is just one elaborate game to help him remember her. I mean, I don't think that's too far off, honestly. Do I answer that question for real? Okay. The question I want an answer to, does that get revealed clearly at any point? Or is that something you gotta suss out? Like as a yes or no question. Okay. I'll keep that on the back burner then. Thank you. Meanwhile, where does this leave Beato the Third? She, Rap! Yeah, thank you for 8 months. I'm glad you can hang out, have a comfy time here, Rep. I am like in super theorizing mode. So I hope you enjoy with us with the good vibes. So, getting my train of thought back on track. Putting it back onto the tracks. Beato, I think, clearly hated her life, but because she also got brainwashed by the whole furniture thing, I think she feels a duty to Kinzo, even if, you know, like whether or not that's rational. I think she and like these others feel a duty to Kinzo, and so she is, they have to stand by till somebody solves the epitaph, right? But she wants Battler to solve the epitaph, and if he solves, so he wants she wants Battler to solve the epitaph by himself. I don't think this current game, episode 5, counts because, oh yeah, I'm getting to that, Marinda. Yeah, she wants Battler to solve the epitaph, and and she wants him to save her, like relieve her of her duty, right? But also, she was in love with him and putting her hopes on him, right? And I think the pain she was under, so I think she was awaiting his return. And so when she finally came back, she started putting certain things into motion. So there was, so literally last week, Battler was trying to think about what Beato was thinking with the murders, because there's no real purpose to them, but she does it anyway. And so I think she's simply doing the murders to distract herself from her own pain. Kind of like, if I can, kind of like as an escape. And to distract her, or so she can forget her own suffering. I think she definitely got abused by Kinzo. I don't think much of the other family... the other family might have done something or another when she was a servant. Oh, I think that's possible. I think that's definitely possible, especially since Maria was like 3 at the time. And yeah, if she was a servant on the island through the next several family conferences, she would have had plenty of time to get to know Maria. Her showing him how exhausting it's been. Oh. Oh, and asking to take his province this time? You might be onto something. I think that's a good one. Excessive violence towards them was just revenge. They did say in Red. They did say in Red last week that her motive wasn't revenge. So it's not that simple. I think she might have been hired. Or I think she might have been tormenting them. Well, then there's the whole thing of there's like the stuff in the bottles and kind of, I think people have been trying not to spoil, but kind of what I've been judging from people's in the chat too. It's possible that this is kind of metaphorical and Beato the Third, trapped on the island, was writing different scenarios. And since Battler wasn't coming back, see, that's what okay, so if she was writing these things and sending them off, hoping Battler would find them or somebody would come save her because she didn't have access off island, then what is the game with Battler that's like between all the stuff? And then if she's really trapped there, then who are Burncastle and Lambda Delta, who know enough about her like little mystery novel writing club D&D campaign to kind of crash it and start writing their own thing. And yeah, writing different scenarios would be a way they could keep coming back. But then but what confuses me in that way is then what's with Battler? What's he doing actually? Is this just a delusion? He's wishing for him to come back, but he never does, or something like that. Which I don't know if I'm down with that. So if we take the scenario that far, I'm not so sure, but otherwise, the thing in episode 4 with the bank accounts with all the money for the servants' families and stuff, I think when everybody dies at the end, I don't know if this is something Beato, if this is like a writing club thing, I don't know if this is something Beato's planning to do for real, or if she's just fantasizing about it. But I think she's setting a bomb, and Dan made a great point that it used to be a military supply base, right? So maybe there are explosives already on the island and Beato found them. Yeah. Yeah, fantasizing about killing everyone. Yeah, exactly. I think Beato solved the epitaph first. And she's just trying to get Battler to solve it so he can be the successor and also save her. Rahab is the only survivor. She was the only survivor because she was in Kuadorion. But I think she had a bomb, like, on a timer for the end of the typhoon, or the 2-day period, or the setting for the end of the family conference. I say Beatrice already solved the epitaph because why else would she be at liberty to give hints? And she has access to the gold. I think she has access to the gold because I think the cash in the banks was her getting Genji to take some of the gold and cash it out and put money in place for the servants' families for when she was gonna blow all of them up and, you know, quote unquote, set them free from their burden of being furniture. To make sure their families were taken care of, or maybe she felt pity for them. Solving the epitaph reveal where the explosives are? That'd be interesting. I don't know. If she wants to be stopped, why doesn't she just stop it herself? I think she's given up on herself, but I think her last bit of hope she's putting on Battler. Like, if Battler can't if Battler can't stand up and be who she wants him to be, then she's like, fuck y'all. But also, if she's writing, you know, everybody blowing up over and over, is it something she's planning to do, but she's just psyching herself up to do? I don't know. The Battler does need to hurry the fuck up. So I think also kind of like showing with the Stake Sisters and Ange, I think Virgilia, Ronove, and Gop are Beato's imaginary friends when she's lonely as shit over in Kuadorion. Because I think she probably, I think Virgilia is kind of her imaginary friend Kumasawa, and Ronove is like her imaginary friend Genji. And Gop is like, she just wants a friend. But, Ronove and Shannon and Kanon and Kumasawa are the only ones who are aware, aside from Kraus and Natsuhi, that Hinzo is dead. And if Beato was a servant and at Kuadorion, it makes sense that she would know Genji and Kumasawa very well, and maybe look up to them. And Genji. Oh, I said Ronove and Kanon and Shannon. Damn it! Genji and Kanon and Shannon. God damn it! Ronove, Genji. You're freaking getting me on this. Ronove, Genji strikes again. I know. Shush. 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 So I think Virgilia might be both Kumasawa, who she might have looked up to as a motherly figure, but also she might have combined her with the thoughts of the other Beatrices that came before her, because I think it would have, since she's trying to pretend to be Beatrice, it kind of, I could see her looking up to the previous Beatrices, especially the first one, and you know, embracing the witch thing and everything. Like, if you want me to be her, then I'll be her. And she can empathize with the Beatrices who died because she was in their situation. But yeah, just like how when Ange was really lonely and trapped in that school, which was like a prison, she had Sakutaro and the Stake Sisters to keep her company. I think that was the same kind of thing with Beato and these three. Oh, sweet! I hope you like your cool stuff. So definitely this still needs work, but that's kind of what I'm working towards. And now that we're like past 40 minutes in, I should probably start. Oh wait, not start. No, I need to continue. What do you think about that, Marinda? Do you have any more questions? The sound of crashing waves. Oh yeah, and then there's this baby, which I know we're gonna find out more about. Like, I don't know who the F this baby is, but it seems like more than just a coincidence that this happened 19 years ago when Beato II died. So, maybe this baby Natsuhi throws into the ocean is Beato, and then she washes up and becomes an orphan at Gospel House or something? You think it was Krause's son that he cheated on Natsuhi? That's possible too. Well, maybe we'll find out in this scene. The sound of crashing waves. The third orphan. That's what I'm saying. I think it might be the third orphan. But like, then whose baby is she? Or he? They're saying this is a man, but I do know that Burncastle and Lambda Delta is trying to drop some fat hints at Battler with this, so maybe that's what this is supposed to be. The sound of the tide surging, the noise of the sea breeze. Whenever my headache torments me, these are the sounds that fill my head. Poor Natsuhi. Well, it's Natsuhi who remembers the baby, so we're gonna find out. My inability to bear a successor placed me in a very difficult position within the Ushiromiya family. I tried every medication that was said to promote fertility, every incense or herb, but nothing I tried had any effect. Until I was blessed with Jessica 18 years ago. I was ashamed to even call myself a wife. We're not sure. I'm definitely curious. The creation of a child depends on the efforts of two people and the whims of heaven. It's not fair to place all the blame on yourself. Her imaginary friend Beatrice is like, your husband's shooting blanks. You go, girl. You got this, girlfriend. I still don't know what caused my inability to become pregnant. Natsuhi, it just happens sometimes. My parents took like 10 years trying to have me, okay? I even went to see noted physicians. Natsuhi, it happens sometimes. I underwent humiliating examinations. Oh, poor Natsuhi. But I was always just told that they didn't understand the reason. Why didn't they go examine Kraus? Because of sexism in the medical system or what? Yes, yeah, Eva won on that one. Even though quite some time had passed since your marriage, you still couldn't bear a child. I see. Because Kraus is perfect in every way. It sounds like when King Henry couldn't sire a male heir. Like, yeah, King Henry, the call is coming from inside the house. How dare you even suggest otherwise? Exactly. I can't believe poor Natsuhi. She's like, you know, but the funny thing is, if like all of these people are her imaginary friends, then there's a part of her on a deep subconscious level that is like, the patriarchy's bullshit. But her belief is so strong that she doesn't realize that she's not, I mean, maybe she realizes on some level, but she's not throwing a fuss about it. I see. It's only natural that Eva, who secretly aspired to become the next head, would start getting ideas. How secretly, really? Eva tried to convince father that I was a failure as a future head's wife. It was a time when Kinzo was also very disappointed in my husband's repeated business failures. Secretly aspire. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. On the other hand, Eva's husband Hideyoshi's business was growing well, completely the opposite of my husband's business. He was the only person who could bring father good news. In that case, perhaps there could be no blame placed on father if he decided to lend an ear to Eva's words. That's almost as much an understatement as they look like good friends. Oh god. In that case, perhaps there could be no blame or even accept them without question. It was all my fault because I couldn't bear a child. No, listen to your imaginary friends. It takes two, babe. It takes two. You are sinless. Aren't babies of this country carried here by storks? If anyone is to be judged, it should be the stork. Thank you. However, even though he was still in good health then, the head was already well past his prime. And it's not hard to imagine that he wanted to see his grandchildren's faces as soon as possible. Who cares? Yeah, get him, get him, get him. If he wanted a grandchild, he could have just done what he wanted with that appalling amount of money he had. This is Kinzo, the man who always bragged about how money could create anything. If he wanted a grandchild, why couldn't he just manage something with that money he was so proud of? Oh yeah, this is Lambda Delta talking, right? I could see her saying something like this. Yes. That's right. But it's also Natsuhi on some subconscious level.
当主様はこう宿せぬ私を見限られ
Yes, that's correct. The head gave up on me when I couldn't bear a child.
その通りになされたのです
And he did just that. Thinking it the duty of anyone in possession of large amounts of money, the head gave to a lot of charities. One among these, the facility known as the Gospel House. What was I just talking about? I think this is where Beato the Third was funneled into, at least. The facility known as the Gospel House, which had been given an especially large donation, possibly because he had old ties with that place.
福音の家か
Ah, the Gospel House.
よくあそこから家具どもがやってきていたな
Bro, I was just talking about this! Ah! Furniture came from that place quite often.
当主様は社会活動と職業訓練の一環として
As part of their work training and public activity,
福音の家の子たちの中から成績優秀な子を使用人として受け入れていました
the head employed Gospel House children with exceptional grades as servants.
当家にいるシャノンやカノンルノンやマノンレノンなどの音の名を持つ使用人はすべて
Right, right. I forgot about these, additional names. Maybe one of these is Beato? The third? All of the servants in the mansion with the character On in their names. Shannon, Kanon, Lunon, Manon, Lenon, and more besides. I remember those names being said in episode 1 now that she said them out loud, but I forgot and didn't look for them yesterday. Yes, that's where Shannon and Kanon came from.
そこからやってきた子たちでした
We're children from there.
いろいろな連中がいたな
There were quite a lot of them, weren't there? I'm going to fucking die. This is exactly what I was just talking
多
about.
くはほんの数年で辞めるがな
Though most quit after just a few years. I know, right? But then, what's with the furniture thing?
当家の
Maybe some were able to, like, resist the brainwashing and they fucking got out. That's probably because a few years of wages from working here would earn them more than enough to live on their own. Edwards! Hello! Thank you for 5 months!
後ろ宮家での使用人経験は履歴書に通用する立派な肩書きになります
Oh, it's Ryukishi. It's this guy, right? I think I heard something about him in Silent Hill. Ah, sweet. It's gonna get so fucked up then. What do you guys think? Oh boy. We're in for something, but that may be a little too spoopy 3 me, so I might have to it's already unbearable. So I might have to just hope Markiplier plays it and I'll watch the YouTube videos or something. Experience as a servant for the Ushinomiya family is a wonderful thing to add to one's resume. So this is something that was mentioned in episode 1, but it seems so at odds with the way Genji and Shannon and Kanon have always been written.
それを得て社会へ羽ばたいてくれれば当主様もきっと本望だったでしょう
Oh, I can play it yourself. Come on, Chopper. I've actually never been brave enough to play a Silent Hill game myself. I've always just looked on YouTube where I can look away safely. I'm sure this was also the head's desire for them to gain this for themselves and then spread their wings in society. Natsuhi, I know you well enough to know that most of your assertions about Kinzo are incorrect.
なるほど。
I see. Look at her face change.
様子か。
So, an adopted child. What? An adopted child what? An adopted child what? Oh, she's starting to sweat. Why did you throw an adopted child in the ocean, Natsuhi? Kinzo adopted a child?
お父様、
Father,
今何とおっしゃいましたか。
what did you just say?
この赤子を我が孫として迎えよ。
Oh! I was close. I was close. She threw it out because she was trying so hard to have a baby and have the first child that would be born from... Well, at this point, 19 years ago, George would have already been born. So I don't know what the big fuss is, but this would have probably just pushed her over the edge, and that's why she threw out the baby. Is this Beato the second? Is this the infant? I mean, Beato the third? Is this the infant? Inability to conceive a child? Yeah! Except this infant is my grandchild. George was born derogatory, exactly. See Kumasawa? Right there in there? Oh, there. There. Apparently, the baby Kumasawa was trying to soothe didn't like the air in the study at all. It kept on crying as if it hated it there.
申し訳ありません。
My apologies, Father.
私には何をおっしゃっているのか。
I'm not sure what you want from me. What you want me.
この赤子を我が孫として迎えよ。
Except this infant is my grandchild.
そしてクラウスの後を継ぐ者として育てるのだ。
You shall raise it to be the one who succeeds Kraus.
それはつまり私と夫の子として育てよとおっしゃるのですか。
In other words, you want my husband and I to raise this baby as our own child?
そうだ。
That's right.
お前に子が宿せぬことはもはや明白。
It is clear by now that you are barren. Ah, no!
お前の体には何かしらの問題があるに違いない。
Your body must have some sort of defect. Kinzo, we're gonna go kick your misogynistic ass. Thanks, Kinzo. Oh, there. Bam, it's a fatality. That's honestly like a... Damn, Kinzo. Ooh, there. As though she couldn't hear our discussion in the slightest, Kumasawa kept on persistently trying to cuddle the baby. This made its crying get even louder.
暴言だな。
That's nonsense.
女の責任だけで子が産めるなら。
How she felt, right?
必要ないわ。
She is probably losing her mind. If all the responsibility of giving birth rested with the woman, this world would have no need for men. Honestly, Beato, fucking get his ass. Wait, this isn't Beato. Honestly, Beatrice, not Lambda Delta / Natsuhi's subconscious, get his ass. Like Elden Ring. Unfortunately, you are maidenless. God damn it.
あの日の悔しさを忘れたことはありま。
Poor Natsuhi, and yet you still stand Kinzo even after all this? I've never forgotten the bitter pain I felt that day.
私とて子が欲しくなかったわけがない。
Of course I wanted a child,
でもいくら祈ろうとも身ごもれないのです。
but no matter how much I prayed, I couldn't get pregnant.
私の体に原因があるのではないかといくつもの名医を訪ね歩きました。
Thinking that something to do with my body might be the cause, I went to see several famous doctors. Y'all should have just gotten Krause's balls
し
examined.
かしそれでもいくら努力しても身ごもれなかったのです。
But even so, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't become pregnant.
その挙句がこの仕打ちではな。
After all that, for this to be how you were treated. Honestly, yes.
察するぞ。
Ryuki, she is my favorite feminist. I understand. The baby had been picked up by the gospel house just recently. Of course, it wasn't that I didn't feel compassion for the child, who was so young and who had already lost its parents' affection. However, the pain and sadness I felt were far greater. It would have been another story if I had suffered to bear this child. But why did I have to cradle this baby who not only shared none of my blood, but who was not related to my husband in the slightest either?
お父様を恨んではいません。
I don't hate father, clearly!
もし恨めるのならただただ自分の体が恨めしかった。
If anything, I only hated my own body. Natsuhi, no! Take down the patriarchy!
憎かったんです。
I detested it.
子を宿せぬ我が身がひたすらに憎かった。
Hey, it could be Kinzo's, you didn't know that. Damn, this is like my quote-unquote grandchild, yeah. I truly detested my own body for being unable to bear a child. Natsuhi,
だから
no!
私は祈りました。
So I prayed.
天使と悪魔の両方に。
I prayed to both angels and demons.
その両方が叶いました。
And my wishes were granted by both.
天使には何と祈ったか。
What did you pray to the angels?
私の体に奇跡を。
I prayed for a miracle in my body.
私の体に問題があるというならそれを受け入れましょう。
If there was something wrong with my body, I could accept
な
that.
らばそれを克服してどうか夫の子を授かることのできる奇跡を私に。
But I wanted to overcome that defect and somehow be granted the miracle of my husband's child.
その願いは叶ったわ。
That wish came true.
あなたはその次の年に見事にジェシカを産むことになる。
The next year, you gave birth to Jessica.
そして悪魔には何と祈ったか。
What did you pray to the
悔
demons?
しい悔しい。
I couldn't stand it. I couldn't stand it.
好みが恨めしい。そしてそれを見せつけるかのようなこの赤ん坊が憎かったんです。
I cursed this body of mine, oops, and I cursed this baby, who was the living reminder of my failure. What did you wish for?
私は初めて悪魔に祈りました。願いました。
For the first time in my life, I prayed and wished to demons.
この赤ん坊が消えてなくなってしまえばいいのにって。
I wish that this baby would simply disappear. Of course, that wish was also granted by demons. On that day, I left with the baby with one of the older servants and went to think about the future in the rose garden. No, that's a lie. I just wanted to clear my mind of everything. The baby's cries were aggravating, so I ordered the servant to take the baby to a place where I couldn't hear. By a place where I couldn't hear, I meant somewhere far away. Yes, I wished for the servant to take the baby far away and never return.
なるほど。
I see.
雪吊りの悪魔が夏日様のその願いを聞いてしまったのですな。
So, a passing demon heard your wish, Natsuhi-sama.
してどうなったのか。
And then, what happened next? Yeah, of course Ronobe is here. Exactly.
それは悪魔が願いを叶えてくれたとしか思えない奇妙な事故でした。
No! I think these are perfectly human emotions to have. After that was a bizarre accident that could only have been granted me by a demon. The woodland path from the rose garden to the harbor is certainly well suited for a pleasant walk. Oh no, you mean the very same one that Battler was like la-di-da-di-da walking up every time he arrives at the island? I mean, she's with her imaginary friends, why would she lie? But again, let's see. The woodland path from the rose garden to the harbor is certainly well suited for a pleasant walk. Uh-oh, what do you mean, Rip? Oh wait, oh yeah, that's right. She's supposed to be the murderer this time, and Erika is gonna expose her, right? And from time to time, if the mood took you, it would undoubtedly feel good to veer off the path and take a walk through the trees. I wished it disappeared, yeah. However, wouldn't that be venturing a little too far for a walk with a baby in your arms?
その先は断崖でした。
Just get ready. Ugh. Oh boy. There was a cliff on the other side.
多分10メートルくらいはあったと思います。
It was about 10 meters high, I think. Uh-oh! It's the cliff where Ange killed her aunt with magic. Shit! Oh, shit!
下は岩場。
It was rocky below. Cliff-kun, no!
そこには柵もあったのです。
There was even a fence there.
その使用人はわざわざそんなところまで赤ん坊を抱いたまま歩いていき。
Are we supposed to suppose that the servant deliberately walked all the way over there holding the
そして
baby
柵に寄りかかったとでも言うのでしょうか。
and then leaned against the
ま
fence?
るで悪魔に手招きされて誘われたとしか思えない。
She? Is she the baby or the servant? The only conceivable explanation is that she was lured there by the beckoning of a
誘
demon.
われちゃったのね。
So she was lured there.
あなたの願いを聞いた悪魔
The
がその
servant,
使用人を
okay.
招いちゃったんだわ。
It's definitely not just the same background, because drawing another background would be effort. Alright, she's the demon, right? The demon who heard your wish lured that servant there.
それではその使用人と赤ん坊は
So then, the servant and the baby. The servant too? Natsuhi, did you shove 2 people off of there? They died.
崖から転落して下の岩場に。
They fell from the cliff down to the rocks below.
いえ、私が願ったから死んだ。
Wait, did 3 people fall off cliffs and die in Rokkenjima in the same year? That'd be fucked. 3 people? Same way Maria. This has got to be the same year that Beato II also fell off a cliff and died when she was with Rosa. So like, oh right, Dan, because the third one's like, oh, I'm in the house. I'm gonna get you. Because the baby was able to survive and make a phone call. Right, right. But damn! Did they... What did Kinzo do about all these people dying? Is he putting the island on lockdown? Oh, maybe that's where the legends about don't go into the forest that's scary, Ooga Booga, the witch will get you. To discourage people from wandering off and fucking dying. I know what you did last summer. I died because I wished it. That means this is my... The witch, my intrusive thoughts. The witch whispering in my ear. So Katie, yes? It isn't your fault. There's no need to think about it any further. In the manga, Natsuhi is a bigger bitch to that baby than in the games. Like, worse than Rosa. Really? Oh no! What do you mean? It isn't your fault. There's no need to think about it any further. She's on a cope spiral now. But it happened because I wished it. No, that's wrong. Making wishes is one thing, but it is only at the whims of gods, demons, and witches that they may be granted. She almost shakes the baby so many times and beat it. What the fuck? That's awful. She could very easily have been a bitch to the baby if there's any scenes where they interact. Yeah. You bear no sin. Humans bear no sin. You can even claim that I killed them if you so desire. In the manga, but damn. No, I did kill them! Yeah, wait, you just decided this. No, I did kill them. I took pity upon your misery and I lured the servant with the baby to the cliff and led them down it. It was simply an unfortunate accident. If you cannot accept that explanation, then blame it on us. That's why demons exist. That's right. We're here for your sake. It's not like you killed them. We killed them. No, yeah. Well, them, is like... Yeah, but nobody has mentioned the servant. An inside joke for episodes 4 through 5? Like a spoilery one, or just or just we come up with one now? Ange's Home for Imaginary Friends? That's a pretty good one. Aww. Gop's gotta be Wilt. So you are not... So you are sinless. Pinky Emma, Child White George, and Gamer Girl Rona Vey. Oh no! This is drowning. The servant is drowning. This ain't about him. So you are sinless. Please don't blame yourself, Natsuhi. Is that true? Am I truly sinless? Yeah, you are. Young one who claims revenge for 19 years ago. If you're going to curse someone, curse me.
呪うは魔女の専売特許よ。
However, witches have a patent on curses.
夏日に嬉しその喧嘩わらわが買おうではないか。
Let me take on this fight you're trying to pick with Natsuhi.
わらわは後ろ宮家顧問錬金術師黄金のベアトリーチェ。
Thank you. I am the Ushiromiya family alchemist, Beatrice the Golden.
使えし主に嬉し喧嘩はわらわが買おうぞ。
If anyone picks a fight with the master I serve, I will fight in my master's stead.
19年前の復讐とな。
Revenge for 19 years ago, you say?
1000年の魔女の前にその程度の年月瞬きにも足りぬと知れ。
I'll make you learn that that's not even a blink of an eye for a witch who's lived 1,000 years.
19年前にそなたの死を願った夏日が憎いか。
So you hate Natsuhi for wishing your death 19 years ago?
思い出させてやろうぜ。そなたを崖下へ誘ったのは誰かをな。
Let me make you remember just who it was that lured you off that cliff. As the middle-aged female servant cuddled the sobbing baby, she walked on a small path through the trees. Natsuhi had told her that the baby was too loud, so she tried to get as far from the rose garden as she could. Well, I'm sure it's gotta be somehow. I'm sure we'll find out more about this baby, but it certainly, if we're still going with my theory, it certainly posits the possibility. Then, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But you know, maybe it was, because why would Kinzo... Because it wouldn't make sense for Kinzo to adopt a granddaughter and be like, this is going to be the new head. Because he's a misogynist, he probably would have adopted a boy. So maybe he did die. Unless that's, and he's just being revived for this murder mystery. It's possible the man wasn't a man. If he didn't have a choice. I guess? But he was very rich. But it introduces the possibility the baby was his. Huh. And he was just gonna be like, all right, you're legitimate now. Take this. I guess that's possible. Especially since Beato II had just, maybe if she died beforehand, maybe it really was her baby by him. And so he was legitimizing the baby by being like, Natsuhi, this is yours now. Oh, take my bastard and raise it as my grandchild. That could do it. That could do it. I was saying that she could have been pregnant. She had a big old dress. You wouldn't know. Especially Rosa, who is like 12. Yeah! Oh, shit. Oh my god. Wait. Wait. I mean, I guess that... But, I mean, it's also possible that this baby is Beatrice, but... I'm still not sure. 100%. I need more information. Rep is dying. Okay. Natsuhi had told her that the baby was too loud, so she tried to get as far from the rose garden as she could. She was completely unaware as to why she'd gone out of her way to head in this direction. However, the sobbing baby suddenly stopped crying. Something was reflected in its eyes, but the servant couldn't tell what. However, thinking that the baby had stopped because it had taken an interest in something. She headed in the direction of the baby's gaze. The baby had seen a group of gold butterflies disappearing off into the trees. Yeah, yes, true. And on the other side of the trees, the servant saw a woman. Who? It was someone she didn't recognize. Someone who couldn't possibly have been there. The baby stopped crying and stared in that direction. Then the servant's legs started to automatically carry her that way. Poor Rep. Poor Rep.
こちらへ来い、女。
Come this way, woman.
その呪われた赤子を抱いてな。
Bring that cursed baby with you. The woman couldn't disobey. She was completely overwhelmed by Beato's gold glowing eyes. Beato, yeah. She walked lightly as though through a dream world. At some point, the scenery around her had changed. But she did not notice. She could not notice. Though this should have been Rokenjima, at some point it had become the garden of a mansion she had never seen before. The baby could be Kinzo's bastard and be the person who has done the murders in each of the games, and also go to the huge furniture orphanage and also be Shannon. Poor Rep. Poor Rep. Hashtag blame Shannon going strong. It had become the garden of a mansion she had never seen before. It was a garden she had never seen before, even grander than the great rose garden of the Rushiromiya family, a garden of gold roses. Hi, Steel Raising, and thank you for sharing earlier. Oh, thank you, Miranda! Oh, it means a lot coming from you. All right, I'm gonna hydrate. Ha. Thank you. There stood an arbor, and a woman wearing an elegant dress, beckoning her. There was a man who looked like a butler, and tea he poured with a beautiful gesture, had a very nice and enticing smell. It was as though they were telling her to join their tea party. She couldn't disobey. Okay, I just thought of something fucked up. Because I'm like trying to... Because I really think Beato is in love with Battler. And that they're near the same age. And that, and I'm trying so hard to make sure this isn't incest. So I just got an idea. What if Beato II had an affair with Genji? And that's Beatrice. And the reason why Genji is the way he is he feels so guilty about it. that he's like giving up the rest of his life for Kinzo in retribution for his sin. Genji's the servant who's most having to do with Kinzo, this guy, and he seems to have some sort of connection to Ronove, because Ronove Genji. I mean, we don't know who he is. He's one of the more mysterious people of this whole thing. I subscribe to Shonen as Beatrice the third instead of George after going child bride at Shonen, going after her nephew. Suddenly I get it if I learn. Yeah, I remember you saying that. She couldn't disobey. She had to go to the master of this golden rose garden and give this child as an offering. Oh, they're going into whispers. Nobody's having any emotional reactions to the possibility of Genji being Beatrice's father, so I'm gonna assume that's incorrect. Oh, you realized something about your new about your favorite episode recently. Cool. Forgive me, woman. Curse your bad luck for being entranced by a witch. Yes, I'm desperately trying to avoid it. And surrounded by these gold roses, which you would never be able to enjoy in this world, sleep. Gop.
Hi. Ryokai.
Yes, understood. When Gop snapped her fingers, a pitch black hole opened at the woman's feet, and she was swallowed up along with the baby. Bye-bye. The sight that the woman and the baby witnessed in that very moment probably burned itself into their eyes forever. The two floated in the air and looked down at the gold rose garden spread out below them. This is new. We're way high up. Below their feet was not the ground, but an unobstructed view of the golden rose garden which stretched as far as the eye could see. Oh, we're going Rot 13. Oh. Reprisal, you don't know what Rot 13 is? It's a code. You like go to a website and copy paste into it to decipher it. It's like a way to paste spoilers without spoiling people. All right, sweet. I know you miss a lot. I know it's like once a week, so I do try. That's why I'm pretty patient, and I'm like trying to very quickly like it's this guy, that guy, because I do know this is once a week. Below their feet was not the ground, but an unobstructed view of a golden rose garden which stretched as far as the eye could see. Oh, you know, the human Beatrice that was possibly a clone that Rosa followed and fell off the cliff and died. You were there for that. Oh, you want to know who she really is? That's a good question. Maybe she was also from the Gospel House. If one could have this... It's possible. I think that's definitely a possibility. If one could have this scene imprinted in their mind as their last memory, that would be such a merciful way to die. Then the woman and the baby were swallowed up by the golden sea. The thud was remarkably plain and remarkably quiet for the sound of 2 lives being taken. However, it was a perfect fit for the entertainment at a tea party of witches. Darkness swallowed the woman and the baby, and slowly expanded to engulf the entire rose garden. The sound of the wind grew stronger bit by bit. Was that TV static? Shh. What was that noise? It was the roar of the sea. It's the cliff! Wait, no, that's the same cliff that Beatrice II fell off of. The 2 who had died after falling from a great height into a thicket of golden roses were gradually engulfed by the roar of the sea, engulfed by the scenery of the beach below the cliff. This can't be a coincidence. I guarantee it. You are completely sinless. If someone wants revenge for 19 years ago, they need look no further than me. When I spotted the 2 of them on the rocks below, I went pale. Then I dashed back to the mansion, and there was a great uproar. We urgently rushed them to the hospital by boat, but from that height it was a miracle that they had even avoided an instant death. Both the servant and the baby died. Less than 3 days, huh? In less than 3 days from the time Father had entrusted me with the baby, I had killed it. I disagree. I mean, I could be wrong. I think we're just having 2 conflicting theories. I think she's not related. She just happens to look like Beatrice. Or enough so that Kinzo was reminded and was like, you're gonna become Beatrice. And then this is their baby. If this is the same baby, it'd be fucked up if it fell off the cliff twice and still lived. Unless... Hold on, this doesn't work. One lucky ass baby, I know, right? This is a thinker. It can't be a coincidence, but the 2 incidents don't add up from what we know of them. My husband was on a business trip. Oh, so Rosa wasn't even on the island? I mean, we're not hearing that in red. But I guess this wasn't at the same... These are 2 different incidents, it seems. Rosa-san, who still lived on the island at that time, was away traveling with her friends. Father and I were the only ones on Rokenjima. They weren't away traveling, she didn't say for how long. True.
どこからともなく赤ん坊が現れ、そして消えていった。
And before anyone except Father and I knew, a baby had appeared out of nowhere and then disappeared again.
あれはそう、夢なの。悪夢。
That's right, it was a dream, a nightmare. I could see how that was, like, extremely disorienting and not feeling real, man. Y'all are commiserating? Oh no, I'm torturing you
お父
guys.
様は私を責めるに違いないと思っていまし
I was convinced that Father would blame me.
た。しかし、何か様子がおかしかった。
However, his reaction was somehow strange. Okay, I want to hear this so bad. I need to know.
読めていたぞ、読めていたぞ、この天罰はな。
I saw this coming. I knew this would happen.
どこまであがくのか。
How long must you
ど
struggle?
こまで我が物にならぬというのか。
Beatrice! See? How long must you struggle? To what lengths will you go to escape being mine? He's talking about Beatrice! Ah! Okay, I gotta reason this out. He was killed by Natsu first, then killed again by Rosa. Hashtag blame Doniel, hashtag blame Starlight Kitty, hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong. Oh no. Oh no. Oh wait, he says something else. Oh, he just laughs. I also don't like this reaction.
空の檻に興味はない。
I have no interest in an empty
打
cage.
ち捨てい。
Throw it away! He has no interest in an empty cage. Right? So he wants a bird to trap in the cage. He's gonna keep grooming girls to be Beatrice. When Father learned of the accident, he kept on laughing and laughing as though nothing could be more amusing, to the point that just listening to him disturbed me. Maybe all the ways things keep failing, maybe Beato II had died earlier that year, and that this was her baby who managed to live, and then the baby just fucking dropped off the cliff again and died for real that time. Perhaps something had come loose in his mind. That was the day that changed him. Father shut himself up inside the world of the occult, even more than he ever had before. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Okay, okay. Trying to find more ways to bring her back. He was gonna raise that baby to be Beatrice. When my husband came back, he was astonished to see how eccentric Father had now become. However, he had already accepted that this would happen sooner or later. Of course, my husband had heard about the baby. However, he told me that it was surely just some whim of Father's and to forget the whole episode. So I forgot it. It was an unfortunate accident. No, there wasn't an accident at all. I forgot everything. Even that baby had existed in the baby had existed in the first place. After all, it was a twisted nightmare which lasted not even 3 days. That's right. It was all a nightmare. I don't want to remember any of it. The cliff, the broken fence, the roar of the sea, and the wailing of that baby. You know, she hated that baby so much. Maybe she just assumed that the baby was a boy, And she never, like, checked or was told. But the baby is actually a girl. So that baby is the baby of 19 years ago.
くだらぬ
B1, Beatrice 1. He hired a servant to look like her. B2. He impregnated that servant and tried to pass it as granddaughter, but that's the one tormenting Nazi. B3. That's kind of where I'm at the moment. And that this Beatrice, I'm hoping, is another Gospel House girl, but I don't know. Maybe I'm still not. Maybe Genji and B2 did something, and that was the baby, and he was willing to overlook everything. Now, I'm just trying to make Beato. I'm just trying so hard to make Beato and Battler not incest, okay? I'm trying so hard. Of course not.
わらわが殺した
I killed that baby.
すでにこの世にはおらぬわ
It no longer exists in this world.
しかし若き真実なきが人間の世界
He's writing the upcoming Silent Hill. Still. However, there's no truth in the human world. Maybe the bat baby was Battler? Well, we kind of already had the, I'm on with Dan's theory about how, maybe Beatrice is Tyler Durden. Who's Tyler Durden? Battler's? Anyway, I'm going with Dan's theory that that Battler is actually Kirie's baby that she thought died, and when Asumu's baby died and was born around the same time, he just kind of switched the babies, and maybe Asumu's baby was miscarried, and then he knew Kirie was about to have a baby, so Rudolph was like secretly like, shoot, this baby is Asumu's. And then you think this is the other Battler? But then what would be the point of switching the babies? Oh! Because in order for the red text to make sense, both babies would have been named Ushinomiya Battler, right? I don't think it's like that. Oh, anyway. However, there's no truth in the human world.
人間の世界に信用できることなどありません
In the human world, nothing can be trusted. Then can you give me some red text? I need it. Beatrice's Ange. That's
ベア
right.
トは確かに殺したわ
Beato, you definitely killed that baby. Battler, demand some red text, please.
人間の世界では生きていることになっているのかもしれない
But in the human world, it might still be considered
本当に生きて
alive.
いるかどうかはともかくね
Whether it's really alive or not, catch my drift?
実は生きていたというのですか
Are you saying that it was actually alive?
あの高さからあの岩場に転落した。
After falling to the rocks from that height?
わからぬ。
I don't know.
だが落ち着け。
Calm down.
そやつがどうそなたを憎もうとも真実は事故だ。
No matter how much that person hates you, the truth is that it was an accident.
そなたを恨もうなどお門違いもいいところよ。
If he does hate you, that hatred is completely unjustified.
でも
But
たとえ指一本触れていないとしても私は心の中で
even if I didn't lay a finger on him inside my heart, I...
落ち着け。
Calm down.
19年前の男が何を恨もうと叫ぼうとそなたを追求できる罪などあるわけもない。
No matter who the man from 19 years ago hates or what he yells, there's no way the sin he's after actually occurred.
だから落ち着け。
I mean, she was like 20 years old. I feel like she died. I think that was said. Was it said in red that she died? I'd have to check back. I think it was said in red that she died, but yeah. I'm glad you're having fun. I'm happy you're having fun. Truly. No matter what the man from 19 years ago, who he hates or what he yells, there's no way the sin he's after actually occurred. So calm down.
19年前の男はわら
That's true. Battler is supposed to be 18, along with Jessica. Why don't I welcome the man from 19 years ago as my guest?
気分の謎を解かれ
Oh god, not the
お
scary
役はごめん
face.
かと思っていた矢先だ。
And just when the riddle was solved and I thought my job was finished,
わらわの最後の客としてもてなしてやらねばな。
I've got to entertain this final guest of mine.
面白くなってまいりました。
It's getting interesting.
ゴールドスミス教の秘密を守るのに加え、19人目の来客。
Not only are you protecting Lord Goldsmith's secret, but you also have a 19th guest and a man from 19 years ago.
そうね。金蔵が生きてると主張する私たちにとってエリカは19人目ね。
Ronove just plays whatever role would be the most convenient in every scene, including comic relief. That's right. To us who claim that Kinzo is alive, Erika is number 19.
その19人目のこの19年前。
And in addition to that 19th piece, we have a man from 19 years ago. Oh, this reminds me! The other big thing that Dan helped me with for my theory! So it was said in red that there are no more than 18 humans on this island, right? But, if Beatrice wasn't one of the 18, like, doesn't even make up for Kinzo either, because I think they downed it by 1 or something. There are no more than 17 people on this island, I think was said in red. Well, the way that this counts is, like, Dan helped me with this. The red text, there are no more than 18 humans on this island, does not count for furniture, because furniture isn't human. There are no more than 17 humans on this island because furniture doesn't count. Yeah, but I just mean for before. This reminded me of my grander theory, a part that I forgot to say. Because it reminded me, I'm just saying it now. So Genji, Shanon and Kanon straight up don't count, and it's like no fewer than 17 humans, right? And so that means there's like 14 humans, but there could be 15. There could even be 16. There's room for mystery humans. You have entire armies of Beatrice being manufactured before somewhere FMA style labeled them furniture. My god. So that's another reason why Beato the Third could exist in Kuwadorion alongside everybody else, is if furniture didn't count. And even there'd be room for additional humans that we can't see on the island, like with my idea from with Okanogi switcherooing with Goda to kill Nanjo in episode 3. They throw 18 to taunt George, my god. Yeah, I was like, we figured out a way, or Dan helped me figure out a way that that number could be bullshit. In addition to that 19th piece, we have a man from 19 years ago. How interesting. I'm getting all excited. We have no lack of opponents. And I was just thinking it a shame to have only one guest at my tea party. Come, you fools. Furudo Erika is Lady Berncastle's piece. In that case, whose piece is the man from 19 years ago? Also Berncastle's piece. She's playing with Barbies. The voice, which could be faintly overheard through the receiver, was Natsuki's. I understand. I'll sleep right now. I won't leave my room, and I won't pick up the phone. So please, don't tell my husband and daughter. When heard through a receiver, even these begging screams, which would have shaken the heart of anyone who heard them. But why would she beg him not to tell the husband when he knew about the baby incident and was like, it's no biggie? Why would she say that if Kraus already knew about the incident? Maybe there's something else going on. Even these begging screams, which would have shaken the heart of anyone who heard them, could be listened to with a heart of ice. See, it is Berncastle's piece. As long as you keep our promise, I'll keep... As long as you keep our promise, I'll keep your secret, Mother. What if I was the baby being thrown off the cliff? Would I care? Don't break our promise. I'm already very close by. I can easily tell whether you've turned your lights off and whether you're on the phone. I think that she has to do exactly what he says, if I remember right. And right now he's telling her to just go to bed and sleep. Give up. Go home, go to bed, and sleep. If I wish to, I could even kiss your sleeping face, brush your teeth. I'll keep it. I'll keep my promise. So stop it. Just stop it. Stop it! The receiver was set down violently. He, with quotes around it, I'm looking at you. He knew very well how bad an aftertaste you could leave for the other side just by the way you hung up the phone. Lambda Delta, it's your piece. You're the one putting this in. Hey, first evidence of a voice changer, like I was saying with episode 4. Right? Okay, good night, mother.
And there you go. Now Natsuhi won't come out of her room tonight.
That's a clever trick. You can change your voice.
Anyone can change their voice. A sweet voice when begging Papa for a favor.
Alright, I'm stretching.
A hoarse-sounding voice when taking the day off school. An apologetic voice when turning down a friend that you actually hate.
I'm stretching and voice acting at the same time. Get on my level. If you want.
I can do
Any voice.
at all.
Alright, I will hydrate too. You should stop being a witch and become a voice actress. Oh, hydrate. This is, it's called Twirl. But I think this translation might be a little different than some OST translations. But it's basically like the last track of the question arcs, if that helps locate it.
So, are all the pieces set up for both of us now? Furudo Erika. What a wonderful piece. She suits you so much more than Ange did, Burn.
Oh, here she comes.
Your praise honors me, Lady Lambda Delta. The pleasure is mine.
Yeah, the detective. Yep, you got it. About face. Twirl about face. Yeah, like I said, the translation can be different.
The pleasure is mine. She really is wonderful.
Lambda Delta, keep it in your pants.
Super adorable.
I don't know.
I'm dying to break her spirit with my witch illusions and see her face twist in humiliation.
Hear that? Don't embarrass me, okay? Show me that you're a much more useful piece than Ange was. Don't do my girl Ange dirty like this! Yes, leave it to me. Lady Burncastle, my master. They have the exact same hair. I'm nothing like that gloomy, dull, utterly charmless piece. I still care, okay?
本当よね。She's so right.
エンジェなんてクズ肉になってバトラを焚きつける以外何の役にも立たなかったわ。
Lambda Delta, don't just buff up B's argument. Not the board here, no.
She's so right. The only useful thing that Ange did was get turned into meat chunks to fire Battler up.
家族愛とか兄弟愛とか私たちは全然興味ないよ。
We have no interest at all in family love or sibling love.
私たちが見たいゲームはもっとえぐくてドロドロしてて。
Compartmentalize?
The game we want to see is more gruesome and sticky.
グロテスクでポップでキュートな殺人事件だもの。
A grotesque, pop, and cute murder case.
夏日がキングでベアトがクイーンってとこかしら。
If Natsuhi is the king, then I wonder if Beato is the queen. Okay, B, if you say so.
夏日をかばって群がる魔女とタグ
And
たち
just
は
hope for imaginary friends, burgers, and fries. No, no. The pack of witches and furniture guarding Natsuhi is less like a set of chess pieces and more like
ボーリングのピンって感じ。
Bowling pins, right?
夏日にベアと。
Okay, so that all right, good. So that's gonna be the running joke for this set of episodes. And like the meat shop next to Sweeney Todd's barber shop, except it's all the same store, not the pies. Oh no!
Illusions of Natsuhi and
金蔵
Beato.
にから
Kinzo and the worthless furniture.
家具の幻想たち。私たちを楽しませてみせなさいよね。
Entertain us a bit, will you?
特にベア
Especially
と。
Beato.
私たちもうあんたには飽きてるの。
We're bored of you
あんたの
now.
魔女伝説殺人ごっこはもうおしまい。
That Legend of the Witch murder game of yours is over.
あんたの出番もおしまいってわけ。
And your time is up too.
このゲーム版はもう私とベルンがいただいたわ。
The for 4, yes, but now think of 5. Well, we're up. I think we're not even halfway through 5. Nobody's been murdered, or we haven't seen the murders yet. So I feel like we still have some time to come up with one. Natsuhi's baby factory for failing mothers, is that too dark? Oh dear. Poor Natsuhi.
This game board is Burns and mine now.
Just a baby and a servant.
私たちの駒に落ちぶれて永遠に遊ばれてるの
But
が
we
もう
won't
嫌
mention them.
It'll suit you to be reduced to one of our pieces and toyed with for all eternity.
Man, what a
夏日もベアト
evil
も
laugh from
薄
Burncastle.
汚い真実という
Oh my god,
腹
her colon 3 face became even more extreme. Both Natsuhi and Beato are sacks of filthy, rotten truth. Just entrails wrapped up in a thin layer of skin. What does that mean, girl? You have problems.
それをズタズタに引き裂いて中身を引きずり出すことこそ私の
Tearing that to shreds and dragging the insides out will be one of my...
私たちの数少ない娯楽なの
No, one of our few pleasures. Right, that's the thing that gets Erica going. Natsuhi did nothing wrong. A little bit. Yes, you can have a lot of fun with it. Okay, I'll own it. I'm a hashtag Natsuhi did nothing wrong. I'll stick up for her.
Yes. You can have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah. Right, the Higurashi thing. Right. Oh yeah, Dan was asking yesterday if we're supposed to be positing that magic isn't real, then how does that then how is, this is in the same universe as Higurashi, and there's definitely time loops. Like, how is that thing still valid? Yes, and you can have a lot of fun with it.
ねえ見てる？
Hey, are you watching?
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice?
あんたのゲーム版は
Demons?
こんなにも楽しく遊べるのよ。
Look at how much fun we can be had playing with your board.
私が見せてあげる
What
わ
do you mean the answer is demons?
I'll show you.
本当に楽しい第5のゲームをね。
A fifth game that's actually fun.
私たちばっかり気持ちよく喋っちゃかわいそうだわ。
It's a bit sad if we're the only ones having a pleasant
ベ
chat.
アトにも喋らせてあげたら。
Why don't you let Beato talk too?
だそうよ。
Hear that?
特別に発言を許すわ。
When I play Higurashi, I'll find out. Alright. This is Beato. This is the Beato, our girl. She's not having a great time right now. So the one that we've been seeing in the game is like fake or something.
Hear that? I'll give you special permission to talk.
今回のゲームの抱負でも言っちゃったら？
What do you hope to gain from this latest game?
Yeah, this is the real one. The one with the plot, yeah.
何もないって。
Nothing, she
そうよ
says.
ねそうよね。
That's right, that's
あん
right.
たバトルに屈しちゃった負け犬だ
You're the loser who got crushed by
もんね。
Battler.
私に任せなさい。
Leave it to me,
魔
okay?
女側優勢に一気に流れを変えてあげるから。
I'll put the witch tide on top in a snap.
ただ
Which
あん
side?
たという駒はサクリファイスさせてもらっちゃうけどね。
But I'm gonna be sacrificing you as a piece in the process.
非分も第一の番以前にあっさり解かれ、黄金の番人ベアトリーチェも型なしですね。
What a dreadful loss of face for Beatrice, keeper of the gold, to have her epitaph so easily solved before the first twilight.
夏日の幻想として駒に残れてよかったじゃない。
Isn't it great that you've been left as a piece as part of Natsuhi's fantasy?
ま、もうあんたの扱いは駒じゃなくてピンなんだけどね。
Well, except that we're treating you as a pin now instead of a piece. The mean girls are ganging up on Beato! I feel so bad for her! The mean girls are ganging up. This is the plastics.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェなんてもう出番はないのよ。
The golden witch Beatrice is out of the picture
あん
now.
たとその家具たちは私のゲームではほんのちょい役やられ役。
In my game, you and your furniture only have a teeny tiny role. A loser's
気
role.
持ちよくすっ飛ばされて私とベルのおもちゃにされなさいよ。
You can enjoy getting tossed and thrown around and made into toys for me and Burn.
嫌ならやめてって一言言ってみて。
That's not what you want. Just tell us to stop. It must fucking suck if they have to wait for their bullying target to be in a coma before talking shit. Get them! Get them! If that's not what you want, just tell us to stop,
そしたらやめてあげるから。
and we'll stop.
嫌じゃないって。
She doesn't mind.
あんたピン確定ね。
Pin confirmed.
That's the loudest laugh I've heard Burncastle do. There's no need for a golden witch anymore. All that's needed is a sacrificial doll so that we two witches can enjoy some time playing. Die
Die, disappear. Confess to your filthy past and your crimes. Pour out your sob story of regret and repentance as you throw yourself off a cliff and die. Is this evidence? Her sob story of regret and repentance? I gotta digest that one. What is she regretting and wanting to repent about? There will be no more appearances for the Golden Witch. What do you mean? That's what I'm focused on. Okay, I've been wanting Battler to have some input on this. Actually, wait, is this new music? Pog? Beato. This will be a most horrible game. Throw yourself off a cliff and die, oddly specific. Yeah! Isn't she alive? True, true. Oh, this is new music. This is kind of, House and Fata Morgana-like. I like it. On the surface, it does look very similar to the usual tales. However, there is no respect given to the true main characters of this tale. This is supposed to be the tale to which the Golden Witch Beatrice invited Ushiromiya Battler. However, the host has been lost, and there is no longer a guest. With both inviter and invitee now gone, only the worst kind of tale remains. Welcome to the 5th game, End of the Golden Witch. Welcome to a party with neither host nor guests, hijacked by wicked witches. Ready, Battler? The second day is about to start. I hate Beato's kind of slow, plodding storytelling. Do your worst. No matter how much you mess things up, I'm still gonna reach the truth of this game. You're gonna comment on slow storytelling in this game? As you must. For the sake of your little sister, if nothing else. Don't worry. Lady Lambda Delta may be a far more terrifying opponent than that fool, Beatrice. You spent 10 minutes circling around the concept that Ange wasn't going to get to go home with her brother Lambda. Oh, get her ass, honestly. 10 minutes to convey a concept that takes 10 seconds. Get her ass. But I'll be giving you plenty of support, so there won't be any problems. That's not a trustworthy face you're making. Let's work together, and this time we'll expose the witch illusions for what they really are. I don't give a damn about you. I won't accept anything or anyone that wasn't a part of Beato's games, and I don't need your help.
強がり言ってる場合ですか？
Is now really the time to act tough?
お互いせいぜい頑張りましょう。
Oh well, let's both give it our all, okay?
一緒に魔女幻想とやらを引き裂いてやりましょう。
Together, let's tear the witch illusions to shreds. Erica brazenly put her hand out for me to shake. Instead of just passively ignoring this, I gave her an active and clear answer by knocking her hand aside. Yeah, give it a smack!
握手は嫌いだそうよ。
Looks like he hates shaking hands.
エンジェと同じなので。
Just like Ange.
ご安心を。
Don't worry.
私はエンジェよりはるかに役立つ駒ですので。
I'm a far more useful piece than Ange. Slap her hands and does a LeBron James style handshake.
バトラさんの闘志を回復する以外、何もできなかったひき肉とはわけが違います。
I'm nothing at all like shredded meat that couldn't accomplish anything besides restoring Battler San's fighting spirit. Poor Ange. Ange.
頼もしそうな仲間に恵まれて嬉しいわね。
Isn't it great that you've been blessed with such helpful-looking allies?
ではワルギリアのロノエ。
In the past, it was Virgilia and
エンジ
Ronave.
まで来てくれたわ。
Then Ange came as well.
そしてとうとうベルにエリカまで。
And now you have Bern and Erika.
あんたを応援してくれる駒たちはこんなにもたくさん。
There's so many pieces supporting you.
それでも未だに真相の尻尾すらつかめない無能っぷりってどんな気持ち？どんな気持ち？
And despite all of that, you still can't get even a glimpse of the truth. How does it feel to be that incompetent? How does it feel?
関係ねえな。
It doesn't matter.
これは俺とベアとの戦いだ。
This battle is between me and Beato.
その他の誰であろうと関係ね
Everyone else besides us. Doesn't matter.
ああ、そうなの。
You're biased. There is one character you like and it's Ronave. Are you biased because of Gamer Girl Ronave? Yes. You're so valid for that. I also like Ronave. Oh, is that true?
やっと独り立ち。
Are you finally standing on your own?
いっつも誰かに助けられ。
You've always had someone helping you or showing you
かけられ
mercy.
てばかりのあんたがどこまで一人でできるやら。
So I wonder just how far you'll get on your own.
楽しませてもらうわ。
I'm gonna enjoy watching this.
取り戻すぜ。
I'm taking it back.
これは俺たちのゲームだ。
This is our game.
お前たちはお呼びじゃね
You two aren't invited. So close.
ええ、そうよね。
Yes, that's
こ
true.
れはあなたたちのゲームだわ。
This is your game.
なら取り戻してごらんなさいよ。
Then show us you're capable of reclaiming
手
it.
加減だらけだった。ベアとのゲームさえ勝てなかったあんた。
You couldn't even win Beato's games when she went easy on you at every turn.
誰の助けもなく、一切の容赦のないラムダのゲームをどこまで戦えるのか。
Show us how far you can take Lambda's completely ruthless game without anyone's help.
ではお目覚めなさい、後ろ宮バトラー。ようこそ10月5日の朝へ。
Now awaken, Ushinomiya Bachelor! Welcome to the morning of October 5th! Alright, bring it on! It is 7 o'clock a.m. The second day, October 5th, 1986. Morning of tragedy. Uh-oh. Higurashi vet, yes. Was it someone's alarm clock? A repetitive electronic beeping noise filled the room. Battler, who had gone to bed late and hadn't had anywhere near enough sleep yet, covered his head in his blanket and waited for someone to turn off the alarm. But no matter how much time passed, the beeping didn't stop. Lenda Delta is white burn dealt with 1,000 years. She isn't lying when it comes to ruthless. Yeah, I did know that much as far as Higurashi spoilers go, but damn. But no matter how much time passed, the beeping didn't stop. I see. The point of an alarm clock isn't just to be loud enough to wake you, but to be annoying enough to keep you from wanting to fall back asleep. Hey, guys, the alarm's going off. Make it stop, please. Why do we always sound so annoyed when first waking up? Well, it does make sense. After all, we're still sleepy and in a bad mood. However, there was absolutely no sign that my annoyed voice had caused anyone to turn over in their sleep, much less crawl out of bed to stop the alarm. Letting out a deep sigh, I flung the covers off me and got up. With the shutters down on the windows, there was almost no light getting in, and the room was as dim as it had been earlier. Though even if the shutters hadn't been down, there's no way the still weather would have let in enough sun to make this a pleasant morning. My cousins were still wrapped up in their beds, sound asleep, and taking no notice whatsoever of that beeping. Normally, once any one person gets up, the others tend to automatically follow. Unless they're already dead. Everybody got killed in their beds except for Battler. Annoyed that the law of consecutive summer camp awakenings that I'd come up with had just been broken, I drowsily searched for the source of the sound. I could hear it coming from a wristwatch set on a table. Judging by the style of the watch, it was probably George Aniki's. Taking a random guess, I pushed a small button on the side of it and the sound stopped. Apparently, it had been set for 7 in the morning. Is it already 7? Sorry, but I really don't feel like I slept at all. Playing cards had been left on the table as though they had stopped mid-game. Welcome to the morning of October 5th. It encapsulates so much. That's ominous. The game looked like 7s. Damn it, I've got a piercing headache. Oh no, just like Aunt Natsuhi. What the hell was all that last night? That mountain of gold and the subsequent argument between our parents, it all feels like a bad dream. So stupid. Breakfast normally starts at 8. Now isn't a bad time to start getting up and getting dressed. The adults probably won't argue in front of us cousins. In that case, I think I'll stay with my cousins all day long. No, you'll get sick that way, they're dead! I'm sure they'll be able to keep me away from all that annoying talk about the gold and being the successor and all. In fact, I should have done that in the first place. I slept with my clothes on last night too. Yeah, clearly. So I'm drenched in sweat. Gross. I guess I'll take a shower. I'm sure the others want to too. At this age, it's embarrassing to wake them by shaking their shoulders. If I turn the TV on, everyone will probably wake up. Well, let's at least turn the lights on for now. Oh my god, here it comes. In this dim light, with the quiet sound of the continuing wind and rain, it really doesn't feel like morning's come yet. I flipped the light switch, and then that dimly lit morning ended. I knew it. George! George!
あんまりやないか
This is just too much!
こんなマネがどうして許されるんや
How? How could anyone get away with something like this? Oh no, we never have heard both of George's parents mourning him before. As they clung to Aniki's corpse, knowing that he would never wake up again, Auntie Eva and Uncle Hideyoshi cried.
およしなさい
Please, let him go for now.
ジョージ君が
Let him go
そんな
now.
姿をお二人に見せたいと思いますか
Do you think George-kun would like the two of you to see him this way?
もうわけがない
Of course not.
姉貴、気持ちはわかるが、今は南條先生に任せるんだ。
Aneki, I know how you feel, but let's have Dr. Nanjo handle this. Oh god, that Eva face. How could you understand? George was killed! George!
南條先生の言う通りや
Dr. Nanjo's right.
ジョージのこんな舞台の姿をいつまでも見ていたらあかん
We mustn't keep looking at George like this.
ジョージのために
This is for his sake.
今は耐えるんや
We've got to hold back for now. When Auntie Eva tried even harder to cling to that corpse, Dad and Uncle Hideyoshi dragged her away and had a heated debate with her beside the wall. No! No! George! Dr. Nanjo! Help him! If he's lost too much blood, do a blood transfusion! George and I are the same blood type! I beg you! Dr. Nanjo!
エヴァさんお気の毒だが今のジョージ君に必要なのはあなたの血ではないのです
Eva-san, it pains me to say this, but what George-kun needs right now isn't your blood. Dr. Nanjo shook his head slightly, then nodded across to where I stood. I softly pulled the blanket up and covered George Aniki's body. I mean, I certainly feel bad for the parents. I'm feeling bad for the parents. His throat had been split wide open. Child wife George. No. Child wife Jerogue. The wound was probably larger and deeper than his mouth. Did it look like a clean and neat corpse now that his neck was at least covered? That's what we're gonna figure out, or that's what Fudo Erika's gonna figure out, I guess. Of course not. The large amount of blood that had spilled from the wound stained the bed a horrible dark red. Or no, actually at the very beginning of this chapter, when we first see Erika, she declares that Natsuhi is the murderer. So I guess we're gonna see what that means. I know, this is a cool version of the song, isn't it? I really love the kind of Baroque, classical lean that the episode 5 tracks so far have. I'm about it. And even covering him with the blanket couldn't hide the blood that had poured out. After all, there were large, dark red stains on the blanket, too. So that even once he was covered with it, the gruesomeness of the body was still being thrust in our faces. So I stripped the blankets off of my bed and placed one on top. But I only had 2 blankets. If I covered just one more body, I wouldn't be able to cover any more. Feeling pity for the ones I couldn't cover. For some reason, in spite of the situation, I muttered, "Don't complain about not getting the same as everyone else," inside my head.
キリエ、みんなに毛布をかけてやれ。
Kirie, hold their blankets over
風邪
them.
をひいちまう。
They'll catch cold. Sure. Kirie-san and I covered the other bodies with their blankets in the same way as George Aniki's. This is the one I've been looking forward to the most because I think this one had quite an impact on the fandom as far as what I've seen on memes and stuff. But I'm liking the vibes so far, so I am like very looking forward to how this goes. Kirie-san and I covered the other bodies with their blankets in the same way as George Aniki's, so that they wouldn't have to suffer the indignity of having their terrible wounds exposed like this anymore. In one bed rested Jessica. Jessica was exactly the same as George Aniki, though she appeared to be resting quietly in the bed. Did Umineko have to be that long? Most people say no, but I wonder. I think it could have gone without any time. Anytime Ryukishi's like, in other words, or to sum up, or in summary, I think those could have been cut out, but everything else I'm pretty sure has implications for something. No, the witches talking shit is what I was looking forward to the most. That's the fun part for me. Wait, saying in summary to sum up, that stuff's important? Or is it the witches talking shit is important? Because I'm down with the witches talking shit. To an extent. Strawberry shortcake is crucial. Though she appeared to be resting quietly in the bed, her throat had been sliced deep and the wound lay open in a brutal way. And Maria was the same. Not only Maria, there was one more victim. People seem to be split on this question, I've noticed. There was one more victim, lying on the same bed, sleeping alongside her. And all the repetitions you say that, but watching various streamers makes it clear how much people miss, including me. Interesting. I'll keep that in mind. Lying on the same bed and sleeping alongside her was Auntie Rosa. Oh, they're just killing her right here too. You never met anybody who thought Umineko wasn't bloated, just a question of how bloated? Rep seems to think not much needs to be cut. Was Auntie Rosa, George Aniki, Jessica, Maria, and Auntie Rosa. 4, not 6. In this room were 4 people who had been killed, their throats sliced open. They'd probably been like that since last night. And the squad of bunny girls will find out? Alright. Alright, they've probably been like that since last night. And I came back to the room completely ignorant, snuggled under the covers, and fell asleep right next to them. All of them had a horizontal cut across their throats. I had been forced to see the way, all the way into the depths of those gashes in everyone's throats. Oh my god, Rep! You like, oh, the scene where Ange disavows all the Stake sisters? That was like an entire episode of Umineko Thursday. It kind of was, yeah. I feel like some of the scenes, like even though I don't know, I feel like some of the stuff in 4 could have been trimmed a bit. I had been forced to see all the way into the depths of those gashes in everyone's throat. Those cuts might have even reached as far as halfway into their necks. If you tried to open one up, you'd probably be able to see that gash reached all the way to the bone, not to their spines. Imagine if somebody stopped in the summary bits and didn't play for X amount of time. A minor good refresh. Oh, I suppose. I suppose. If you tried to open one up, you'd probably be able to see that the gash reached all the way to the bone. The only wounds were the single gash on each neck. So if you just covered their necks with your hand, you might be able to persuade yourself that they were merely sleeping. But even so, this frighteningly deep wound was incredibly gruesome. There's no such thing as clean or dirty ways of killing. All methods of killing are equally brutal. But even so, this was incredibly brutal. And there was one more thing which adorned these brutal murders to make them even more unsettling. The fact that you fell asleep next to them and you were spared. Oh yes, of course. Okay, so they didn't neglect the magic circle drawn very large on the wall was something like an eerie magic circle. It was drawn in a bright red paint which looked like blood, making it look as though some disturbing ritual had taken place in this room, with the 4 of them offered as human sacrifices. However, none of us were paying it any attention. No one has a heart so cold that they could witness the depths of those close to them and still worry about some graffiti on the wall. Alright, time for the detective to show her stuff. Good morning, everyone. Hydrate, alright. Alright, water's finished. Next time I go get some water, it'll have to be a break. Oh, what a wonderful magic circle. The girl who bragged that she drew more pleasure from the process of exposing the truth than from the truth itself, and who went so far as to call herself an intellectual rapist, appeared in the hall. When she saw the extraordinarily creepy magic circle in this gruesome room, I heard what was unmistakably a sigh of admiration escape her lips. You don't come in here.
さっきから廊下で話を聞かせてもらっています。
I overheard the details from the corridor.
お亡くなりになられたのは
Erica, this is a Wendy's! Yes! I'm down with it. Erica, this is a Wendy's. Is it 4 people who have passed away?
心よりお悔やみを申し上げます。
Allow me to express my sincere condolences. On Erika's face. No, that's not it. It was in her eyes. In Erika's eyes, I could see a shameless smile that was hard to describe. She found this entertaining. She found the outbreak of a crime entertaining. It was like the smile of a kid waiting in the wings at a school play. Moments before she was due to come on stage.
すまねえな、エリカちゃん。
Sorry, Erika-chan.
取り込み中だ。
We're busy at the moment.
部屋で待っててくれるか。
Could you wait in your room?
そういうわけには参りません。
I'm afraid not.
現場検証は探偵の権利ですので。
It's the detective's right to investigate the scene.
お前に用はないと言ってんだぜ。
We said we don't want you here.
部外者はおとなしく引っ込んでろ。
You're not one of the family, so have the respect to back off.
現場検証を妨害する容疑者が犯人であるミステリーは三流。
It is a disappointing, third-rate mystery in which the suspect blocking access to the murder scene turns out to be the culprit.
というのが私の持論ですか？
At least, in my humble opinion.
お前の都合など知るか。
Who gives a damn about what you want?
出ていけ。
Get out!
お前なんかお呼びじゃね
No one needs you here!
エリカちゃん、ほんまにすまんが部屋に戻っててくれんか。
Erika-chan, I'm real sorry about this, but could you return to your room?
今は取り込み中なんや。
We're busy here. Rosa's dead.
どいてください。
Move out of the way, please.
現場検証できません。
I can't investigate the crime scene. Actually, I haven't checked the stuff yet. Alright, Jessica. Corpse discovered in the cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house. The direct cause of death is unknown, but her neck was sliced open by a sharp blade. The wound was deep enough that anyone could easily confirm her death with absolute certainty. George. The cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house. His neck was opened by his sharp blade. Absolute certainty. Direct cause of death is unknown. Neck sharp on his own blade. Absolute certainty. This is the first... Well, isn't this interesting? This is the first game where there's no frivolous comments or ee-hee-hee witch stuff or like wistful personal whatevers. It's just like an autopsy report and they're all exactly the same. So that's different. Already. Man! Move out of the way, please. I can't investigate the crime scene.
もしそれが必要なら俺たちがするし、警察がする。
If there's a need for that, we'll do it ourselves or leave it to the police.
お前にみんなの亡骸をさらに恥ずかしめる権利なんて
Like
あるわけがねえ。
Like hell, you have the right to defile their bodies even further.
探偵権限。
Detective's authority.
探偵はすべての現場を検証する権利を持つ。
detective has the right to investigate all crime scenes.
そこをどきなさい。後ろ宮バトラー。
Move out of the way, Ushinomiya Battler.
これは人間側に認められたゲームの正当な権利よ。
This is my legitimate right within the game as granted to the human side. Those words, which seem to be utterly ridiculous at first. I'm an adult, don't mess around, she knows what you're interested in. Welcome to the morning of October 5th. Yeah, man. Yeah, Erika did just fourth wall break-ish. If maybe 4.5 wall break? She didn't say she's in a video game, but she broke the wall that leads to Meta World. Those words, which seemed to be utterly ridiculous at first, were words of power that had come from a world much higher than theirs. Battler was thrown back by an unseen power and landed on his butt. Magic deniers, what are you gonna say about this? Struck silent by Erika's quiet intensity and bizarre, suffocating atmosphere, nobody was able to prevent her from entering the room. Hashtag sit down, Battler.
ご安心を。
Rest assured,
死者の尊厳を侵すことが目的ではありませんので。
my goal is not to profane the dignity of the
別
deceased.
に喉の切り口なんておぞましいもの覗きたくありませんし。
And I have no desire to peer into the ghastly gashes in their throats.
私が知りたいのはもっと
In a
別のこ
story
と
where
で
a
す。
character wants to prove this is a 100% non-magical story, the non-magic side employs magic. What
I wish to ascertain is something completely different.
つまりこの殺人を誰が行ったかです。
Namely, who committed these murders?
南條先生、それから皆さん、
Dr. Nansho and the rest of you.
特に第一発見者のバトラさん。
How could you possibly think Erika would want to profane the dignity of the deceased? Calling herself the stuff she calls herself doesn't really put my hopes up very high.
Namely, who committed these murders? Dr. Nansho and the rest of you, and particularly Battler-san, the first to discover the bodies.
いろいろとお尋ねしたいことがありますので、ご協力をお願いします。
I have a number of questions for you, so I hope you will oblige me.
だから何の権限があってだよ。
Are you listening? What gives you the right?
私が探偵だから。
Because I am the detective. Battler couldn't argue against this incomprehensible nonsense. No, he wasn't permitted to argue. It was a restriction placed on pieces. Erika summoned Dr. Nansho and got him to tell her in detail about his preliminary findings. Normally, he wouldn't have spoken of that to an outsider so casually. However, for some reason, the atmosphere about the place had begun making it feel as though nothing should be hidden from Erika.
さて、ラムダの第一の晩、楽しませてもらうかしら。
Okay, let's enjoy this first twilight of Lambdas.
死体は4
4 corpses?
つ、2つ足りないわ。
That's 2 corpses short.
まあ、6人殺す義務もないわけだけど、そういう遊びだしね。
Well, she doesn't necessarily have to see to it that 6 people are killed, but that's how we've been playing.
あの子、空気読める子だから、あと2人もどこかで殺してるに違いないわ。
That girl isn't completely clueless, so she must have killed 2 more people somewhere. There's a magic circle on the wall representing the first Twilight, similar to the ones in Beato's games. That girl talks big, but I wonder just how closely she can imitate Beato. Who the fuck is laughing? Who is this? Oh, is this? Oh, Burncastle's perspective. Okay. Your Hebrew sure is crappy, Lambda. Damn, drag her. You've got this part slightly wrong. Also, wasn't that for unlocking doors? I don't think there was a locked room problem. What the heck? Suddenly, Mammon. What's going on? Why is there a magic circle? Yeah, I was about to say, there doesn't seem to be a purpose for it. It's just there. I'll bet someone wanted to try imitating Beatrice-sama. What a crappy magic circle! Drag Lambda's ass, man! This isn't some funny imitation. Some human deliberately drew this to make it look like Beatrice-sama's own work. Anyway, let's report to Beatrice-sama about this. Even though we're already up to our eyeballs just protecting Goldsmith's secret, what a pain. These murders have no beauty to them at all. It isn't a locked room or anything, and there's nothing impossible about it. Sloppy murders like this aren't worthy of Beatrice-sama at all. Burudo Erika. An unexpected woman for an unexpected crime. And there's that unexpected man from 19 years ago. And if you add on the fact that Battler has already solved the epitaph, this game is completely different from normal. What the heck's going on? Let's go! Yes, One-sama. Nice timing with the music. Hey, Goda! Goda, you're the only one who can save us. In the kitchen, Goda was preparing a wonderful breakfast at a brisk pace. The main dish would be herb omelet. Even simple foods could become an invigorating feast under Goda's skillful hands. He was planning to complete all the other preparations for the meal here beforehand, and then cook their individual omelets fresh before their eyes in the dining hall, serving them up one by one. Moe Goda, let's go! Pum 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 pum. Goda hummed as he continued his preparations in high spirits. We need to hear his angelic tones again. Woo! Nice pipes. Goda hummed as he continued his preparations in high spirits. When Shannon, who was helping out, saw Goda like this, her mood also brightened, just like mine. She arranged the salad in a neat little pattern and showed it to Goda.
こんな感じでどうでしょう。
How's this?
トマトの感じがちょっと可愛くなったと思います。
I think the tomatoes look a bit cuter this way.
実に良いですよ。
Very nice.
シャノンさんもなかなか分かってまいりましたね。
You're really getting the hang of this, Shannon-san. You leave Goda be. The two happy people gave each other a high five. Oh yeah! Shannon didn't like Goda when he was sneaky, but she had no problems at all with him when he was cooking happily. Shannon knows what's up. She sometimes even thought it would have been nice if his contract hadn't included any jobs besides cooking. If that had been the case, he wouldn't have had to get in a bad mood doing unnecessary jobs.
食堂の準備ができましたよ。
The dining hall is ready.
いつでも運べますからね。
You can carry it in whenever you want.
もうじきですので、配膳車の準備をお願い
We're almost good to go.
します。
So please get the serving cart ready. Without thinking, even Kumasawa caught Goda's high spirits. The kitchen had a very nice smell and atmosphere about it, truly refreshing for so early in the morning. Then, Kanon came back in the usual bad mood he always had from the moment he woke up. Ah! There we go, Dan! Your hater representative has entered the room and brought the mood crashing down. Kanon and Genji were in charge of getting many things ready for the morning, such as opening the curtains. Haterism time! However, Kanon had been alone today, so it had taken much longer than usual.
終わったよ。
I'm done.
源氏様は
Where's Genji-sama?
まだいらっしゃらないの。
He still isn't here.
珍しいわね。
That's unusual for him, isn't it?
寝坊されるなんて。
I've never known him to sleep in. Oh, Genji's one of the dead people. Oops.
あの源氏さんでもお寝坊をね。
Alright, and who's the sixth person? Let's see. These four are accounted for. Genji's not. These four are accounted for. These three are accounted for. We have not seen Natsuhi and Kraus. But I'm pretty sure Kraus was alive. Wait. Natsuhi, did you kill your husband? Oh, I guess even Genji-san sleeps in sometimes.
親族会議の最中だというのに緊張感に欠けてますね。
That's rather careless of him, considering that this is the middle of the family
カノン
conference.
さん、起こしてきてあげてくれませんか？
Hanon-san, could you wake him up for us?
はい。
Yes.
寝ぼけまなこの源氏さんってどんな顔なのかし
I wonder what Genji-san's face looks like when he's half asleep. Kumasawa knows what's up.
ら。私もご一緒しますよ。
Oh, let me go with you. Even though Goda had asked her to get the serving cart ready, Kumasawa followed nimbly after Kanon, skillfully skipping work. Oh, that's a slick move. Let's go. As Kanon muttered about how Goda was the one who slept in all the time. Do note that Kinzo has always been a part of the murder count, so it could also be him, but he's already dead, and this is something we know. Oh, but you're right. Oh, I get what you're saying. Even though he's already dead, he's always been counted. Oh. True. I'll have to keep that in mind. As Kanon muttered about how Godo was the one who slept in all the time, he headed for the servants' sleeping quarters. Oh, that's a good point. I hadn't really absorbed that fact yet. The murder counts are all off. So you didn't wake him up this morning, Kanon-san? Last night, I fell asleep while still in the servant room, so I didn't return to the servants' quarters. Last night, Kanon had dozed off while in the middle of his late-night shift, falling asleep in the servant room. Shannon had been kind enough to put a blanket on him. Aww. But that had just made it so warm that he fell into an even deeper sleep. So he hadn't returned to his bed in the servants' quarters last night. Because of that, he hadn't met Genji even once this morning. He knocked on the door. Genji-sama, it's Kanon. Good morning. Oh my. I wonder if he's still sleeping. Excuse me. When Kanon was about to open the door, he noticed something strange on the upper part of it. What is that? Duct tape? Furudo. I see it. Frederica Berncastle. Furudo Frederica Berncastle. Why? What is that? Duct tape? A small strip of duct tape was stuck along the frame of the door, almost as though it was sealing the door shut. Furthermore, there were small slits made with scissors along the center of the duct tape. You're right, it is a little perforated. So that if you opened the door, even a slight amount, it would be torn in two. Also, written sloppily across the duct tape with a fine pen was what appeared to be someone's signature? It was written in a very elaborate and decorative manner, and if it was a signature, Kanon had no idea whose name was written. It says Furudo Frederica Berncastle. I wonder if it's some sort of prank. I don't know, but there's no point in worrying about it right now. Genji-sama, excuse me. He opened the door, ripping the duct tape. Nothing in particular happened when it was ripped, so the strange piece of duct tape was quickly forgotten. The room was dimly lit. The bunk bed's lower bunk still had a lump under the blanket. Apparently, Genji was still sleeping. Good morning, Genji-sama. This isn't like you. It's morning! Ah! Genji-sama!
何ですかこれは何ですかこれは
What is this? What is this? There was a large, dark red stain on the blanket. Though this was one of the servants' blankets, even those were always kept clean. There was no way they would have a stain like this. Kanon hesitantly peeled back Genji's blanket, saw what was left of him, and was shocked into silence. Yep, another body has been discovered. What the heck? His throat's been cut right across. It's a sharp cut. You couldn't cut through flesh like that without a blade of considerable length. What's going on? Battler solved the riddle of the epitaph, right? Why are murders happening? Hey, see, that was the specification. For Beatrice, huh? This is Beatrice's furniture. They're all freaking out that murders are still happening despite Battler solving the epitaph. That might be what Beato wanted. Just love, hashtag just love the epitaph. I see what you're doing there. The murders are supposed to stop if Battler solves the epitaph. Oh. Under normal circumstances. Hashtag just solve the epitaph. Oh, I thought you did that on purpose. You know, Miranda, like without love it cannot be seen. I don't know. In any event, this isn't good. Oh yeah, I know that's probably why that like this game's being run by someone else, but I'm taking their reactions to suggest that Beato probably would have stopped killing if Battler had solved the epitaph at any point during her own games. At least that's how I'm interpreting this. In any event, this isn't good. We should report about this to Beatrice-sama, Natsuhi-sama. Belfe, hurry and report to Lucine. Understood. After dashing out, Kumasawa called Goda and Shannon over. Then, this new pair let out screams identical to the first two. Hey, Goda! Gluttony. Don't stop making breakfast! Is now really the time to be saying that? There's no chance they'll be having a quiet and peaceful breakfast on the second day. I have a bad feeling about this. Genji might not be the only one. Let's check the entire mansion. Something else might have happened. Yes, One-sama. Natsuhi sprang awake at the sudden sound of the phone. To Natsuhi, the fact that she'd woken up was surprising in itself. She had thought she was going to spend the whole night unable to sleep out of fear that the mysterious man might come in at any moment. But at some point, she must have fallen asleep. Of course, she still didn't feel rested at all. As she groaned from the dull pain in her head, which hadn't gone away once since last night, she managed to get out of bed. Good morning, Natsuhi-sama. Good morning. It's a horrible morning. Girl, you have no idea. Don't worry, it's about to get worse. Don't worry, no one attempted to enter this room. I see. Thanks for keeping watch all night. Even so, that didn't mean that she had been able to sleep peacefully. The continued ringing of the phone made her headache throb even more strongly. I believe it would be wise to answer the phone. Also, I have some bad news to report from my sisters. Let's leave the bad news for later. I'll answer the phone first. Natsuhi shook her head to wake herself and picked up the receiver. Then she regretted not listening to Lucifer's bad news first, because she wanted the first thing she heard about on this horrible morning to be something better than this. Morning, Mother. Sleep well? That voice told her that this horrible morning, this nightmare, was still not over.
約束は守りました。
I kept my promise.
私はずっと部屋にこもっていました。
I've been holed up in this room the whole
も
time.
ちろん電話もしていません。
Of course, I haven't been on the phone either.
でもこの電話には出ちゃったよね。
But you did pick up this phone call, didn't you?
それは
Oh, well,
冗談だよ。
just kidding.
この電話は母さん思いの僕からのモーニングコールだ。
This is just a wake-up call I'm giving my beloved mother.
おはよう、母さん。
Morning, mother.
人はどれだけ苦労すれば。
How far do you intend to mock me? Natsuhi gripped the receiver so hard it creaked.
パーティーの準備のために母さんには席を外してほしかった。
I wanted you to leave your seat so that I could set up for the party.
準備は整ったよ。
Thanks to you behaving yourself, everything's ready now.
もちろん主賓は母さん。
Of course, you're the main guest, mother.
何を始めるつもりですか。
What are you planning to do?
これは今日の
That's for you to look forward to.
待たせないよ。
Don't worry, I won't keep you waiting.
もう始まってる。
It's already begun.
そうだ、ちょっと待って。
Oh, that's right. Wait a sec.
声を聞かせたい人がいる。
There's someone I want you to hear. Huh? There was the sound of the receiver being jolted around. The phone was apparently being passed to someone else, but there was a clunking, clattering noise, as though it was taking a lot of effort to hand the receiver over. Who in the world was he giving the phone to? From what Natsuhi knew of this man, no matter who he was giving the phone to, it couldn't be good news for her. Not Kraus!
これを解け。
Untie me!
卑怯者め。
You coward! Huh?
あなた。
Dear? Ooh, maybe they really are gonna choose Kinzo as the sixth person.
あなたなの。
I think it's kind of cute and moe that he's been kidnapped and is a damsel in distress. Huh? Dear, is that you?
解け。解け。
Ooh, untie me! Untie me! It was, without a doubt, the voice of her husband. However, he didn't respond to Natsuhi's voice. Perhaps he was bound somewhere in the darkness. Y'all. Kraus, not realizing that Natsuhi was on the other end of the phone, repeatedly demanded that he be
あな
untied.
たの夫はここにいる。
Your husband is
目
here.
も耳も塞いでるからね。話はできないけど。
His eyes and ears are covered, so he can't talk to you.
無事なのは分かってもらえたと思う。
So he can't talk, but I think you can tell that he's in perfect health.
何が目的ですか。
What are you after?
夫を解放して。
Let my husband go!
明日には解放するよ。
I'll let him go tomorrow.
立つ約束を守ってくれればね。
If you'll keep two promises, that is.
何ですか。
What are they?
一つは、あんたの夫を僕が預かっていることを。
Not her hearing the sound of waves again. One is that you keep it a secret that I'm taking care of your
屋敷で
husband.
はそのうち、クラウスの姿が見えないと騒ぎになるだろうけれど。
Sooner or later, the others in the mansion will probably raise a fuss that they're unable to find Kraus.
母さんは何も知らない。何も口出し。
But you know nothing, so you will say nothing.
わかるね。
Understand?
わかります。
Oh, I understand.
もう一つの条件は。
What's your other condition?
ちょっとしたゲーム。
It's just a little game.
今日の昼の1時になったら。
At 1 in the
屋
afternoon,
敷の1階の一番手前の客室に入り、クローゼットの中に隠れている。
You will go into the foremost guest room on the first floor of the mansion and hide in the closet. That's suspicious as shit. Lambda, what are you doing?
客室
A guest
ど
room?
うして私がクローゼットの中などに
Why should I go into a closet?
ちょっとしたかくれんぼだよ。
If he couldn't get Natsuki pregnant and instantly wanted to divorce her and run away. Oh, it's just a little game of hide and seek.
誰にも見つからずに、そこで1時間隠れていることができたら、母さんの勝ち。
If you can hide there for an hour without anyone finding you, you win.
もし誰かに見つかったら、母さんの負け。
If someone does find you, you lose.
負けたらどうだというのですか
And if I lose, what happens?
別に何もないよ。
Nothing in particular.
遊びってそういうもんでしょ。
Isn't that what playing is all about?
このかくれんぼに付き合ってくれたら、明日には夫を解放するよ。
If you play along with this hide and seek, I'll release your husband tomorrow.
その約束本当に守るんでしょうね
You are going to keep that promise. I hope.
もちろんだ。
Of course.
母さんこそ守ってよ。
Make sure you do too, mother. She hasn't even found out her daughter's dead yet.
約束を破れば、僕にすぐにわかる。
If you break our promise, I'll know right away. This is the start of Natsuhi's no good, very bad day. Just then, there was a sudden loud knock on the door to Natsuhi's room. Her heart leapt automatically. Madam, are you there? Good morning. It's Goda and Kanon. Madam, please wake up. The voices coming through the door were Kanon's and Goda's. The knock had been wild and the voices a little shrill. It seemed that something strange had happened and that they were agitated.
何
What is it?
どうした
Did something happen?
何でもありません
It's nothing.
使用人が来たようです
It looks like the servants have
切
arrived.
りますよ
I'm hanging up. Sure,
僕の言いたいことは全部伝えたから。
I've said everything I wanted to.
じゃあ、約束破らないでよ。
So, don't break our promise.
わかりました
I understand.
あなたこそ約束を破らないのですよ
And you don't break our promise either.
違うね
You've got it wrong.
母さんがそれを決めるんだよ
That's for you to decide.
僕に約束破らせないでね
Don't make me break my promise.
母さ
Mother.
今日一日母さんを見てるか
I'll be watching you all day, Mother. Clack! Lambda Delta slammed the receiver down on the antique phone. Then the phone exploded into bits and changed into a spray of gold, which became a group of gold butterflies and disappeared.
踊ってちょうだいね夏日
Dance for me, Natsuhi!
19年前の罪に怯えながらね
Dance in fear of your sin 19 years ago.
私のターンも順調よ
My turn's going pretty
そう
well.
ベルもどうぞ
Okay, your turn now, Burn. New song!
どうせ無駄なんだろうけど警察通報を通じて内外の通信可否を確認
I'm sure this is a waste of time, but confirm for me whether communication with the outside world is possible through calling the police.
外線は使用不能
The external line's unusable!
内線は使えるみたい
The internal line seems like it can be used, though.
台風で船も使用不能
Boats can't be used either because of the typhoon.
クローズドサークルの出来上がりかしら
I guess that completes the closed circle, huh?
おめでとう これでベルンが完全に探偵に昇格ね。
Congrats! You're now a full detective, Burn! Police intervention sometimes robs the detective of some of her authority. However, with the construction of the closed circle, the existence of police has been denied forever. From now on, the authority of the detective piece would be completely guaranteed.
はいはい、ありがとう。
Yes, yes. Thank you for your generosity.
それじゃあ早速ゲーム開していこうか。
Then I guess it's time to get this game started. Erika, you're the main character. Now, begin.
源氏さんまでかよ。
Even Genji-san?
5人も殺されたのか。
5 people have been killed?
はい。
Yes. It was so horrible.
ゲストハウスの4人と全く同じだった。
It was exactly the same as the 4 in the guest house. His throat was sliced open with a terribly sharp blade.
僕が深夜勤だったのに不審者に気づけないなんて。
I can't believe that even though I had the midnight shift, I didn't notice anyone suspicious.
自分を責めるんじゃね
Don't blame yourself.
犯人が鉢合わせだった命を落とした自分だったかもしれないんだぞ。
If you'd bumped into the killer, you might be the one dead right now.
その上電話も通じるときた。
On top of that, the phones aren't even connected.
この天気じゃ船も手に
I doubt any boats will come in this weather.
たで
We're really up the creek now.
ということは犯人はまだ私たちの身近にいる可能性が高い。
And that means it's very likely that the killer is still nearby. Ooh, Kirie versus Erika Detective Wars. Man, this song's going pretty hard.
なんですか。
Then what?
台風が過ぎて船が迎えに来るまで私たちは人殺しと一緒にいるというわけですか。
Does that mean we're trapped here with a murderer until the typhoon passes and the boat comes?
大丈夫ですかね。
It'll be alright.
こうしてみんなで一緒にいれば犯人だって手出しは
If we all stay together like this, even the killer won't be able to lay a finger on us.
しかもな
Even Jessica! I can't believe it!
私たちミスミス殺されはしないわよ。
We won't let ourselves be killed like the others.
ジョージの仇を撃ってやる。
I will have vengeance for George.
許さない。
I'll never let them get away with this. Never!
誰が犯人だろうと何が理由だろうと私は上司の仇を許さない。
No matter who did it or what their reason was, I swear I'll get revenge on whoever killed George.
殺してやる。
I'll kill them. I'll murder them.
はい皆さん泣き言は十分ですか。ご静粛に。
All right. Has everyone gotten the weeping out of their system? Let's have some order,
ク
please.
ラウスさんはまだお見えにならないのですか。
Has anyone seen Kraus-san yet?
さっきから電話をおかけしているのですが。
We've been calling him for a while, but he isn't answering.
が外れていると。
Could the receiver be off the hook?
呼び出し音がします。
No, we could hear it ringing.
聞こえていないはずはないのです。
He would certainly have heard it.
どういうこ
What does it mean?
とだ。まさかクラウスおじさん。
You don't think Uncle Kraus too?
やっ
I thought this would happen.
ぱりこんな時に不謹慎だ。ゲストハウスの4人にゲンジさんと5人。
I hate to say it at a time like this, but there were 4 in the guest house plus Genji to make 5.
もう一人いるだろうと予想はしてい
I figured there would be one more.
た。どうして
Why?
どうしてそんなことがわかるのよ。
How could you know
あ
that?
んたが犯人なの。
Are you the killer?
あんた
Did you kill George?
やめなさいエヴァさん。
Stop it,
今
Eva-san.
はそんなことをしとる場合では。
Now is not the time. Eva got agitated and grabbed at Kirie. Nanjo stepped in between them and it grew into a bit of a scuffle. Watching this, Erika smiled condescendingly and shrugged.
でしょうね。
But of course.
ゲストハウスの現場を拝見した時点で6人の犠牲が読めて当然です。
Anyone could have predicted 6 victims from the moment they witnessed the crime scene in the guest house.
4人しか死体がなかったので、あとの2人は誰だろうと思っていたくらいなので。
In fact, I've been wondering who the other 2 would be ever since I saw that there were only 4 corpses.
なんでそんなことがわかるのよ。
How could you know such a thing?
あんたが殺したの。
You killed them?
あんたがジョージを。
You killed George?
予算かエヴァ。
Quit it, Eva.
エリカちゃん、キリエさん。
Erika-chan,
なん
Kirie-san.
でそんなことがわかるんや。
How can you know that?
適当なことは言わんといてや。
Can't you think before you talk?
簡単な連想よ。
It's a simple connection to make.
ゲストハウスの犯行現場に書かれていた落書きは魔法陣。
The graffiti drawn at the scene of the crime in the guest house was a magic circle. What do you mean, Dan?
魔法と殺人から連想するものを考えただけ。
I just thought of things that are connected to both magic and murders. I see. The epitaph. I see. It's the first twilight.
どういうことですか？
Huh? Huh? What's going on?
私にもさっぱり。
Well, I don't have a clue either. Is that how it is?
魔女め。
That damn witch.
これはやっぱりベアトリーチェ様の仕業なの。
So this is really Beatrice Sama's doing? My doing? I mean Beatrice Sama's doing?
あんたたち何を勝手に分かった風なこと言ってるのよ。
Why do you all keep talking as if you know something?
私にはさっぱり分からないわよ。
I don't have a clue!
説明なさいよ誰か。
Someone explain!
だからエヴァ、少し落ち着くんや。
Eva, please calm down a bit.
そういうことです。
That's all there is to it. Right. That's all there is to it.
あの犯行現場の魔法陣を見た時点で
From the moment I saw the magic circle at that crime scene,
この殺人が自分の第一の番をなぞった味方殺人であり
I had a
犠牲者が
hypothesis
6人であることは想像できていました。
that this was a murder following the epitaph's first twilight, and that there would be 6 victims.
ただ魔法陣がそこに存在するだけで
All it takes is the presence of that magic circle. Do you think, it was very clear, you want Eva to kill Erika because you don't like her, and then Byrne won't have a piece to play the rest of her game with and end it in a stalemate. Oh! I thought you meant like the entire game. Gotcha. I thought you meant like the entire game, and I'm like, why? I thought you meant like or I guess with the timing I read that I was like, you mean about the 6 victims? They're drawing it from the epitaph, aren't they? That's not worth a stalemate. I don't know. But, so I just was like, huh? That's all. All it takes is the presence of that magic circle.
フルダエリカはこの程度の推理が可能です。
Stretch. Alright. Alright. I'm stretching. All it takes is the presence of that magic circle, and a deduction like this becomes trivial for Furudo Erika.
いかがでしょうか、皆様。
Your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? Then you're saying Uncle Kraus was killed as well?
そうだとも決めつけられません。
We can't be sure of that.
ここに来ないのはクラウスさんだけではありませんね。
Kraus-san isn't the only one not present here.
もう一人。
There's one more. For just an instant, Natsuki's brow furrowed. As she feared, she wouldn't be able to avoid the topic of the study. Yes, Kraus has been kidnapped and all tied up like a cartoon character. Unless Lambda Delta was faking his tied up voice. And so, Lambda Delta pretending to be the lost, the son, is, coercing Natsuki, like, be like, you better do and follow my instructions unless, you want Kraus to die. He's being used to coerce her. She's supposed to walk into a closet and hide there at 1 p.m. Like a specific closet. I guess to set up for some kind of murder. As she feared, she wouldn't be able to avoid the topic of the study. You don't mean Dad? Unless you want to inherit. I mean, if you want your beloved husband back. Hey, someone must have contacted the study, right? Natsuhi's headache is increasing. Natsuhi's headache is increasing. Natsuhi's headache is increasing. Of course, I placed a call and even knocked on the door. But, there was no response. The head is completely immersed in his own research. He sometimes leaves the receiver off the hook so that calls will not disturb him, and even ignores knocking at the door. But the line wasn't busy when I... In any case, our first priority must be to ensure that my husband is alive and well. Let's go to his bedroom at once. Natsuhi stood up in a flurry and dashed out into the corridor. Rudolph and the others immediately chased after her, telling her to wait. Come on now, everyone. You'd better follow her. In both third-rate mystery and splatter films, the people who act alone tend to die first. So, of course, that must also hold for this game. Beato truly is third-rate. Oh, but in third-rate disaster and action movies, it's the ones who act alone who survive, isn't it? Weird. Oh, well, there's that. Even though the epitaph has already been solved. Who's behind this farce? It might be the work of this man from 19 years ago, who is thought to be Lady Lambda Delta's piece. Oh, yes, that can't be true. Erika, you're gonna start a thriller story and shoot you in the face with a gun that I do not have. Damn, Dan! I know she is very like not respectful. Oh yes, that can't be true. Beato already stated in red in previous games That with
18
Kinzo's
人目が存在
disappearance.
しないと明言しているわ。
Yeah, I like Gup. That with Kinzo's disappearance, no more than 17 people exist and no 18th person exists. Yeah, but servants are furniture and don't count as human, Gup.
そして今回はそれにエリカが一人加わって19人目が存在しないと明言されている。
And now that Erika has been added, it's been stated that no 19th person exists. You don't think you've hated a character more in a long ass time? I'd really be interested in why. I mean, she's hateable. No, Erika supposedly just happened to drift onto shore, and she was like on a boat and fell off or something.
19年前の男とやらが島に入り込む余地なんてないわ。
There's no room for this man from 19 years ago to appear on the island.
ならば19年前の男は既存の人間の中の誰かが
No, she wasn't wearing the dress. She was wearing a swimsuit. The dress is actually one of Jessica's old, like, formal wear dresses that I'm sure she despised. Then the identity of the man from 19 years ago is either one of the existing humans or else.
赤で19人目が許されずともそこに19人目を紛れ込ませるなど
Even if a 19th person isn't permitted by the red, slipping in a 19th person
わらわな
there
らば魔女ならば造作もなくやってのけるがな
is no trouble for me, no trouble for
面
witches.
白くなってきたぞもうしばらく様子を見させてもらうとしよ
Now it's getting interesting. Why don't we watch how things unfold for a little
う
longer?
それにしてもラムダデルタ教にベルンカステル教
Still, that Lady Lambda Delta and Lady
いよ
Burncastle,
いよに我がゲーム版にて好き放題を始めよう
they finally started doing whatever they like with my game
分
board.
かっていてお招きになったのではありませんか
Didn't you know that would happen when you invited them?
退屈を嫌うわわらわも魔女なれば同じ
As a witch, I have the same dislike for boredom as they do.
この想定外さえも魔女なれば想定される喜びである
Even the unexpected brings a kind of joy a witch expects.
よかろう受けて立とうぞ
So be it. Bring it on.
受けて立つのは上等だけどまずい流れよ
It's great that you're so eager, but things have taken a nasty turn.
分かってる
You know that, right?
ですが
I concur.
様子見を気取る段階とはやや言い難いかと
I would hesitate to call this a good time to wait and see what happens next.
分かっておる
I know that.
このまま行けば金蔵の存在が再び蒸し返される
At this rate, Kinzo's existence will become a problem once again.
書斎の結界も長くは持たんわ
And the barrier around the study won't last long.
それだけじゃないわ
That's not all.
さらに厄介な展開になるわよ
Things are going to get even worse. Rowan! Hey! At least 5 people are dead!
いい
Imagine this.
行って
Move
行
1,
って
move 2,
3
move 3.
詰めて
Cornered.
夏日
Natsuki. Gop whispered something into Beato's ear. Beato's mouth slowly widened into a crooked smile.
エリカが全員を集めたのはむしろ我らに
It's not the same person. This is like a piece on the game board Beato. This is like a fake Beatrice or imaginary made up. That Erika has brought everyone together is actually convenient for
観
us.
測者の及ばぬ全ての闇は我ら悪魔の
Making up a guy to get mad at. Here's imagining her. I guess Lambda Delta and Burncastle. They like put her in there. I think she's technically supposed to be Battler's piece, but Battler has been absent for most of the game, and this is him watching a recap, so maybe they're probably Lambda Delta, I think, is probably piloting her or something. Or this is a banter that Lambda Delta made up is the best I can come up with. All darkness outside the range of observers belongs to us demons.
今を逃して打てぬ手かと
This may be the only time to make that move.
夏日はキング
No, she's playing against Burncastle. But she's also going to make fun of Beatrice at the same time by making her ineffectual. Natsuhi is the king.
動けぬ駒なれど取らせることは許されぬ
She can't move far, but we cannot allow her to be taken.
先手を取ろ
Let's make the first move.
うここで失すると夏日が詰められる
We slip up here, Natsuhi will be cornered.
が頼める
Gop, can I count on you?
もちろん
Of
ミ
course.
ストリックもアリバイもミステリーなんて私がまとめて風穴を開けてあげるわ
I'll blow a hole through locked room tricks, alibis, and mysteries alike.
任せて
Leave it
私
to
が始
me.
末する
I'll deal with it. The way she drops is funny. A pitch black hole opened up in the floor and swallowed up Gop along with the chair she sat in. Shoop! Then a hole opened in the ceiling and spat just the chair back out, dropping it back into its original spot. That's funny.
厄介なことになりました
Things are becoming troublesome.
なるほ
I see.
どなラムダデルタ教にかかってはわらわすらも駒に過ぎぬというわけか
So, against Lady Lambda Delta, even I am nothing more than a mere piece.
序盤は駒の損得より展開を急げという
They say that in the opening, you should worry more about development than the capture of pieces. 85 stream streak! Wow! Let's go! This is the number to beat, everyone! 85 stream streak! Let's go! Woo!
かなわぬなあの御人には
I'm just no match for that lady. Yeah! 85, yeah! You're not gonna beat that?
そうはさせぬぞ夏日はわらわの使える最後の主
I won't let her do that. Natsuhi is the final master I will serve.
このベアトリーチェと契約する限り決して取ることかなわぬ駒と知れ
Know that this is a piece you'll never be allowed to take as long as she has a contract with me!
クラウスの部屋は空っぽ
Krause's room was
ベッ
empty.
ドは空っぽだったけど
The bed was also empty.
それまでの5人の殺害現場と同じでおびただしい血痕が残されていたわ
But massive blood stains similar to the crime scenes where the other 5 were murdered remained there.
でも死体はない
But there was no corpse.
ないわね
No.
じゃあ死んでない
Then he isn't dead.
ないかもね
Maybe not.
どういうこと
What's going on?
兄さんはどこにいるのよ
Where is Nissan?
この血まみれのベッドじゃ
Judging by this blood-stained bed,
考えたくねえがゲストハウスと同様に首を切られて殺されたと考えるのが妥当だろうぜ
I don't like to think about it, but we should probably assume that he was killed And had his neck cut open just like the people in the guest house.
でしょうな。
Probably.
この出血量では無事を考えるのは難しい。
Judging by the amount of blood lost, it's hard to imagine that he's alright.
しかし
But
旦那様はどちらに？
where did Kraus-sama go? Large amounts of blood stained the bed, but there were no similar marks on the floor of the room. Whether Kraus had run to safety after being seriously wounded, or whether he'd been killed and carried somewhere, they had no clue where this somewhere was. Natsuhi knew. Though Kraus had been sounding far from his best over the phone, he at least hadn't sounded like he was on the brink of death. In other words, these bloodstains had to be a ruse. Taking them for a ruse cruise. They might not even be blood. Who's gonna take the sniff test? Nanjo? Just what is that man thinking? What is all this for? What the heck?
第一の番人どこにお生贄にっちゅうのか。
On the first Twilight sacrifice the six? Is that what this is?
クラウス兄さんには自分の部屋の扉を施錠する習慣はないの？
Was Kraus-Nissan not in the habit of locking his door?
私たちは今鍵を開けずに入った。
We just came in without unlocking it.
旦那様には施錠の習慣が。
He did have a habit of locking up.
当家では奥様のお言いつけにより
On Madame's orders,
公共の場所以外は施錠が義務付けられております。
all private spaces in this house are kept locked.
クラウスおじさんの部屋を開けられる鍵を
How many keys can unlock Uncle Kraus's room?
旦那様のお持ちの一本の他にマスターキーが。
In addition to the one key Kraus-sama held, there are the master keys.
ああ、鍵がどうこうなんてくだらない論争です。
Oh, don't bother with the lock and key nonsense. It's completely pointless.
ゲンジさんがすでに犠牲になっていることをお忘れですか？
Have you forgotten that Genji-san has already turned up dead?
彼のマスターキーは紛失しています。
His master key is missing.
ですから今やこの屋敷のすべての鍵は意味をなしません。
Which means that all of the locks in this mansion are now meaningless. Lambda Delta's like, fuck your locked rooms, Beato.
つまらないですね。
How dull.
つまりこの屋敷には密室殺人は今までもこれからも存在しないということです。
In short, there are no locked room murders inside this mansion, and there never will be.
やれやれ、
Good grief.
退屈なミステリーになりました。
What a bore of a mystery this is becoming. Erika laughed off this murder in disappointment, as though it was something she was watching on TV. I can't understand her. Why is her world so different from ours? It's almost like she's a being from another dimension. Was Jessica also like this? In a bed? Yes, that's right.
ジョージと同じ首を
Just like George, her throat was cut.
ジェシカに合わせて。
Jessica. Let me see Jessica.
私、ジェシカの顔さえ見てないんです。
I haven't even seen her face yet.
ジェシカ、ジェシカ。
待てや、ナジーさん。
Wait up, Natsuhi-san.
まだ犯人が近くに潜んでいるかもしれない。
The culprit might still be hiding nearby.
一人にさせるのは危険だ。
It would be dangerous to let her be alone. Natsuhi flew out of the room and dashed towards the guest house this time. It was only natural. After all, she still hadn't even seen Jessica's last face. Everyone probably thought that was the reason. Of course, that was at least half of what was on Natsuhi's mind. The other half was her desire to shift their attention away from the study. Strange crimes had occurred. The gold had been discovered. And some relatives had even recommended Battler to be the next head. Even in these twisted circumstances, she had to protect Kinzo's secret. Oh, my head. If it should split from this pain. Let it burst this very moment. Burst open like a balsam flower. Then I won't have to suffer any longer. So, everyone. For Natsuhi-san's sake. Impressive and disgusting at the same time. For Natsuhi-san's sake, let's return to the guest house for the time being. Not that seeing her daughter's face is going to advance the story in any way. Ah, I see. Oh yeah? Yeah? Do you even have a heart? A heart? What's that? Oh my god, her smug face? Seeing her daughter's dead face wouldn't bring Jessica back to life, nor would it heal Natsuhi's anguish. On the contrary, she would probably wail, wasting a considerable amount of time before being able to think properly again. The umbrage of Umineko. That probably sums up Erika's screwed up argument. Seeing her dead face won't advance the story. She's a edgy teen's first D&D character. We're calling Burncastle an edgy teen. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, you know what, Dan? This perfectly describes why I've seen Erika be so many people's profile pictures. Power statted to ruin the entire experience for everyone involved. Yeah. Yeah. That's about right. Man. Okay, that makes the whole thing kind of funny to me. Seeing her dead face won't advance the story. Oh, but that's where you're wrong! Banto's pieces have brought about an interesting change! Isn't it more interesting than having like a Mary Sue, Gary Stu protagonist? What in the... Natsuhi flew into the cousin's room on the upper floor of the guest house and was struck dumb by the blood-stained beds and the eerie magic circle, which looked like it might have been drawn with the victim's blood. Where's Jessica? Where's Jessica? Jessica! In that bed. Bed? Where? Huh? George? Where is he? Wait a second. What the hell is going on in here? One destroy the story's credibility, and the other adds that extra cringe into the mix. Singe. Or cringe into this. I suppose. Wait a second. What the hell is going on here? This room was locked tight when we left. We can now be certain that the culprit has a master key. Once again, my reasoning was correct. Who cares about that? Where did they go? Where did all their bodies go? Nice trick. This is being presented to us as the POV of people whose D&D campaign is getting ruined. Yeah, so it's fitting. But I understand that's the... but you're only explaining, like, why you dislike the character. Nice trick.
See, look, it's magic! That Goblins with Banto hit the corpses somewhere with magic!
All of us moved together. You're trying to say that this gives everyone an alibi?
Your reasoning goes like this, right? The four of them weren't actually dead, they were just playing dead. Then, when no one else was around, they hid somewhere.
Adding the constant, oh, look at me being the cool, smart Erika the smart does not help endear you to anyone. That's funny.
Then, no one else was around. They hid somewhere. Am I right?
You don't intend to declare any of their deaths in red now, do you?
Of course I won't. I'm like that dolt, Beato. I don't give red out for free.
In that case, I'll gladly use the blue truth. Blue just like Bird Castle. I can think of any number of ways to work around something of this level.
Sure, go ahead. Blue truth time.
You know what? The red truth and blue truth does sound like it would be pretty fun as a mechanic in like a tabletop roleplay. Like the game master is the only one who can like give out the red truth, or if you attempt it, the game master would tell you if it's valid or invalid. And like the blue truth could be challenges directly to the DM. That kind of sounds fun. Here's the first one I can think of. The victims aren't actually dead. They pretended to be dead and secretly hid themselves somewhere. After all, you haven't declared anyone's death with the red truth. Even if I showed you their gaping wounds, you've still got to try that one if it wasn't in red, right? That's like the basics of the basics. But don't get your hopes up. I'm not giving you a freebie red truth. Because all I need to do is refute one teensy little part of that theory at the end of the game at the midnight on October 5th. Ah, the witch side has such a big advantage. If that stupid battler was my opponent, he'd be done after that blue truth, but you aren't like that, right, Burn? Of course. Anyone could have thought of that ridiculous move. I have more. Second one. Kraus carried the bodies off and hid them. You're making it look like you kidnapped Kraus and locked him up somewhere, but he might actually be free. Kraus has no alibi.
クラウスが彼らの死体を隠したの。
Kraus hid their corpses.
ああ、そうよね。
Right, of course you'd say that.
半角真実でクラウスの監禁を宣言したわけじゃないのにね。
It's not like I declared with the red truth that Kraus was being confined.
言うもんね。敵を騙すには味方から。
They do say you've got to trick your friends before you can trick your
ナッ
enemies.
ツに自分が囚われてるように嘘をついたっと。
So you're saying he lied to Natsuhi, making it seem like he'd been captured.
他には
Any others?
3つ目、
Third one.
そもそも死体が別人。
The corpses. Oh. The corpses were different people in the first place.
犠牲者そっくりの身代わり死体よ。
They were substitute corpses made to look like the victims.
ジョージたちは最初から隠れていて、その後に身代わり死体を片付けた。
George and the others were hiding from the beginning and later cleared away the substitute corpses.
死体は最初から死んでるから、島の人数にはカウントされない。
The corpses were dead from the very beginning, so they don't count towards the number of people on the island. Oh, interesting.
何それ超イカす。
What is that? That's
つま
hilarious!
りあれだけの人間が寄ってたかって死に顔を見て全員が全員身代わりの死体を見抜けなかったと。
So all those people gathered around and looked at their dead faces and not a single one of them realized that they were fakes?
赤き真実をあんたが行使しない以上、全員が全員遺体の身元確認を誤認した可能性だってあるよ。
Since you haven't used the red truth, there's a possibility that everyone misidentified all of the bodies.
あんたに誰も人物を誤認しない手復唱要求に応える気があるなら直ちに引っ込めるけど。
Of course, if you feel like responding to a repetition request for no one would misidentify a person, I'll withdraw that claim immediately.
嫌ですよーだ。そんな挑発には乗らないわよ。
How about no? You can't bait me like
赤
that.
き真実はね、もったいぶるから効果的なのよ。
The red truth is only useful if I make you wait for it, you know?
たくさんの青き真実の中からたった一つだけを選ぶ。赤で叩き切る。
I'll pick a single blue truth from all the ones you give me throughout this game and I'll smash it with the red.
そしてその他すべての青き真実はそれが正しかったのかどうかも明かされないまま闇に葬られて消える。
Then the rest of the blue truths will be swallowed up by the darkness before you can even find out whether they were right or wrong.
その闇こそ魔女の世界。
That darkness is the world of witches.
あんたに与えられる真実なんて何も存在しない。
You won't be given any truth at all. Burn, I know you're just playing the game, but bullshit like this is just as stupid as any of Balor's theories when you say yeah, 6 people individually misidentified floor of their closest friends. Get her ass. But at least she's self-aware. Like I think she's playing with her friend and she's like, well, if you're just gonna be a little bitch and not give me the red truth, I'm gonna start throwing stuff like this at you. Because if you don't give me the red truth, you're valid. You're like saying this bullshit is valid.
この子、バカそうなふりしてなかなかだわ。
This girl acts like she's stupid, but she's not bad at all.
決して挑発に乗りやしない。
She'll never rise to provocation.
魔女の闇ってもんが何か、本当のゲームマスターのベアトよりよっぽど理解してるじゃない。
Looks like she understands the thing called the darkness of witches even better than the true game master, Beato.
そしてどうやらガープもそれをよく理解してるみたい。
Tiny bombs or unidentified trap X are way more reasonable. Ah, yeah. But see, at least Battler's trying earnestly there. I think she was far from earnest just now. And apparently, Gop has a good understanding of it as
こ
well.
の死体消失の一手
That move of hiding the corpses.
ラムダとベアとの双方にとってなかなか有効だわ。
It worked out pretty well for both Lambda and Beato.
とりあえず私も死体消失について思いつく仮説を3つほど挙げてみた。
In any event, I've thought up a full 3 theories about the disappearing
1
corpses.
つの謎に対し3つの青き鎖。
3 blue wedges for a single riddle.
だから3つのうち1つを否定すればいいわけじゃない。
That doesn't mean she can just refute any one of those
3つ
3.
のくさびを全て抜かない限りこの謎は貫かれている。
Unless she pulls out all 3 wedges, this riddle has been defeated.
それが魔女狩りの鉄則。
That's the ironclad rule of witch hunting.
くさびは1本じゃ全然足りない。
A single wedge isn't nearly enough.
くさび1本で死んでくれるのは吸血鬼程度。
Only vampires die from a single stake.
魔女に比べりゃ吸血鬼なんて貧弱なもん。
Compared to witches, vampires are weak.
本物の魔女はくさびでめった刺しにしなきゃ死なないのよ。
True witches won't die unless you stab them all over with stakes, you know?
殺し屋だってそうでしょ。
Think about assassins. They do the same, don't they?
殺し屋が綺麗に一発の弾丸だけで相手を殺すなんて日本の漫画の中だけよ。
Assassins only kill their targets with a single perfect shot in Japanese manga.
本当の殺し屋なら弾倉が空になるまで全弾ぶち込むわ。
Real assassins will empty out an entire clip of bullets.
あんただってそうするでしょ。
That's what you'd do too, isn't it?
無論私もよ。
So would I, of course.
でもこんなのこの子のことだから赤一つで一刀両断にしてくるでしょうね。
But my blue truths were nothing special, so knowing her, she'll probably slice all of them in two with a single swipe of the red.
彼らの死亡宣言とクラウスの無実。
Confirmation of their deaths and Krauss's innocence.
この辺をちょいちょいって赤で語るだけで私のくさびは3本とも抜けてしまう。
By simply firing off those couple of reds, she can remove all 3 of my wedges.
まあそれでいいんだけどね。
Well, that's okay.
赤き真実が出てきたらそれに合わせて再び青きくさびでめった刺しにしてやるだけのこと。
When the red truth does come out, I'll just need to follow along with it and stab her full of blue wedges again.
それが魔女のゲームの進め方。
This is how a witch's game is played.
ああ楽しい。
Oh, it's so much fun.
バトラのまどろっこしい戦いにずっとイライラしてきたから本当に楽しい。
Especially since Battler's sluggish fighting has been driving me mad for so long.
ええ、わかってるよ、ラムダ。
Yes, I understand, Lambda.
こんなの第一の番の最初の最初。
This was merely the very start of the beginning of the first Twilight.
前哨戦でしょ。
It was just a skirmish, right?
そうでなくっちゃ。
Wouldn't have it any other way.
あんたをボロボロに負けさせて悔し泣きさせて床を這いつくばらせてかきむしらせて。
Because when I crush you ragged, make you cry out in frustration as you crawl and scratch at the
そ
floor.
の可愛らしい髪の毛を掴んで床になすりつけながら笑い転げる楽しみが薄れちゃうもの。
Grab that cute hair of yours and drag you along the ground as I roll around laughing this way will make it all the more enjoyable. Woo! They're scary. Alright. Stella really needs to get fed, but I'll leave you with some kind of music. The servants' quarters in the mansion had once again gone silent. There lay Genji's body, which had been completely covered completely with a blanket. In the ceiling of this cramped room, a pitch-black hole appeared. Captivating legs sprouted out and Gop floated downwards.
ごめんねゲンジ
Sorry, Genji.
そこでゆっくり永眠してたいだろうけどそういうわけにはいかないの
You probably want to enjoy your eternal sleep there, but that's not going to work.
後ろ宮家の最後の天守夏日に死してなお奉公
Disappear from this place, so that even after death, you can continue to serve Natsuhi, the final head of the Ushinomiya family. Gop stripped off the blanket as she said this to Genji, who was sleeping peacefully. Then she stared at the deep wound in his neck.
見事な切り口じゃない
That's a nice cut. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna feed Stella. I have returned. Welcome back to Lambda Delta and Burncastle's toxic D&D campaign. That's a nice cut.
まさに一刀で切ったのね。
It must have been made with a single slice.
こんな真似ができるやつが権限しているの。
Has someone capable of this manifested now?
いやね。
This isn't so great.
これが可能な心当たりのあるやつに
I can't think of anyone who isn't bad news.
ろくなやつがいないわ。
It goes without saying, but witches are capable of summoning beings with a strength proportional to their own rank. The great Lady Lambda Delta called that being here as a trump card 19th person. Even optimistically speaking, this is on par with Ronave and me. A pitch black hole opened in the bed, and Genji disappeared as though the bed had swallowed him up. Just like the four in the guest house, Genji's corpse was hidden in some unknown place. It was a place that no one could find, located neither in this world or the next, neither within this world nor the next. No longer would anyone be able to find their bodies. No longer would anyone be able to confirm their deaths. Genji's body was carried out to that place of endless silence where it would never be disturbed.
死体がなければ行方不明。
Without a corpse, he will be treated as
行
missing.
方不明扱いとは犯人と疑われ、同時に犠牲者とも疑われる。
Be treated as missing is
ま
to
さに
be
猫箱の中身そのもの。
to be treated as missing is to be treated as both culprit and victim, truly like the inside of a cat box. No, I just cleaned mine earlier. It was... I don't think it was quite like that.
開かれることの決してない猫箱の中の暗闇こそ、我ら悪魔と魔女の住処。
Darkness within cat boxes that will never be opened is the haunt of witches and demons like us. Okay, that one I can kind of agree
言っ
with.
て遅かったわね、名探偵さん。
You're one move too late, Miss Great Detective. Gop licked her lips and swallowed.
どうしてガープ様は死体を隠して回るのかしら。
I wonder why Gop-sama is going around hiding corpses.
知らない。
No
で
idea.
もガープ様ってなんかかっこいいよね。
But Gop-sama is pretty
なんていう
cool.
のか惚れるわ。
She's just so awesome.
バカ言ってんじゃないわよ。見張りはどうしたの？
Stop talking nonsense. What happened to standing guard?
人間たちがゲストハウスから戻ってくるわよ。
The humans are returning from the guest
ガー
house.
プ様。
Gop-sama.
ええ、退散するわよ。
Yes, let's disperse.
これでなんとか夏日の逃げ道を作れたはず。
This should be enough to give Natsuhi a way out. Gop jumped into a pitch black hole which had opened near her feet. Mamon shouted, "I'm going in too!" and jumped in. Followed by Asmo, who said, "Me too," and hopped in, giggling. As Satan hesitated over what to do, the hole closed.
煉獄の七姉妹ともあろうものが子供みたい。
And you call yourselves members of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory. How childish.
バカみたい。
So stupid. Satan went bright red and got angry all by herself, then turned into gold butterflies and disappeared.
Garp が5人の死体を無事に移動させたようで
It
す。
seems that Gop has succeeded in moving the 5 corpses.
ご苦労であっ
Well done.
た。しかし次が厄介であるぞ。
However, the next part will be the tricky one.
源氏の死体の消失に 多少は驚くでしょうが、
They will probably be somewhat surprised at the disappearance of Genji's
彼らの
corpse.
次の関心は再び金蔵の書斎に向くでしょう。
But their interest will most likely swing back to Kinzo's study after that.
書斎の鍵は2
There are 2 keys in the
本。
study.
夏日が全て所持していて幸運であったな。
It's fortunate that Natsuhi is in possession of both.
もし源氏に1本を預けたままであったなら、それは今頃ラムダデルタ教の手に落ちていたであろう。
If she had left one with Genji, it would have probably fallen into Lady Lambda Delta's hands by now.
どうやらラムダデルタ教は金蔵の死を隠すつもりはさらさらないようですな。
It seems that Lady Lambda Delta has no intention of hiding Kinzo's death.
お嬢様が築き上げてきた堀も塔も城壁も全て見捨てて戦われるつもりのようだ。
Apparently, she has plans to fight while ignoring the moat towers and ramparts that you have created.
おかしな三角対決になったものよ。
This has become a strange triangular confrontation.
我らはそれぞれが敵であり、時に意図せずして連携しておる。
We are all each other's enemies, but we sometimes join forces unintentionally.
三つどもえが2対1になったかと思えば、逆に1対2にもなる。
It is a 3-way fight, yet the next moment it's 1 against 2, and then suddenly 2 against 1.
ほらあれだ。
I know what this is like.
中国のバトルロイヤル。
The Chinese Battle Royale.
三国志とやらに似てるとは思わんか？
Don't you think it's like that Records of the Three Kingdoms thing?
天下三分の計ですな。
Oh, the Longzhong plan.
お嬢様にしては随分と高尚な例えですよ。
That's quite a sophisticated analogy to hear coming from you.
三国志って3つ国があったではないか。
There were 3 empires in the Records of the Three Kingdoms, weren't there?
義と呉と蜀だったか？
Wei, Wu, and Shu, right?
まるでわらわたちであるな。
That sounds just like us.
はて、最後に勝ったのはどの国であったの？
So, which empire won out in the end?
最後に統一したのは秦です。
The power that gained control in the end was the Jin dynasty.
お嬢様のおっしゃられる三国は全て滅びました。
The 3 empires you mentioned were all destroyed.
ほう、
Oh,
これは知らなかった。
I didn't know that.
てっきり三国のどれかが勝者になったとばか
I thought one of the 3 empires won.
り。義が圧倒的に優勢だったのではないか？
Did the Wei not have an overwhelming advantage?
帝位を腹心に奪われ、国を乗っ取られて滅びました。
They had the position of emperor stolen from them, and their empire was subjugated and destroyed. The Sima clan, a noble family that Cao Cao invited in as advisors, eventually gained central control in a power struggle and took over the country.
参謀として招き乗っ取られるか。
So they were invited in as advisors, and they seized control. Oh, that's exactly like Lambda Delta and Burn Castle, invited in as advisors and they seized control. Very interesting.
ラムダデルタ教め。
That Lady Lambda Delta.
失礼いたします。
Excuse me.
人間たちは使用人控え室にて源氏の死体消失を確認。
The humans have confirmed the disappearance of Genji's corpse in the servants' quarters.
ゴールドスミス教の書斎に移動を開始しました。
They have started moving towards Lord Goldsmith's study.
リーチェ、来るわよ。
Riche, they're coming.
来るがいい。
Let them come.
人間どもに絶対と奇跡の魔女ども。
The humans and the witches of certainty and miracles. If this is a three-way fight, then the three sides are the humans, the witches, and what are we? The object of our protection is Kinzo's illusion.
我らは幻か。
We must be the illusions then. Yup! They figured it out. Well, go to the ball game. It is a bit past 8.
お父様、
Say what?
夏日です。
10 wedges to pierce witches. Because we're the same person? Maybe. Father, it's Natsuhi.
おはようございます。
Good morning.
そんなので起きるわけないでしょ。
There's no way he'll wake up if you do it like that.
お父様、エヴァです。
Father, it's Eva.
起きてください。
Please wake up.
大変です。
It's an emergency. Eva pushed Natsuhi aside and knocked repeatedly with all her strength.
お静かに。
Quiet down.
想像しいにも程があります。
Don't make such a racket.
今はそんなこと言ってる場合じゃないでしょ。
Same. I like her when she gets mad. Do you really think now is the time to be saying something like that?
電話にも出ず、ノックしても音沙汰はなしですか。
So he isn't picking up the phone, and he isn't responding to knocking either.
参りましたね。
What a quandary.
機嫌をまた損ねられているのかもしれませんが、
He might be in a foul mood
金
again.
蔵さんは時にほんのわずかの変化であってもそれに吉凶を感じ、
Kinzo-san sometimes detects omens in the slightest of changes.
本人以外には預かり知れぬ理由で機
Yes,
嫌を損ね
that's
たり
true.
します。
That's right. He would have taken an axe at that door to the point, you swear to God. I don't know if that would work. And gets into a bad mood for reasons only apparent to him.
そうですわね。
Yes, it's true.
こういうのは何も今日だけに限ったことじゃありません。
This isn't something that started today.
じいさまってそこまで書斎に閉じこもってんのか。
Does grandfather really shut himself away in his study that hard?
はい。
Yes.
1ヶ月以上も書斎を出られないことも珍しくはありませんので。
It's not uncommon for him to stay in his study for over a month at a time.
ここだけの話、勤めている私でさえ
Privately speaking, even though I work here,
親方様がいらっしゃられることを忘れることがあります。
I sometimes forget that the master even lives here.
ゴーダ、使用人にあるまじき発言ですよ。
Goda? That is not the sort of statement I expect to hear from a servant.
失礼しました奥様。誠に失礼しました。
My apologies, madam. I'm truly sorry. How's it going? I'm doing great today. And I am looking forward to the two little witches playing D&D. I'm truly sorry.
とにかく連絡が取れるのはまずいんとちゃうか。
Anyway, isn't it bad if we can't get in touch with him?
下手したらお父さん、事件が起こってることさえ知らんのやで。
I mean, father might not even know if there's crimes going on, right?
さあ、どうでしょう。
I'm not sure. Keenly noticing that people were starting to doubt Kinzo's existence, Kanun mumbled his words.
最後にお父様に会ったのは誰？
Who was the last person to see father? And when?
私です。
It was me.
昨夜、
Last
バトラ
night.
君が黄金を見つけたと騒ぎになる直前まで、
Up until moments before all the fuss of Battler-kun finding the
お父
gold.
様の書斎で一日の報告をしておりました。
I was reporting the day's events to him in the study.
昨夜の23時頃ですね。
So around 11 o'clock last night.
やむを得ね
No way around
え。
it.
ここを開こう。
Let's open it up.
なんですって？
What did you say?
ここは当主様の大切な書斎であり研究室です。
This is the family head's precious study and research
許可
room.
なく犯すなど誰にも許されませんよ。
Natsuhi, this is not the way to go around it about this girl. I'm so sorry. No one is permitted to intrude without his permission. No one.
ここにいる最高序列者は誰？
Who here holds the highest rank?
私よ。
Me, remember?
後ろ宮家序列第3位のこの私。
I am the third in rank of the Ushinomiya family.
もし開けてお父様にお叱りを受けるなら、それもまた最高序列者の役割よ。
And if someone must be scolded by father for opening this door, that will be my responsibility as the highest ranked as
緊
well.
急事態につき、ここを開けるわ。
As this is an emergency, I am opening this
鍵あ
door.
るんでしょ？開けなさい。
You have a key, right? Open it.
ご存知とは思いますが、書斎の扉はマスターキーでは開きません。
I believe you know this, but the study door cannot be opened with the master keys.
最近は源氏様からも鍵をお取り上げになられ、
The master recently took away Genji-sama's key as well.
2本の鍵は全て親方様がご自身でお持ちになっておられました。
He has both keys on his person now.
ですので
That's not true. So,
この扉を開ける2本の鍵が全て書斎の内側にあるってわけか。
So both of the keys that can open this door are inside the study. So this is an example they're showing us of things that are straight up lies being said. Like, we know that's a lie. We know Natsuhi has both keys. And yet Shanon's like, oh, both the keys are in there. So I think that's an example of how we can go back and think at previous games. Yeah, she does. Of how we can go back and look at previous murders and be like, oh, people could be straight up lying.
密室。
A locked room. Good. Good.
やっと少し面白くなりました。
Things are finally starting to get a little interesting.
これで書斎の中で金蔵さんが
If inside that room,
ベッドで首を
Oh my
切ら
god,
れ
that
て死んで
emote.
いたら、なかなか面白いですね。
if inside that room, Kinzo-san is lying on the bed with his throat cut, that would be pretty neat.
不謹慎が過ぎますよ、エリカさん。
That is incredibly inappropriate, Erika-san.
とにかくお分かりの通り、この扉はお父様が持つ鍵でしか開きません。
It's literally a name you don't say. Anyway, as you know, this door can only be opened by the keys that father has.
つまり外からお父様に接触することは殺人犯であっても不可能というこ
That means it's impossible for anyone,
とです。
even a murderer, to so much as touch father from outside the room.
当主様が無事であるのは間違いありません。
So I'm certain that the head is perfectly fine.
だからってお父様の安否を確かめなくていいって論法にはならないでしょ。
That doesn't make it okay not to make sure he's safe, does it?
あなた尊敬するお父様の無事をそんなに確かめたくないの？
Is it really that important to you not to confirm the safety of the father you respect so much?
そういうわけでは。
That isn't what I... The atmosphere, which had been so agitated a second ago, suddenly went cold, and an eerie feeling filled the room as everyone stared at Natsuhi. Natsuhi, you gotta learn how to act. As in, like, acting. They could understand why Natsuhi would protect the study under normal circumstances. It was understood that she probably didn't want to disturb the research of Kinzo, whom she respected, and she was therefore trying to keep the unpleasant relatives away. However, this was an emergency. People had been murdered. Natsuhi's persistence in keeping things quiet for Kinzo, even in a situation like this, was hard to understand from a rational perspective.
今この島で起こっている殺人事件はおそらく碑文をなぞる見立て殺人になると思われます。
Erika, you idiot, you already know the study has an auto lock, so it's not even a locked room. The evidence suggests that the crimes occurring on this island are most likely a series of murders following the epitaph.
事件は続くものと考えるのが妥当でしょう。
It's probably reasonable to assume that the crimes will continue. You're clearly power gaming, you know this already.
あの碑文を見立て殺人だとして見直すなら、さらに事件は続く。
If we reinterpret the epitaph as outlining the series of murders,
13人の命が奪われる計算になります。
that means the crimes will continue further, resulting in a total of 13 lives being taken.
13人という犠牲者がどれほどの人数かご存知ですか？
Do you have any concept of how many victims that would be?
おいおい
Wait a sec.
この島に何人いると思ってんだ
How many people do you think there are on this
その
island?
ほとんどってことじゃねえか
That'd be almost everyone.
のんの違います。
No, you have it all wrong.
私の知る限りミステリー誌で最も死者が出る連続殺人は
To my knowledge, the serial murder resulting in the most deaths in mystery novel history. Oh, are they finally gonna name drop and then there were none?
犯人も含めて全員が死亡したイギリスの某作品の10人です。
Was 10 people in a well-known work from England in which everyone, including the culprit,
日本
died.
ミステリー界では先生術師が探偵役を務めたあの作品かと。
As far as Japanese mysteries go, it's probably that famous novel in which an astrologer served as the detective. That sounds familiar.
まあこっちは10人未満ですが
Though there were less than 10 deaths in that one.
知ってました？
Do you realize?
このまま13人死ぬと世界ミステリー史で最悪の快挙、最高の名誉。
If this continues and 13 people die, it will lead to the most prestigious and gruesomely spectacular accomplishment in the annals of mystery writing.
13人連続殺人事件が完成するんですよ。
The completion of a 13-person serial murder case.
それどころかもしこの島の全員を殺してしまったら
And if everyone on this island is killed,
なんと世界最高の連続殺人ミステリーと日本最高の連続殺人ミステリーを足したよりも多い
why, that could give it an even greater number of deaths than the world record for serial murder mysteries and Japan's record added together.
歴史的快挙の連続殺人ミステリーが起こってしまうことになるかも
Making it a historical achievement in the world of serial murder mysteries.
ねえ知ってました皆様方
Well, did you know that, ladies and gentlemen?
この事件の犯人
I know, she is so off her rocker. The culprit of this crime.
全世界全歴史のミステリーを塗り替えかねないとんでもない挑戦をしてるんですよ
Is undertaking an incredible challenge, one that stands to rewrite the record books of mysteries throughout the world and throughout history.
もちろんそんなの皆様方はとっくに気づいてましたよね
But I'm sure all of you were well aware of that, weren't you?
推理好きならミステリーの女王の作品は必読
Any mystery lover worth her salt will have read the works of the Queen of Crime. Agatha Christie could never.
日本人なら新本格ミステリーくらいは読破してて当然ですから
And it goes without saying that any Japanese reader has covered the works of the Shin Honkaku genre of mysteries. I gotta look those up. Is that Edogawa Rampo or what?
皆さん本当に読書足りてます
Rampo. Are you sure you've been reading enough, everyone? Erika really go and read a fucking book. Erika, there is no way the world record for most murders in a single mystery is in the low double digits. That's the thing, Dan. She only reads books. Also, I guess as of 1986, technically, I suppose. That's no good. Oh. Looks like you haven't read enough yourself. All right, Battler, school her on this. Real life serial murders of victims going as high as triple digits. I agree, Dan. I was thinking about that. But she's saying mysteries, not real life crimes. But this is, to her, it should be a real life crime. But it's not, because she's a character in a D&D game. She's totally not taking this with the right amount of weight. Looks like you haven't read enough yourself. Did I say something wrong? Erika, who had been chatting away happily all by herself up until a second ago, changed her expression into a displeased glare in an instant. About Japanese mysteries. Oh god, I gotta look these up. Prior to Shin Honkaku, a writer of the Shin Gesaku school wrote a different work that also qualifies. Battler has been, like, apparently he likes mystery novels too. He is a dweeb. But there's been a whole bunch of instances in earlier episodes where he's like, ooh, like this, or that he read in a mystery novel once. So he's also into detective novels. That face. The number of people was the same in both. He's super smart when he wants to be. I mean, I can relate to that. I feel like I'm kind of a bumbling most of the time, but people say I say smart things. And then is the dumbest motherfucker on the planet. He majored in literature and she's in his domain now. Ooh, that's right. But if you pay attention to the fact that the Shin Gesaku novel asked its readers to search for the culprit, it's a far more fitting example. If you know so much about this, shouldn't your examples have been based on more than simply the number of victims, like perhaps the approaches of each work? Get her ass, Battler! Her face. Erika glared at Battler with an expression that couldn't be fully described with the word shock. And her arms shook as she stood there, lost for words. Oh my god, she's so lame! This is priceless! Well, I mean, who can blame her, right? Shin Honkaku is so much more famous where mysteries are concerned. It's easy to overlook that there were murder mysteries among the Shin Gesaku novels. Lambda Delta kept on hitting the table with both hands, overcome with laughter. Even Burncastle, who had been enduring the humiliation. This is supreme dweeb shit, yeah, suddenly snorted and started pounding the table and laughing in the same way. And also, Erika's quiet shock is exactly how someone who is power gaming reacts when someone outplays their power gaming. Yes! It's so good!
面白い面白い
This is just too good.
やるじゃないバトラのコマ
Not bad, Battler's piece. Oh my god, Burncastle's really laughing. I'm impressed.
バトラさんって結構読んでますね
Battler-san, you must be quite the reader
本
of books.
読まねえよ全然な
Nah, I'm no reader, not at all.
嘘ばっかり
You liar.
かなり博識じゃないですか
You're clearly quite well read.
本を読んでるなんて答えそうなこと
I'd never be so arrogant as to say I read.
本を読んでるってのはな
I don't even get through 100 books a year. Bro, that's like... That's just
部
fine.
活に口にしていいことじゃねえんだぜ
Someone like me should think twice before calling themselves a reader.
コマの文才って
You miserable piece.
とにかくやなそんな大事件に発展させるわけにはいかんで
Anyway, we can't let this turn into a massive crime like that.
そうだな
That's right.
とにかく今は親父の安否を確認する
At any rate, checking Dad's safety
のが最優先
is our first priority right now.
しかしどうする
But what should we do?
電話もノックも無視鍵は内側
He's ignoring the phone and our knocking. The keys are inside.
じゃお手上げだ
There's nothing we can do.
この分厚い扉をぶち破るのか
Are we supposed to knock this thick door down?
そいつは難儀な話だぜ
That won't be easy.
ひょっとするとお父様は何者かに襲われて大怪我をしていて
Father,
誰かの助けを待っているのかもしれない
Father might have been attacked by someone and severely injured, and maybe he's waiting for someone to help
こ
him.
の非常時だ
These are extraordinary circumstances.
お父様だって分かってくださるわ
Even Father will
それ
understand.
で叱責があるようなら私が甘んじて受けようじゃない
And if he has any rebuke, I'd be happy to take responsibility myself.
しかし扉を破るなどあまりに無礼な
But breaking down the door would be altogether too rude. Yeah, I guess they're still hashing that out, especially because they haven't been able to talk to Kinzo. But yeah, I guess you could. I guess arguments could be made, but it hasn't yet. As long as they know that Kinzo's alive. But that's a secret being kept. It's a secret that Kinzo's dead, and Natsuhi's trying to hide it. Well, because if he's it's about succession, right? So if he's still alive, I mean, he's not, but a lot of people don't know that. But breaking down the door would be altogether too rude.
窓は
What about the windows?
そうです
That's right. I'm surprised nobody mentioned windows sooner.
窓です
The
3
windows.
階の窓まで届くはしごか何かはありませんか
Is there a ladder somewhere which can reach up to the third floor windows?
窓を破れば中に入れるはずです
We should be able to get inside by smashing the glass. Erika finally gathered herself together and her tone regained its decisive edge. Splinter Cell style? Well, it's to confirm if Kinzo's alive, right?
3階の窓なんて 険でございますよ。
The third story window? That would be
やって
dangerous.
みなければわからねえさ。
We won't know unless we
3階
try.
まで届くはしごはねえのか。
Is there a ladder around here that can reach up to the third floor?
園芸倉庫のはしごにはそこまでの長さはないかと。
I don't think the ladder in the gardening shed is long enough.
ああ
Come on,
なら
Randy,
ボ
let's
イラー
do
室の
this.
はしごはどうですか？
Oh, then what about the ladder in the boiler room? Poor Coda, he's trying to help, but he's not in the know, so he doesn't realize he's doing the wrong thing. Oh, Coda, you're so moe. This is what you get for just being a guy and not in the know. Oh, then what about the ladder in the boiler
以前
room?
雨どいの上に鳥が巣を作った時、それを使った覚えが。
I remember using it some time ago when a bird made its nest on top of the rain gutter.
ええ、あれなら届きますとも間違いありません。
Goda's so cute, I'm gonna die. Yes, that would do the trick, without a doubt. He must have been extremely happy about thinking of something Kano hadn't. Looking pleased with himself as though he had won something. He glanced around at everyone. He was probably hoping that Natsuhi would praise him, but she quickly avoided his gaze. Rip to Goda. Of course, Kanon had known about that ladder too. However, in order to protect Kinzo's secret, he had intentionally pretended to have forgotten.
この天気ですし、風も強いです。
But with this weather and the strong winds,
なんでも危険では。
isn't this just too dangerous?
同感だ。
I
大
agree.
怪我をしても明日までは病院にも行けないのですぞ。
If one of us gets seriously injured, we won't even be able to go into a hospital until tomorrow.
中庭なら風の影響が少ないかもしれないわ。
The wind might not be as strong in the courtyard.
とりあえず様子を見てみる価値はあると思うけど。
I think it's at least worth it to take a look.
いやー、しかし3階までとなるとなかなかにこれが大変。
I must say, getting up to the third floor will be quite a challenge.
鳥の巣の片付けの時もほとんどの使用人たちが尻込みしてしまい。
Back when we had to clean away the bird's nest, most of the servants shrank away from the danger.
それをこの不祥ゴーダが大役を買って出て見事に果たしたのです。
And that's when I, your humble servant, took it upon myself to accomplish the task. He's so cute.
よし、何の問題もないで。
Right? Then there's no
何し
problem.
ろ届くはしごに。
You've got a ladder tall enough
実績のある人間もいるんだし。
and someone who's proven he can use it.
はい。
Oh. He's so cute. See, I can't believe Cece is missing Prime Goda Moe. Because the courtyard was surrounded on all four sides, while the rain was fierce, the winds had almost no effect. Fortunately, the roof jutted out a bit, so even the rain wasn't so bad.
よし、
Alright,
はしごを立てかけてみるか。
let's try standing the ladder up.
気をつけろよ。
Be careful.
怪我すんなよ。
Don't hurt yourself.
Oh.
Sure. Rudolph and Battler carried the special ladder, which was designed for work on high places. Two umbrellas followed the pair. Shannon and Kanon were holding umbrellas and sheltering Rudolph and Battler from the rain. They had to, like, hold their umbrellas up way up high on their tippy toes.
俺たちは濡れても平気だぜ。
We don't care about getting
ひ
wet.
さしの下に戻ってな。
Go back under the eaves.
ゴーダさん、膝の調子は悪くても、はしごクレイは抑えられるだろ。
Goda-san, your knees might be acting up, but you can at least hold a ladder down, right?
はいはいはい。
Yes, sir.
ヒアルロン酸さえ十分ならはしごもスルスルなのですが、いや本当に申し訳ない。
If only I had enough hyaluronan, going up a ladder would be no problem at all. I am truly sorry. Goda rushed up to replace Shannon and Kanon. Kirie giggled as she watched him. Dad, hammer.
Oh.
Cool. Battler, do you like athletics? Not as much as I love my cool handyman of a dad. You little brat. Sheesh, I guess I need to show this son of mine and my good side every once in a while. Battler, Goda-san. Hold that ladder down tight. Oh, so Goda's cartilage in his knees are too crunchy for this, so Rudolph's gonna climb the ladder. Got it. And make sure you're looking up, okay? My hand might slip and you'll have this hammer tumbling down on you. Don't worry. I'll catch it and smash your head in. Why are they so cute all of a sudden? Rudolph put the hammer meant for breaking the window into his pocket. Then, after cracking his knuckles, he started climbing the ladder. Well, Rudolph-sama, you alright? He'll be fine. That guy could be in an action movie, just like episode 3! Plus, sports are one of his strong points. He's crawling up there! Look at him! He's crawling up there! I wish you'd tell me how my skating prowess is supposed to help me climb ladders. Rudolph, what kind of skating? I am Ina Bauer, always in danger, or whatever. Wait a second. Figure skating? Rudolph does figure skating? He never dies, so he'll be fine. Thanks, Kirie. He's actually died a lot. Yeah, but Battler and Goda are holding the ladder. Anyway, we're really lucky that the shutters aren't down. Somebody is streaming this greatest story ever written. Yes, I am, Eviora. Welcome, welcome. I read this every Thursday. He never dies. Someone hasn't read the previous episode. Yeah, SMH Kirie, get the program. And it's windy. Well, they did set it up in the courtyard, so the wind's not going to be so bad. And the roof is actually blocking the rain a little bit. Isn't it standard practice to lower the shutter to Father's study at night? Is it blind? Yes, although we are trying to actively theorize, but yes, it is a blind playthrough. Thanks, Dad. Uwu. It is. When we're permitted to enter, we open the shutters in the morning and close them at night. However, the master told us that there was no need for the time being, so I think they were left open. It's blind, but you were given divine revelation to #blame Shannon, and you've yet to be proven wrong. Then I, the Witch of Grief, will trouble you with no red. Oh, the Witch of Grief. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, and thank you so much for following. Yay! I hope you enjoy. I'm here on Thursdays. And more days, but Umineko for the Gumineko Thursdays. I see. Father will be pretty mad, won't he? If his son smashes his window and comes in while he's sleeping. Well, probably. Wow, Kirie! It would be wonderful if we didn't have to smash the window, don't you think? But Shannon and Kanon knew that Kinzo no longer existed in this world. Natsuhi had ordered them to interfere as much as possible, but now that it had come to this, there was nothing that the two of them could do. They had tried to interfere by pretending that they didn't know about the ladder that could reach up to the third floor window, but because of Goda showing off, that ladder had been found. Rudolph carefully climbed the ladder. He would reach the third floor window very soon. As he did this, Shannon and Kanon stared at him, looking uneasy. What would happen after this? The two of them. Oh! To Madam. To the Master. Very soon, Rudolph would reach the window. You're quite curious about the theories made by people who do not know the answers. Will not confirm or deny, of course. Okay. I've been developing... You mean like to the murders or the overall like questions of who is Beato and what Battler's sin was? Any of it? I actually opened the stream with trying to come up with something me and Donil were trying to put together. I'm thinking that Beato was like a servant from Gospel House, which I know is going to coincide with the hashtag blame Shannon, but I don't think it's Shannon. But at the same time, my theory doesn't refute hashtag blame Shannon. You do? So I was thinking, she's a servant from the Gospel House and was working maybe like a little older than Kanon and Shannon. And then when she reached a certain age, Kinzo had decided that she was going to be his next attempt at resurrecting Beatrice after, you know, Beatrice died, and then the second one from the 19 years before, who fell and died when she was hiking with Rosa. And I was thinking, like, nothing, especially if he only died a couple of years ago, nothing would stop him from trying the same thing again, because he wouldn't stop trying to get Beatrice back. So he's grooming the Beato. So Beato is like the third Beatrice, and she was trapped in Kuadorion and, you know, taken off the payroll. And I think Battler's sin is that last time he had been on the island 6 years ago, he was he had met Beato and like promised her the world, like, I'm gonna get you out of here, I'm gonna save you, and she had fallen in love with him, and then he like took himself off the register and didn't come back, and then her life became worse when she was locked in Kuadorion, and it broke her heart. But I think she's also brainwashed into the furniture mindset like Genji and Shannon and Kanon. So she also feels like the sense of obligation and like they won't be freed until death. So she has these... See, now in episode 5 we're getting into this whole D&D and mystery novel writing thing. So it could be that's what's going on, but that's still a bit weird to me. So like, I don't know how this would work in that sense, or how much this is connected. Very good. You deem it quite an extensive theory. You deem it very good. Thank you! Thank you! Oh, there's more. Like, there can be there are no more than 17 humans on this island. This one I can credit more to Dan than myself. Dan's been great at this kind of stuff. Doniel, I mean. Jessica is led away by Kanon's voice bit implicates him more, but Beatrice talking in the Battler in episode 4 would be easier to shut him to do than Kanon. Oh yeah, I do think that was somebody faking voices in episode 4, but oh no, I'm losing my train of thought. Yeah, so this I attribute more to Doniel, but furniture isn't human, right? They kept denying themselves as human, right? So Kanon and Shannon and Genji don't count in the human number, which means there could be an extra person, even if it's 17 or fewer humans on the island. And even Beato herself would not count because she is furniture, and there could be room for, you know, up to 3 humans on the island additionally. So there's lots of room for accomplices and such. But yes, what is it, Rowan? If Kinzo has been dead the whole time, how come there was when Battler got leashed in that one ending when we saw his bare naked ass? I think all of that was made up. Magic Meta World, yeah. I think it was because that shit was made up. Although it is disappointing to think that that didn't actually happen to Battler. So the barrier around this room is giving away at last. Oh, I did have a wild theory about episode 3 before I came up with this theory. A little sympathy for Battler here. I like Battler more than most of my chatters, but I'll make fun of him. Why not? But oh yeah, episode 3 before before I had this theory about like, oh, servants are furniture and don't count. I was thinking that like Okanogi had infiltrated the island with Eva to kill everybody. And, not to kill everybody, but, you know, to seize the headship and such. So he, so Goda, it said in red that Goda is dead, but people don't know him very well, right? And I think at the start of his employment, before the start of his employment, like he was hired but not actually on Rokenjima yet, I think he was killed, like shot to death, and Okanogi replaced him on the day of the job. And so that's actually Okanogi on the island. And oh yeah, this is Ghost Kinzo. Yeah. And so Okanogi assisted Eva and Hideyoshi with the murders and setting everything up and moving. And he was like out of the way, but he had plenty of, because everybody was holed up in the guest house. There was plenty of time and room for him to, you know, take all those guns, set up murders, do all sorts of stuff. And he probably killed George, but he probably set things up so that it didn't look like he did it. And then either Kirie or Rudolph killed Hideyoshi in the shootout. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the imagination here. Thank you. Thank you. And so, George is the weird one. I think Nanjo was also in on the operation. So that's why he was acting all weird and dodgy in episode 3. And when George went out, seemed to fly out the window, Nanjo simply shut and locked the window behind him. And so that's also why Nanjo was like, oh my god, why, no, you know. At the end, when he got shot, like Okanogi betrayed him and shot him at the end. Which I don't think Evo would have cared about, probably tying up loose ends anyway. Nanjo is probably promised a bunch of money. So Okanogi had to do something to obscure the fact that George was killed. Your subdue manner, your title recently changed? Okay. I understand. Very well. No problem. No problem. And so it dodges all of Eva Beatrice's red if Okanogi's the one who shows up at the end and shoots Nanjo. But now that I've got this other theory, it's possible that another, like, maybe Shannon was killed or something, or somebody else, or I guess it could still be the case, but somebody else was killed and replaced by Beato, who would be an additional person on the island and would still count, since furniture doesn't count as human. Kiki Evan Hideyoshi, episode 2, Child Wife George. Child Wife your rogue, right? Gamer Girl Ronave. Angie's Home for Imaginary Friends, Burgers and Fries. Episode 5, Erica, this is a Wendy's. Yeah. We've got things going. Hashtag blame Shannon. Hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong. Is Miranda's hashtag. Yeah, we've got stuff going on because this has been going on for quite a while now. I mean, look at this, look at this. I only stream this, right? I only stream this, and yet I've got 234 hours in this. Hashtag Nazi apologist. That's me! Rosa did nothing wrong? Oh my. Yeah, Doniel is gamer girl Ronave. And, yeah, I'm not the one saying that. That's Marinda, so if Marinda gets back here tonight, he can defend himself on that. So, the soldiers are scaling the castle walls. Truly, we stand only moments from the fall of the keep. I am prepared to be erased at any moment. The epitaph, though, I keep stumbling on. I keep, like, with the location sort of stuff, I keep thinking I've got a good idea, and then it doesn't work. Like, I thought I was really onto something with the Tokaido stops, but I didn't get anywhere with that. Truly, we stand only moments from the fall of the keep. I am prepared to be erased at any moment. We can't let that happen. You have to remain alive, even if it means crawling through the dirt. I'll think about what comes next. Escape from this place for now. That is easier said than done. Eva and the others are still in position in the hallway, and Rudolph is approaching the window. Oh, Dan! You should tell Eviora about the Sakataro thing. Eva and the others are still in position in the hallway, and Rudolph is approaching the window. There is no way of retreat through it either. Evie! Okay, Evie. Thank you. Alright, Evie. In that case, perhaps you could hide under the bed. That's what I was saying for episode 1! He hid under the bed! Nobody checked that shit! Except now that we know Kinzo is dead. But that was the possibility. So I am not even permitted to await the enemy's arrival seated on my throne. You might have done that while you were still alive. Kinzo's dead crab rave. Yep. Kinzo's dead crab rave. Yeah! Kinzo's dead! You might have done that while you were still alive. However, you are now a ghost that Natsuhi and I brought to life. Ghosts should do what ghosts do best and hide under the bed or in the closet. Will something like that really fool them? So it comes to this. So it comes to this is a fantastic way to translate yada yada. Don't worry. I'll be with you. I'll get you out at the last moment. It'll be dangerous for you. Even though you're a demon, You won't get away unscathed if you're burned by the anti-magic toxin.
大丈夫よ
So the twist with the Donil's thing, unless he's still typing, yeah, this is so fanfic, right? This is Natsuhi's imaginary friend Kinzo. He's like really nice in her mind. It's really hilarious. But yeah, Donil, so we have a friend Cece who hasn't really been around today, but she linked a picture of the HD background of the sleep shop from episode 4. And like the asset ripped from the game has a whole bag of Sakutaros on the shelf. So it was like, confirmed! Don't worry about that.
それに私そのくらいヤバくなってドキドキしないの
Anyway, I need things to get at least that bad before my heart starts pumping. How reassuring. Very well. I'll hide under the bed. Yeah. I know. At least people have been good with asking me when I ask questions. People have been good about being like, well, do you want to know? And I'm like, and then I have to like think of how to word it. Very well. I'll hide under the bed. Milady. Rudolph will reach the window very soon. I watched the first few episodes of the anime and read a teeny bit of the manga a long time ago. But mostly, like, I was morbidly curious because it had that, reputation of being really violent and stuff. But I never went that far with it, more than like a couple of loops. But I became aware as time went on of more and more spoilers. And then for Umineko, I've been like, you know what? It's okay. Just tell me the Higurashi spoilers so I can connect it with this or the context or whatever. So people have been pretty loose with Higurashi spoilers because I'm chill with it. But I think I probably will play it one day. Milady, Rudolph will reach the window very soon.
Gop, 気が変わった。わらわがここを守る。
Gop, I've changed my mind. I will guard this place.
そなたはロノウェと身を隠す。
Hide yourself along with Ronove.
なんですって。
You're protecting Gop and Ronove. What did you say?
話が違います。
That was not the plan.
ここはガープに任せ、お嬢様は避難されることになっていたはずです。
We plan to leave this place to Gop and have you retreat, milady. Even though Ronove should have been used to her fickleness, this surprised him for the first time in a long while. Though Beato was the powerful queen, she was also an important piece that should not be exposed to danger. Though she was strong, running to the front lines without any plan would not be a praiseworthy move.
何の気まぐれ?
What kind of whim is this?
ただの気まぐ
just a whim.
そなたに任せて紅茶をすすってられるほどわらわは退屈を愛してはおらぬのでな。
I'm not so fond of boredom that I could simply sip tea while leaving everything to you.
早速暴れてみたくなっただけだ。
I've just gotten the urge to jump into the struggle right away.
わかったわ。
Okay.
あなたのゲームだもの。
It is your game.
あなたの好きにするといいわ。
You do what you want.
私は決した第一の番の死体が暴かれることがないようしっかり見張っていることにする。
I'll keep a close watch over the first Twilight corpses I erased to make sure nothing happens to them.
すまぬな。そなたの見せ場を奪っ
Sorry for stealing your time to shine.
よろしいのですか、お嬢様。
Are you certain about this, milady?
わらわは目立つのが三度の飯より好きであることはそなたも知っておろうが。
You know that I love attention more than my 3 meals a day. Is this Lambda Delta being bitchy again? Being like, oh, that Beato, she loves attention. I guess it is. All Ronove is fanfic Ronove because magic ain't real. True, yeah, exactly. But I like Ronove. You know that I love attention more than my 3 meals a day.
ガープの出番も食ってしまっただけだ。
I've done nothing except gobble up Gop's turn on the stage.
気にするでない。
Don't pay it any mind. Ronove and Gop were both silent. The two of them had already noticed. Lady Burncastle, who used Furudo Erika as a piece, was a terrifying opponent. Also, because you're the true Gamer Girl Ronove, they use your likeness for this. Yeah, the thing is Dan basically looks like Ronove in real life if he had his hair straightened. And so there's this really cursed photograph of Dan after he got his hair straightened once. And he looks like Ronove. Lady Burncastle, who used Furudo Erika as a piece, was a terrifying opponent. This fight would probably be terrifying as well. Beato couldn't expose Gop, her friend, to this danger. Beato bluffed and said that this wasn't the case, but Ronove and Gop had already figured it out. Therefore, after confirming Beato's resolve one last time, and seeing that she was completely firm in her decision, they nodded in silence and accepted it.
わかったわ。
Okay.
この場はあなたに任す。応援してるわ。
I'll leave this up to you. I'm rooting for you.
気をつけて。
Take care. Indeed.
わらわの活躍を存分に見守るがよかろう。
Feel free to stand back and watch my performance.
おそらくベルンカステル卿は金蔵の不在大を密室議論からカンパしてくるでしょう。
Lady Burncastle will probably start trying to expose Kinzo's absence with a locked room argument.
密室での戦いは本来ガープの方が得意とします。
Fights in a lot. Well, yeah, because you're bullying me into playing Higurashi and after you beat Umineko, right? I do have it on Steam. I mean, I could just treat it like this, honestly. Fights in a locked room are normally Gop's area of expertise. But before that, we will be playing the fighting game because I have that. The Umineko fighting game. Gumi. I got it. Higumi Rashi Thursday. Yeah, Slay Queen. Queens rule the battlefield because they are the best at fighting in wide open areas. This won't be an easy fight. I'm fully aware of that. I currently serve Natsuhi. It would not be right for me to delegate her peril to Gop and callously watch from safety. Understood. I wish you luck in your battle. Be careful. If it becomes a complete locked room, we won't be able to come in and help you. I'll laugh at them for a bit, and if things get bad, I'll just grab Kinzo and run for it. It'll be easy. With the door and the window, the past and the future to choose from, there are plenty of places to run to. Of course I won't let this become a locked room. Though you won't see us, we'll be cheering you on from very close by. Good luck. Eto, what is he, a bride? Yeah! Picking him up, carrying him over the lintel. Yes, of course. What is it? Gop and Ronove became a swarm of gold butterflies and disappeared. And Kinzo melted into the darkness beneath the bed. My favorite? I do think Beatrice is great fun. And I do like Ronove, just like Doniel does. So yeah, see, Dan, you are one of my favorite Umineko characters. Goda. Goda's the goat. And I am fairly fond of Eva, but I wouldn't call her like my favorite. Just I think about her maybe. I am a Natsuhi stan though, I will say, but I don't know if she's like my favorite character either. Goda's just a guy, and Moe. So I'd say my favorite character is Beato's your favorite, Landa's second, and your third. Well, oh, have they not come up yet? So I'd say my favorites so far are like Beato, Goda, and Ronove. I've got a weird, this is gonna sound insane, but I've got a weird soft spot for Kraus. I just think he's so lame in a positive way. And he reminds me of, like, people I've known in real life. Then, Beato also became a swarm of gold butterflies and melted away inside the study. After that, all figures and signs of life had disappeared from the study, and it once more regained a silence as though no one had been there from the beginning. Oh yeah, all y'all others! If there are characters that have already been introduced that are your favorite characters, Who are they? Let me know in the chat or in the comments section below, because this is going on YouTube eventually. Alright, after that, all figures and signs of life had disappeared from the study, and once more it regained a silence as though no one had been there from the beginning. Then Rudolph's outline slipped into view from beyond the window's curtain. Who your guys' favorite characters are? There he is! Look at him!
Oyaji!
Hey, it's Rudolph! Dad!
いるなら返事をしてくれ!
If you're there, answer!
Oyaji!
Dad! As he yelled, he hit the window. Oh, Banto. I like how we're all saying Banto so far. His foothold was so uncertain that just hitting the window felt life-threatening. But of course, this was Rudolph, the show-off. Dad, I threw up! Dad, I need Zofran! Deciding that he couldn't show himself up with so many people watching below, he suppressed the fear from being so high up. So he's scared, but he's gotta hide it, because he's a man. Dad, I threw up! And boldly knocked on the window. Dad! Let me in! I threw up! Rotovate, yeah, Dan, do more Rotovate voiceovers. Come on, grandfather. Can't he hear? I wonder. I hope he doesn't drop the hammer. How many seconds have passed? It's been 30 seconds since he knocked on the window. So, he's really going to smash it? The master will be very angry. There's one person who's been kind enough to brag about how accepting that anger is... There's one person who's kind to brag enough about how accepting that anger is her duty, so there's no need to worry. He's dead, we know this. But that's something everybody's been trying to hide. But, oh, you mean like dead from before? Yeah, so he's not one of the murder victims, but they're probably gonna misconstrue him as one of the murder victims. Let's see if Furudo Erika can get out of this one. Rudolph-san, that's enough! Do it!
Oh?
Sure. Damn it, Dad, you better not complain after I smash it. You never care if anybody complains after you smash anything, Rudolph. He hit it several times, and eventually a fist-sized hole opened up in the glass. Oh yeah, Dan, you should also tell Evie about Battler's parentage theory. Because of his unstable footing, you fuck him, his window, his office, and his nap if there's been 5 murders, exactly. Yes, Rep. Because of his unstable footing, this took a lot of effort. Oh, the gamer girl Ronove. Oh. Those should be in my Discord somewhere. You, can y'all grab them from the Discord and link them? You have my full permission. Natsu's only option to play along as if he's been kidnapped as well. I mean, I've been hoping that for her, but she's just not good at this. No, just link him in the chat. The stuff from Discord. Or is it, wait, is it linkable, the stuff in Discord? I'm not sure. Like the clips are. The clips should be linkable. It's a WAP, right. I can get the Milady Valorant one is a clip. And should be in the clips and highlights, I think. Actually, you clipped it, didn't you? By unfortunate state at the moment, I'm usually quite chaotic. I wonder when I shall regain that vigor. You know, I believe... I hope you feel better soon, Eviora. Witch. Witch of grief. I had to scroll up. Oh yes, welcome into my Discord. You can find all sorts of, wait. Doesn't it work? It should. Using the end of the hammer skillfully, he brushed aside the now fractured bits of glass and opened the hole further. Stuck his hand through it and unlocked the window. The people are finally freaking breaking windows. I mean, I know they did for the chapel, but still. Then, after a hard struggle, he somehow managed to open the window and his body slipped through into the study. After that, he flopped onto the floor, using his entire body to enjoy the relief of having ground under him. Dad! It's Rudolph! Alright, Rev! Let's open this up. Yeah! Milady. Dad! Dad! It's Rudolph! Answer me! It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Kinzo's study was a small villa he had created inside the mansion. A study, a book archive, a place to sleep, and a bathroom and washroom. It was divided into multiple rooms. Indeed, with all this at your fingertips, it wouldn't be hard to spend your days in this study without ever leaving at all. The bed was empty. There were marks on it, which made it seem as though someone had slipped out, but there was no one in sight. They do this a lot in ninja movies. The bed's still warm. They can't have gotten far. Just like that. Rudolph tried placing his hand on the bed, but he couldn't feel any heat at all. Not only was there no heat, it felt completely ice cold. And the bed wasn't the only thing that was ice cold. The air inside the room, and even the presence about it, if that's the right word for it, even that felt ice cold. To Rudolph, it felt as though Kinzo had slipped out of this room a long time ago. It's very clean. There are signs it's been lived in. Wrinkles in the bed. That was the hardest I ever heard us two laugh. Oh, ice cold. All right. I was thinking that. We had a lot of fun. Wrinkles in the bed. The slight angle of the chair. Here and there were many marks that would doubtlessly have been cleaned or fixed up if someone had come in to make the beds. Okay, this is a bit mysterious. Is the killer hanging out in here? Oh, but that has to be Natsuhi, right? That's what Erika's gonna say anyway.
親父が寝床を抜け出したのはデタラメに見積もって数時間以上前ってことなのか。
As far as I can tell off the top of my head, Dad must have slipped out of bed several hours ago at the latest. Your late friend was sobbing at that clip. And the favorite moment from Umineko. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that you guys enjoyed. Yes, there is love here. It can be seen. Dad must have slipped out of bed several hours ago at the latest. Yeah. That placed it the same general time period as the brutal series of murders. It didn't seem possible to say that Kinzo's absence was completely unrelated to the crime. Having reached a dead end for now, Rudolph leaned out of the window and told Kirie and the others in the courtyard to come back up since he was going to unlock the door. Then he pushed the button on the study desk and released the door's auto-lock. There was a heavy clunking sound, and Natsuhi and the rest dashed in immediately. Father, good morning. Sorry, but it isn't Dad. I'm the one who opened it. Was Kinzo-san there? Nope. There are signs he slipped out of bed, but no way to tell when that was. And Natsuhi-ne-san was the last person to meet him, right? At around 11 o'clock last night. Oh yeah, that's also true. Nobody, we kept a secret from everybody that Dan had come out to meet me, and so so he was and so the plan was to surprise people with, like, I'd be streaming and wait for Rodove to have a line, and then Dan would suddenly be on the microphone. and it worked. People were like, Dan? Someone was like, wow, the production values are going up every stream. We were really excited about the whole surprise. I wonder if that means he slipped out of the study sometime after that and went somewhere else. Ooh, well... Yo! When did it get so late? Damn, the hours just flew by. Wow. I feel like I haven't even been streaming that long and it's already been like almost 6 hours. Well, but Father is a fickle man. Many times he has bolted awake in the middle of the night, saying he had a revelation in a dream. And walked around the mansion. Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo? Like all things, time becomes ash. True. Oh, Stella the cat just jumped up. And she's rubbing on the microphone, so if you guys hear weird noise, From the microphone. Okay, bye, my lady. Oh yeah, that's it. That's it. That's what happened. Yes, that sort of thing has happened before.
とにかくその気まぐれな方だ。
As you say, he is a fickle fellow.
なあ、熊沢さん。
Right, Kumasawa-san?
そうですわね。
Oh, that's true.
おかしな夢でも見て寝床を抜け出したのかもしれませんね。
He might have had some sort of strange dream and slipped out of bed.
よくあることでございますとも。
That happens a lot. Yes.
じゃあ抜け出してどこに行ったっちゅう
Then where did he slip off
や。お
to?
父さん、ひょっとして事件に巻き込まれた可能性も高いんとちゃうんか。
Isn't there a good chance Father's been caught up in this crime?
ほらね。
You see?
お父様の安否を確かめるべきだったでしょ。
We should have checked to make sure Father was safe from the beginning, shouldn't we? Natsuhi's headache is increasing. Natsuhi's headache is increasing. Natsuhi's headache is increasing. We're terrible liars.
この部屋にいないとは限らない。
Honestly, we can't be sure he isn't in this room.
ひょっとすると犯人に縛られてクローゼットの中に閉じ込められているということもあるかもしれない。
Oh, I didn't do that again. Let me sip some water. Alright. We can't be sure he isn't in this room. Maybe the culprit tied him up and locked him in the closet or something like that.
ですね。
Just what I was thinking.
探しましょう。
Battler is still outside to the point he's become Wetler. Albert Wetler. Oh no! When is he gonna start doing biological experiments? Just what I was thinking. Let's conduct a search.
当主様の大切な書斎ですよ。
The head treasures the study.
物に触れないように。
It will not do to have you pawing all over
あ
it.
あ、そうだ。
Oh, that's right.
犯人さんに申し上げておきます。
I have an announcement for our guilty party. When Natsuhi heard this said from right in front of her, her heart froze. But Erika had only just happened to be standing right in front of Natsuhi when she said it. She had directed her words to the room at large. He hadn't been speaking to Natsuhi in particular. Natsuhi turned her back on Erika, trying to make it so that her faltering expression wasn't noticed.
私、記憶力は写真並みですので。
My memory is photographic in every detail.
何かの
If any attempt is made,
証拠を隠蔽しようとして現場を改ざんすればすぐにわかります。
if any attempt is made to hide evidence or alter the scene, I will know at once.
こんなところでボロを出して私を質問させないでください。
Please don't commit some stupid blunder here and disappoint me.
フーダニットが犯人のボロや失言で
You
特
and
定
Erika
で
are
きる
so
ミステリーなんて
insane. Yeah.
三流だと思いません？
Don't you agree that any whodunit in which the culprit is unmasked by way of some silly mistake or slip of the tongue is dreadfully third-rate? Too bad you hate this bitch. Oh, you're not an Erika liker. You seem to have friends in the chat who agree.
何を言っているのか分かりかねますが、
I
不謹慎な発言は慎むように。
I don't understand what you're talking about, but I'll ask you to refrain from imprudent remarks.
お父様、いらっしゃいませんか？
Father, are you
お
there?
返事をしてください。
Please answer me. Natsuhi started walking around and calling out in a loud voice, refusing to let Erika say any more. There was a knock. Erika's probably the most pure fun character in the game. She's unpleasant in a very particular way, but I am enjoying her presence so far, even though she's like uniquely unpleasant. There was a knock. Kirie and the others who had gone down to the courtyard had returned. No sign of father, I assume? He might be tied up and shut away somewhere around here. We were just about to start searching for him. I'm amazed he can keep himself locked up in a place like this for so long. Give it up, Nason. We can't change anything now. I wonder what Madame plans to do. Dan, it's your number one boy, the hater. I know Runaway's your number one boy. It's the biggest hater in Umineko. At it again. Get paid back for all the lies she's told up until now. Shh. Shh. Let's leave fate in God's hands. Yes. Many people traipsed around Kinzo's vast study, looking here and there. Inside the closet and in the bathtub. Even in the refrigerator and under the study desk. They looked everywhere, almost as though they were it in a game of hide and seek. However, not only were they unable to spot Kinzo, they couldn't even find a single suspicious mark. It seems clear that Father isn't here. That's enough. I ask you all not to disturb Father's precious study any further. Yes, yes. There's nothing the Master hates more than having things moved around without his permission. Father's nowhere to be found. Maybe he really was caught up in the crime? Though we can't be sure of that. Natsuhi averted her gaze once more. It's all right, Natsuhi. You got this. You're a bad bitch. You go, girl. We truly do have our backs against the wall. On the off chance that someone had entered the study, I'd planned to talk my way out of it by saying that he had probably gone for a walk somewhere. However...
殺人が起こり、大勢が殺された屋敷内をのんびり真夜中の散歩としゃれ込んでいた。では、誰も納得はするまいな。
No one wouldn't believe that I was enjoying a casual midnight stroll in a mansion where a murder has occurred and many people have been killed.
私ならばむしろ本当にやりかねん。
Though I wouldn't put it past myself to do such a thing. Come now, Kinzo. Be a good boy and stay hidden under the bed. It's all right, Natsuhi. Remain calm. You can prove that someone exists, but you can't prove that they don't exist. In other words, the human world is one in which, regardless of whether something exists or not, you can make it exist. You mean like witches? Oh!
そのいることのできる影こそが我ら魔女の悪魔の世界。
And the shadows in which you can make it exist form the world of us witches and the world of demons and devils. This did not escape my notice that, she's saying exist in quotations, just like Maria would do, like, Beatrice, iru, right? Exists, Beatrice exists, like, exists in quotations, the same thing, huh?
悪魔の証明ですね。
You mean the devil's proof? Yes.
だから安心するのよ。
So don't worry.
悪魔の力がそなたを絶対に守るぞ。
The power of demons will most certainly protect you.
お父様と夫の名誉が守れるなら、私は
If it could protect the honor of father and my husband, I would gladly sacrifice this body of mine to demons.
良い覚悟だ。
Your resolve is good.
案ずるな。
Don't be anxious. You got this, girlfriend.
絶対に金蔵は殺させぬ。
I won't allow them to kill Kinzo. At that moment, a dry sound suddenly rang out twice. Way to jump scare me. Erika had clapped her hands, seeking everyone's attention. Though such an action should have been above a guest's place, for some reason it already felt like a natural right of hers. After all, she was the detective.
これでもう十分と思います。
I think that's enough.
この書斎に後宮金蔵さんの姿はありません。
Ushinomiya Kinzo-san is nowhere to be found in this study.
ああ、
Yeah,
隠れられる場所は全て探したぜ。
we've searched every possible hiding spot.
親父の姿はない。
Dad's nowhere to be seen.
そして
Detective in quotation, true. And we haven't found anything out of place.
何も見つけられませんでした。
Yes, we didn't find anything at all. Erika said it again. They hadn't been able to discover anything.
ならこの部屋にいつまでも長居するべきではありません。
In that case, we mustn't continue to loiter in this room. This music, coupled with Erika's smug expression, is making me violently angry. That seems to be the reaction she's largely getting out of people today. In that case, we mustn't continue to loiter in this
こ
room.
れほどの大勢で書斎を物色したなど、当主様が知られたらどれほどお怒りになられることか。
Do you understand how angry Father would be if he learned that so many people were looking through his
エ
study?
ヴァさん、
Eva-san,
あなたは責任を取られる覚悟があるとおっしゃいましたね。
you said that you were prepared to take responsibility, didn't
生
you?
涯絶縁されるくらいの覚悟は終わりなのでしょうね。
I hope you're prepared to be disowned for life.
それを決めていいのはお父様ご自身だわ。
That's for Father to
あ
decide,
んたが決めることじゃないわよ。
not you.
お静かに
Quiet down.
状況を整理したいと思います。
I'd like to assemble the facts as we know them.
昨夜の23時に最後にこの部屋で金蔵さんにお会いになられたのは夏日さんですね。
At 11 o'clock last night, the last person to meet Kinzo-san in this room was Natsuhi-san, correct?
それをどなたか証明できますか？
Can anyone confirm that?
証明
Confirm? Consider you properly introduced.
ええ、そうです。
Like, if you thought this wasn't fanfic, right? Yes, that's right.
だって
Yes,
夏
that's
日さんが
right.
本当に昨夜の23時にここを訪れたかどうかは夏日さんしか自称していません。
After all, the only one who claims that Natsuhi-san really did stop by here at 11 o'clock last night is Natsuhi-san herself.
金蔵さんが昨夜確かに夏日さんがやってきたと証明してくれればいいのですが
A confirmation from Kinzo-san that Natsuhi-san did indeed come here last night would have
その
sufficed.
肝心の金蔵さんがおられませんので
But his absence is the very issue under question.
アリバイはミステリーの基本ってわけ
Alibis are the foundation of a mystery, correct?
えそうです
Yes, that's right.
アリバイは大事です
Alibis are important.
どうせ推理の役にはほとんど立たないのですが
Of course, they're almost useless when it comes to the actual theory
そ
making.
の辺の重箱をつつかないといけないとお
But
作法で
it's-
決まってますので
But it's common courtesy to be particular about this kind of thing.
昨夜の殺人のアリバイ探しなんてやってもないくせにじい様の失踪についてだけはアリバイ探しをするのかよ
You didn't ask for alibis regarding last night's murders, but you'll do it for grandfather's disappearance, huh?
本当に気まぐれなやつだぜ
You really are unpredictable.
ご安心を
Oh, don't
も
worry.
ちろん第一の晩の殺人についても
Regarding the murders of the first
きっ
Twilight,
ちりとアリバイについて全員に確認させていただきますので今後ご期待を
have no fear that I will fully examine everyone's alibi for that as well later.
それでどなたか夏日さんが
good question.
23時にここを訪れた
I
ことを
think
証明はでき
she's
ませんか
supposed to be a teenager. So, can anyone confirm that Natsuhi-san visited here at 11 o'clock?
できなければ夏日さんが最終目撃者であることから疑わなければなりませんが
If no one can, we'll be forced to doubt whether Natsuhi-san really was the last person to spot him. She does look young, I will
私が
say.
信用できないというのですか
But I think because she's supposed to look like Burncastle. Oh, are you saying that I can't be trusted?
いえいえむしろ逆です
No, no, just the opposite.
あなたには犯人であってほしくないんです
I hope that you aren't the culprit.
だってすっごくつまらないじゃないですか
After all, that would be dreadfully dull, don't you agree?
一番怪しい人物が本当に犯人だったなんて三流ミステリーの極みです
Only the worst third-rate mysteries have the most suspicious person as the culprit.
夏日さんが怪しい
Natsuhi-san is suspicious?
待ってくれ
Wait a second.
どうしてそういう論法になるんだね
What exactly is your argument?
そうですとも
Yes!
奥様が怪しいなど出現にも程があります
Calling Madam suspicious is the height of discourtesy. Oh, Goda, you're so cute! Defending Natsuhi, standing up for her, and you were trying to get pats on the head earlier, even though you didn't know you were acting against her interests. You're so cute, Goda.
静かに
Quiet!
南條先生ゴーダ
Dr. Nanjo, Goda,
はい
thank you.
エリカさんそれだけの無礼な発言をなさるに足る根拠はおありなんでしょうね
Erika-san, I presume you have some basis for the tremendous disrespect you just showed me.
え
I do.
すっごいシンプルで嫌なんですけどね
It's painfully
テ
simple.
レビドラマレベルの根拠で恐縮ですがそれでもよければ
But if you'll permit me some TV drama quality evidence, I'll be happy to oblige.
聞かせてもらおうじゃ
Let's hear it. When Battler glared at her, a cold expression rose to Erika's face for an instant, but it was only for an instant. After smiling peacefully and gazing around at everyone, she started to talk. She looked just like the main character in a play, who had come out onto center stage bathed in a spotlight.
今朝の話です
Think back to this morning.
殺人が起こって大騒ぎになった時のこと
Please recall the chaos that followed the murders.
思い出してください事件のことを金蔵さんに伝えたいけれど いくら電話しても出てくれない。
Erika, like, oh man, it would suck if the obvious culprit is the culprit, but joke's on you, the best mysteries are when the obvious one actually is the villain. Because if they made you dismiss it for being too obvious, they did it super well. Oh! Yeah, this is the real galaxy brain take. Actually, that's what makes the last case of the second... You know what, Dan? You're right. I'm thinking of an Ace Attorney example. That's like my favorite Ace Attorney case, and you're so right, actually. We wanted to inform Kinzo-san about the crime, but he wouldn't come out no matter how many times he was called on the telephone.
その時のことです。
Remember what happened then?
とにかく連絡が取れんのはまずいとちゃうか?
Anyway, isn't it bad if we can't get in touch with him?
お父さん、事件が起こってることさえ知らんのやで。
I mean, father might not even know there's crimes going on, right? I'm not sure. Keenly noticing that people were starting to doubt Kinzo's existence, Kanon mumbled his words. Who was the last person to see father? And when? It was me. Last night, up until moments before all the fuss of Battler-kun finding the gold, I was reporting the day's events to him in the study. Hydrate, alright. Atis! What's up? Stretch! We're in murder mystery. There's somebody's suspicion against someone is being laid out. Alright, I'm stretching. Thank you. Hi. I hope you've had a pleasant day. Alright. So, around 11 o'clock last night, Erika chuckled significantly. Just relaxing? Good. And what's your point? Ridiculous. I think Kirie-san probably did that intentionally. Am I right? What do you mean by that? I figured someone might fall for it. Yes. Thank you, Kirie-san. Oh, big Stella. Stella is sitting right above the computer and her ears perked up and she opened her eyes when I said her name. That's funny. She's resting up in her cat tree nest. Yes, thank you, Kirie-san. Actually, I was planning to say the same thing if you hadn't done it first. Was the question of who saw the master last really that important? Yes. If we take the circumstances into account, then in response to the question, who saw him last? It was very odd for Natsuhi-san to instantly answer, me. Why? Madam told the plain, unvarnished truth. Goda, you're so cute. Quiet! Why do you think that was odd? Goda's the best fail boy. Oh, Rowan, I think you missed it. It was so cute. So Natsuhi's been trying to, he's so cute earlier. Most actually a couple of moe Goda moments happened, but my favorite one was, Natsuhi is trying to hide the fact that Kinzo's dead, and the only other people who know are like Shannon, Kanon, Kraus, Genji, and Kumasawa. And something about the ladder in the basement. Okay, you did say that. So because of that, he was like, oh, what about the ladder in the basement to get to the window? He was trying to help, and he was like looking to Natsuhi for praise, and she was like, couldn't look at him because he was like, even though he was like trying to do a good job like a little puppy dog, but he accidentally made things worse for Natsuhi without even knowing it because he was out of the loop. It's like so cute. He needs validation from his Tommy mommy to survive. It's so true. So anyway, why are you so sure that no one else saw Kinzo-san after 11 o'clock? Well, that's because I watched as he went to bed. It's only natural to assume that he would then sleep until morning and not entertain any other visitors. Considering the circumstances, whoever saw him last was going to be at risk of being suspected of having some kind of involvement with this case. A normal person in your position, Natsuhi-san, wouldn't say I was the last to see him. I met with him at 11 o'clock. Right, Kirie-san? Yes, that's right. A normal person would say, I saw him at 11 o'clock. I was the last to see him. Oh. But I don't know if I was the last person to see him. Something like that. Good. Good. Identifying oneself as the final witness is usually quite difficult. I mean, all I gotta do in Final Fantasy XIV is put on a title, get on my level. That is, unless you know some reason that makes you certain that there couldn't have been any other witnesses after you. In third-rate mysteries, the final witness is often the culprit. I don't know, man. If you're dealing with a dude who's notoriously difficult to work with, it's an easy assumption to make. Yeah, Erika just got here, though, and Kirie is biased to think he's already... I think Kirie already suspects that he's already dead, and so he's been wanting to push things in this direction so they can get the money, because Rudolph's in a tight spot. So Kirie is motivated to, you know, suspect that Kinzo's dead, and Erika just got here. They killed the victim themselves, so they knew that no one could have met the victim later on, is how the argument goes. That's nothing more than a minor misuse of words. That's what I was thinking, Kumasawa. It's like, oh, a normal person wouldn't say that. Like, some people don't completely think out what they say before it comes out of their mouths. Like, you see the amount of effort it took to get into this room. Yeah, true.
そんなに目くじらを立てて取り立てるほど
It's nothing to make such a fuss of and focus on.
そうだそうだ、そんなのは揚げ足取りだ。
Yes, yes, that's nothing more than nitpicking.
そんな言葉尻だけで夏日さんを疑うのはちょっと早とちりなんじゃないかね。
Aren't you jumping the gun a little, suspecting Natsuhi-san because of a little slip of the tongue like that?
それに誰も目撃できないと確信できる理由とあなたはおっしゃいますか？
And you mentioned that Madam must have a reason to be sure that no one else could have seen the master.
それももちろんあるではありませんか。
But of course, Madam has one.
奥様は親方様がお休みになるところを見届けられてから退出されたのです。
She left the room after seeing the master go to bed.
常識的に考えて翌朝まで誰とも会わない。
Goda, you're so cute. Following common sense, it's perfectly natural to assume that he probably wouldn't meet anyone else until the next morning.
いいえ
No.
それが全然自然なことじゃないんです。
That isn't natural whatsoever.
何しろ夏日さん、南條先生、そして熊沢さんの3人がついさっき交渉電されました。
After all, Natsuhi-san, Dr. Nanjo, and Kumasawa-san all made this claim a short while
これを
ago.
どうぞ思い出してください。
Please try to remember.
最後に会ったのは夏日姉さんよね。
And Natsuhi-san was the last person to meet him,
昨
right?
夜の11時頃
At around 11 o'clock last
それ以
night.
降書斎を抜け出してどこかへ行ってしまったということなのかしら。
I wonder if that means he slipped out of the study sometime after that and went somewhere else.
それは
You've never seen anyone like Goda so much. We love Goda in this house. Cece's not even here, the #1 Goda stan. Although I'm sure Rowan's trying to butt out Cece as the #1 Goda stan. Ooh. Well.
でもお父様は気まぐれな方。
But father is a fickle man.
唐突に夢で啓示を受けたと言い出して深夜に起き出してお屋敷の中を歩き回るようなこともよく
Goda is literally just a guy dropped on this insane island. It's so endearing and cute. He is literally just a guy. Many times he has bolted awake in the middle of the night saying that he had a revelation in a dream and walked around the
そう
mansion.
ですよね、南條先生。
Isn't that right, Dr. Nanjo?
確かにそういうこともありましたね。
Yes, that sort of thing has happened
とにか
before.
くその
As you say, he is a fickle fellow.
なあ熊沢さん。
Right, Kumasawa-san? Oh,
そうですわね。
that's true.
何かおかし
He
な
might
夢
have
で
had
も
some sort of strange
寝床
dream
を
and
抜け出
slipped
した
out
の
of
かもしれ
bed.
ませんね。よくあることでございますとも。
That happens a lot, yes. I just had a thought. On a meta level, do you guys think Erika is like, in a meta way, kind of representing, all the people who are like, oh my god, Battler is such an idiot. This is how I would do it. Like people on the forums or 2chan or whatever discussing Umineko and trying to come up with their own theories, and they're like, oh my god, Battler's so stupid. He should have done this and this and this and this. Do you think Erika is like supposed to be the kind of self-insert that these people would have who were like shit-talking Battler? Beforehand, as the game was coming out. I wonder. He might have had some sort of strange dream and slipped out of bed. That happens a lot, yes.
ああ。
Yeah.
じい様が深夜に突然
Grandfather often slips out of bed all of a sudden late at night. That's what you claimed.
Good. バトラさん、なかなかの記憶力です。
Battler-san, you have quite an impressive
つ
memory.
まり、夏日さんをはじめとした後ろ宮本家の方々は
In other words, it's well known amongst the people at the Ushiromiya head house, Natsuhi-san included,
金蔵さんが深夜に気まぐれに起き出して徘徊する可能性があり得ることをよくご存知でした。
that there's a chance Kinzo-san might wake up in the middle of any given night on a whim and wander around.
そして、
Oh, okay, that's a good lie to catch her in. On top of that, they were aware that this happened quite often.
おかしいじゃない。
Isn't that odd?
お父様がよく夜中に徘徊することがあると知っていながら、
If you knew that father often wanders around at
朝ま
night,
で寝床を絶対に抜け出さないなんて確信できるわけがないわ。
then there's no way you could be certain that he'd stay in his bed until morning.
ね
Right?
確かに三流ミステリーだな。
It really is like a third-rate mystery.
よくラストの5分で犯人がいつから自分が犯人だと分かってたのか。
A lot of those have this part in the last 5 minutes where the culprit asks, "When did you figure out it was me?"
と聞くと探偵が答えそうなシチュエーション。
You hate in general anytime a character takes a phrase in a language they have no reason to use. Oh no, does this mean Ange is also not immune from the haterism? Because she would do that like her brother, like all the time. Battler does that too. Poor Ange. He's just supposed to be like Battler too, except smarter. And yet, she goes, "Have a nice dream." And the detective answers, "It is, isn't it? Thank you. See you again." Shut up, you fucking nerd. Poor Ange doesn't deserve haterism. It is, isn't
だ
it?
からげんなりしてます。
That's why I feel let down.
これで本当に夏日さんが犯人だったらお茶の間ミステリー以下ですから。
If it turns out that Natsuhi-san really is the culprit, this will be worse than a TV mystery.
だから私、夏日さんの疑いを真っ先に晴ら
That's why I want to clear away the suspicions surrounding Natsuhi-san as soon as I can.
このミステリーが
Old Joseph going, "Son of a bitch," makes sense because he's from England. Oh, stuff like that. I guess. I mean, I know I haven't really gone into JoJo and stuff, but I feel like that kind of thing is still pretty stylized, right? Most people don't actually do that. That's why I want to clear away the suspicions surrounding Natsuhi-san as soon as I can. Well, it depends. Some people do, but I don't think English speakers really do. There's some languages where I've seen people do half a sentence in one language and half a sentence in the other. And when they're among their friends who speak both languages, it fits perfectly well. But when it's one character and they've got a character tick, it doesn't seem that natural. I don't know, but oh, the half sentence thing? Or the random quip. Yeah, like I said, I see people do that all the time with others who speak both languages. Yeah, exactly. That's why I want to clear away the suspicions surrounding Natsuhi-san as soon as I can. I want to make sure that this mystery isn't third rate before I do anything else. There's no need to get anxious, Natsuhi. You're a bad bitch girl boss. You can do this. You go, girlfriend. She is merely playing with words, a favorite trick of would-be detectives. But you won't hear me suddenly intersperse French in my sentences. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Like when like an anime character does it or something, it's not very natural. If they're like, but if it's like someone who's already Japanese, like just saying random words in English, I think they mean it to be, they think it's kind of like stylish or cool. But like a foreigner in an anime, I don't think it's so natural to start interspersing the real word. Like when I was in Japan, sometimes it was a good trick if I didn't know the word for something, I would like try to throw it out there hoping if it's a loan word, somebody might catch on. But then again, that's like trying to communicate rather than just having a cool quip, right? I feel like it's different. There's no need to get anxious, Natsuhi. Is it of any consequence? How could she possibly use that one statement to corner you? You know what? I need my own personal hype Beatrice in my head. I think I can get a lot more done in the day. How could she possibly use that one statement to corner you? In the court of hell, all of the demon jurors will declare you innocent. So calm down and don't get flustered. Beatrice, can I hire you to be my personal hype woman in my head? How much do you charge? Sure, when you say it like that, it does make Aunt Natsuhi look suspicious. But to me, it just sounds like you're picking holes in whatever she's saying just for the sake of it. Yes, defend your Aunt Battler, let's go! But it is suspicious! You don't like the fucking good. I think this is more than enough reason to suspect that Natsuhi-ne-san might be hiding something. That accusation is entirely false. And you are not being fair, Eva-san. You yourself can testify that I was in fact here at 11 o'clock. Is this true, Eva-san? Shame. For you love to say very good. You know, I'm still waiting for the very good. I know something big's gotta happen in the scene for the very good to come out. I've only heard goods so far. Oh, now that you mention it, perhaps it is. I'm sorry. At the time, I was losing my head because the gold had just been found.
夏日姉さんに会ったの忘れていたわ。
So I forgot all about meeting Natsuhine-san until just a second ago.
エヴァさんが夏日さんが23時の目撃者であることを証明できるのですね。
So, Eva-san, you can confirm that Natsuhi-san was a witness at 11 o'clock.
残念なことにね。
Unfortunately, yes.
夏日姉さんの言い分を一部は認めることができるわ。
I can attest to part of Natsuhine-san's
こ
story,
の部屋から出てきたということだけはね。
but only the part that she came out of this room.
何が言いたいのですか？
What are you implying?
私が言いたいのはこういうことよ。
Let me tell you what I'm implying.
ずっと前から言いたかったの。
No, I've wanted to say this for a long time
こん
now.
な悲惨な殺人事件の真っ最中にこんなことを言い出すのは本当に場違いだと分かっているけれど、
I really did feel like saying this in the middle of such a tragic murder case would be
今
improper.
がちょうどいいタイミングだから言わせてちょうだい。
But the timing now is just too perfect.
分かってるわよ。
You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
夏日姉さん。
Natsuhine-san. Oh no, the toxic Yuri is back. The servants gulped and held their breaths. It seemed that they hadn't been able to hide it after all. In the middle of this heavy silence, Eva fingered her trump card and Natsuhi pretended to be calm. Both space and time grew heavy as lead and swallowed up everything.
金蔵さんっていつからいらっしゃられないんですか？
How long has Kinzo-san been gone? Erika's words, spoken almost casually, tore that atmosphere to pieces like shattering glass.
はっきり言うと俺たちは今年はおろか去年の親族会議でさえ会っちゃいない。
Simply put, we haven't seen him once at the family conferences this year or last.
そうや
That's right.
わしらは去年の時点から疑っとった
We've suspected it since last year.
息子たちが殺されたこんな時にこんなことを追求するのは間違いかもしれんとは思っとる
Seeing as how my son and the others have just been killed, this may not be the time or place to pursue this.
ひょっとしたら事件と関係があるかもしれんから今
But
追求させてもらうで
there is a chance that this has something to do with the crime, so we will do just that.
夏日姉さんたちにはお父さんの死を隠す動機があり得るの。
It's possible that you have a motive for hiding father's
お
death.
父さんの財産を横領しているかもしれない嫌疑。
We can suspect that you're embezzling father's assets.
もしお父様が死ねば財産分配のために調査が行われ
If father were to die, an investigation would be conducted for the distribution of the assets and your embezzlement would be exposed.
だからあんたはお父様がすでに亡くなっているのを隠しているのよ。
That's why you've been hiding the fact that father is already dead.
なるほど。
I see.
小間ニットは十分というわけですか。
That's more than enough for the why done
ま
it.
すますになって三流です。
This keeps getting more and more third rate.
つまらない。
Ah, how boring.
何を言っているのかわかりません。
I don't know what you're talking about.
私が当主様の死を隠していると。
You accuse me of hiding the death of the head.
そんな暴言断じて許せません。
Slander of this nature is absolutely unforgivable.
そうですとも
That's right.
奥様だけでなく日頃から他の使用人たちも親方様のお世話をしその姿を見ていますとも
In addition to Madam, the only other servants to take care of Master on a daily basis, and they see him all the time. Goda! Goda, you're so fucking cute! You're about to ruin this for everybody.
ケンジさんやシャノンさんやカノン君や
Genji-san, Sharon-san, and
南
Kanon-kun.
條先生に熊沢さんだってよくお会いしている
Even Dr. Nancho and Kumasawa-san meet with him often.
私は信頼がないのか、昨年からずっと姿をお見かけしていませんが。
Perhaps because he doesn't trust me, I haven't seen him even once since last year, but...
黙りなさい、ゴーダ。
Be quiet, Coda!
My
apologies, he's so fucking cute.
夏日さん以外の目撃者はすべて雇用関係にある使用人だけではありませんか。
Oh, can somebody link the clip to Goda Uwu? Like the cute Goda. All of the witnesses beside Natsuhi-san are servants she employs.
羽を握らせて口裏を合わせたなんて、本当に三流。くだらないくだらない。
You paid them to corroborate your story. Oh, this really is third rate. What a waste of time.
がっかりですよ、夏日さん。
I'm disappointed, Natsuhi-san.
だからもう断じてしまおうと思います。
I think it's time I concluded this now.
何をですか？
Concluded what?
後ろ宮金蔵さん。
何か招かれざる客人。
What is it, uninvited guest? If she presented herself in a way that didn't invite ire, then she wouldn't get it.
あなたは存在していませんね。
You don't
遺
exist.
産問題であなたの死を知られたくない人間たちによってその死を隠蔽された。
You're a ghost, whose death was concealed by people who didn't want it known due to the inheritance problem. You make a great point. She's not boring. If you're a ghost, you should pass on quickly to the next world as ghosts are meant to. Oh, where are my manners? This is the first time we've met and I've yet to give you a proper greeting. A good day. Pleased to meet you. And goodbye. Whoa! Beato's pipe stopped mere millimeters from Erika's face, so close that you might just barely have been able to wedge a single sheet of paper between them.
そしてこんにちはだ。
And good day from me.
後ろ宮家
Milagino, it's been a while. How are you?
黄金のベアトリーチ。
Ushinomiya family alchemist, Beatrice the Golden.
そなたの喧嘩、ここよりはわらわが買い取ろうぞ。
I shall be your opponent in this fight from here on out.
どうもはじめまして。このゲームの探偵、フルドエリカです。
Glad to meet you. I'm the detective of this game, Furudo Erika.
よろしくお見知りおきを。
It's a pleasure to make your
そ
acquaintance.
してこれからさようなら。
And soon to bid you farewell. Actually, I need to hear that voice line again.
はじめましてこんにちは。そしてさようなら。
そなたがエンジェの次にベルンパステル教の駒であるか。
So, you're Lady Burncastle's next piece after
火薬
Ange.
とは結局満足に戦えなくて残念だった。
I'm afraid I didn't get to fight with her to my satisfaction in the end.
今度こそ手合わせできて嬉しいぞ。
It pleases me that we can test wits to the at
ベルン
last.
パステル教の駒。
Piece of Lady Burncastle.
我が主は全能にして万能。
My master is almighty and all
まる
powerful.
でならあなたとは 比べ物になりません。
A fool like you couldn't even begin to compare with her.
どうかよろしくお手合わ
I accept your challenge.
冷静よな。
You really are
こ
calm.
うして魔女が登場してこれから魔法やファンタジーで戦おうというのね。
Even though a witch has appeared before you and is about to fight with magic and fantasy.
バトラ程度こんなのミステリーじゃない泣きわめいて土下座しているところだぞ。
If you were Battler, you'd be on your knees wailing, "This isn't a mystery anymore."
ああ、ミステリーでも最近はそういう異世界もポピュラーですので。
Well, parallel worlds like this are popular even within the mystery genre these days.
メタ的な空間からアンダビ室に座って推理を行う探偵さん。
Are you
あなたがご
familiar?
存知で？
Are you familiar with that detective who reasons from an armchair in a meta-like space?
時代交渉をわきまえその作家のデビューは来年だ。
Mind your anachronisms. That author doesn't make his debut until next year. All right, I gotta find out what detective novels came out in 1987.
魔女のくせに細かいこと気にしますね。
You certainly are picky for a witch.
魔女と対等のつもりか。
You think yourself a witch is equal?
うぬぼれるなこの人間風情が。
Don't be so conceited, you miserable little human. Bayato snapped her fingers and something bounced around the room at terrifying speeds. They are speaking within another time space. Yes, they did have a whole bunch of stuff that was like anachronisms, but it's still funny. It was the witch's stake. The witch's wedge, which contained the power of the blue truth within it. Of course, a mere human like Erika couldn't follow its terrible speed with her eyes. Erika understood this, so she didn't attempt to look every which way, stupidly trying to spot it. You slowpoke! Take this! With a terrible sound, Lucifer's blue stake buried itself into Erika's right collarbone. Oof! Hey, there you go, Dan. She got hurt. It shot all the way through and out of her back. Spinning as she rebounded off the walls, Lucifer landed in front of Beato and disappeared, laughing shrilly. Erika wasn't blown back. You don't want her to get hurt, you want her to die, right? You want her to get put out of your misery. Erika wasn't blown back. However, a blue wedge was stuck deeply into her. So this is that so-called blue truth. Well then, let me hear your opinion.
23時夏日が金蔵に出会った可能性を否定はできぬ。
You can't eliminate the possibility that Natsuhi met with Kinzo at 11 p.m.
その後、そなたらが書斎に押し入るまでの6時間以上もの間、金蔵はいくらでもこの書斎を抜け出す余地があった。
In the 6+ hours between then and the time you all barged into the study, Kinzo had every opportunity to escape.
以上に、金蔵が存在しないと、そなたに断言はできる。
Because of this, you can't state decisively that Kinzo doesn't exist. Beato announced that with an expression worthy of her title as a witch. Erika, on the other hand, was silent. Was she too shocked to speak? There was no anguish in her expression. She was just quietly listening to Beato's blue truth. No, judging by her disdainful expression, it would probably be more appropriate to say that Beato's words went in one ear and out the other. Good. Begin with the orthodox. I By the way, this thing really is stuck good. It won't come out. She tried pulling from the front and the back of the blue wedge that pierced her, but it didn't budge an inch. However, her indifferent, relaxed expression didn't budge an inch either. You can't take it out. The blue truth can only be broken by the red truth. And as you are a guest who came to this island a day ago, at most there exists no truth that you could possibly know. But you could just say, you could try to say something in red, and if you can't say it, that means it's not true, and if it is true, that means you can say it. So if you don't mind like choking on your words a lot, you could just start spitting things out until you hit the truth, right? There is no red available to the likes of you. In other words, this is checkmate. Not only witches can say it in red, Battler could. And like Ronove could, but Battler could say it a few times. He could say things in red that were true if he attempted, and then he'd start choking if he tried to say, I am Ushiromiya Asumu's child, right? Or I was born from her. I see. This is one of those spaces. In that case, I'll need a place suitable for fighting a witch. I am the detective. Let it be my role to deal with the human culprit. Wait, are you implying Battler's a witch? And so is Ronove and everybody else, and the witch's stakes, and... I'm the detective. Let it be my role to deal with the human culprit. You are a witch. There is a piece better suited to the role of dealing with witches and demons. Allow me to introduce you. Miss Dlenor. Oh! Wait, this is when this character gets introduced? There's somebody in my YouTube comments who has this chick as their icon. Incoming third favorite? Alright. I didn't think she showed up in this episode. I have no idea about her except people like to use her in their profile pictures. Also this music. It looks like it's your turn. Dlenor? Dlenor? I knew it! I was certain you'd bring that piece in sooner or later. The 10 witch-hunting wedges. The Archbishop of Witch-Hunting Dlenor! There's no more fitting piece for a battle against devils and demons. I have my double, Erika, and the greatest natural enemy of witches, Dlenor. I've now taken control of the 7th rank with my 2 rooks. And now you'll entertain me, Lambda Delta, and you too, Beatrice. As I watch you struggle and scramble to no avail. There she is. The chick who's on some people's profile pics. The air shone brightly, and the piece Erika had guided there showed its form. It was a form that resembled a cleric, perfect for confronting an evil witch. pleased to meet you.
ドラノル・エノックスと申します。
Lanor A. Knox is my name. Even though the atmosphere in this space could be cut with a knife, she introduced herself in a neat and frank manner. Her out-of-place appearance, completely different from those of the demons and witches, felt blatantly odd and had a kind of severity to it.
そなたとは初対面であるが、噂はかねがね聞いておるぞ。
This is the first time I've met you, but I've heard all the rumors.
ゆえに、初対面という気は全くせぬでな。
Nox is here! The natural enemy of witches. Therefore, this truly doesn't feel like a first meeting.
こちらこそミス・ベアトリーチェ。
The same goes for me. Even though there's like, her voice is very level, even though there's this weird stuff going on. With like, I'm sure part of the stuff is in katakana or something. The same goes for me, Miss Beatrice.
アイゼルメイユングフラウはあなたについての詳細な資料を600ページにまとめました。
Eisern Jungfrau is a detailed file on you 600 pages long.
それに常に目を通していますので、私も初対面の気がしません。
I always look over those, so this doesn't feel like a first meeting to me either.
地獄の書記官なら600ページを6文字でまとめてみせる。
The Secretary of Hell could summarize those 600 pages in a mere 6 letters.
お伺いします。
Allow me to ask.
近寄るな危険。
Danger.
それは良きまとめです。
That's a good summary.
近寄るな危険で6文字だ。
Oh, that was, that sounded a lot longer than danger because she was using 6 kanji to spell out her thing, but danger is just one 6-letter word. See, this is why nothing could fit in like English translations of old Japanese video games. That's a good summary.
帰還しましたら、あなたの資料に敬意を表して2文字を加え、8文字でまとめます。
When I get back, out of respect to you, I will close out your file with an additional 2 letters for a total of 8. Executed.
キュートとは
So I'm cute now. Yeah, get her ass, Banto.
Execute.
Execute. Cute. Why does Lenner have a fucking troll typing quirk? I don't know. Why does she? Does anybody have an explanation? I assume the capitalized words are just katakana in the Japanese version. Because she is a child? Really? Okay. Flattery will get you nowhere, my guest.
それでは続けましょう。
Then let us continue.
ミス・ベアトリーチェ。
Miss Beatrice.
首席異端審問官ドラノール。謹んでお相手いたします。
I, Chief Inquisitor Dlanor, do humbly accept my role as your opponent.
わらわは初手を終えてい
You
る。
don't remember? Okay. I've already completed my first
そこ
move.
のフルドエリカの青き
Actually, let me see. Actually, I don't know if I don't think I actually read Erika's thing. Burncastle's double and servant. Also a piece who is manifested in the human world. Because she is human, she cannot use magic and the like. However, because she is in contact with Burncastle in a higher world and can appeal to her to use higher world miracles and authority on her behalf, it would probably be no exaggeration to call Furudo Erika a human capable of wielding the power of a witch. Through Burncastle, she has been given the detective's authority while on the game board. Therefore, even though she is an outsider to the Ushinomiya family, she possesses the right to demand full attention from everyone when speaking, the right to advance proceedings, and the right to investigate the crime scene before the police arrive, as well as many other special abilities. She gets pleasure from the process of solving riddles, but her greatest joy comes from using that victory to sneer at others. Slanner A. Knox. A member of the Eisern Jungfrau, the 7th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven. So a heavenly figure instead of a hellish figure. Chief Inquisitor, ranked Archbishop, 1st class, goes by the name Dlanner of the 10 Wedges, or Death Sentence Dlanner. She really is unironically a self-insert power gaming OC. Yeah, her double, literally. Literally. Burncastle's self-insert. Goes by the name Death Sentence because she gets the name Death Sentence because though Inquisitors normally judge their targets to determine whether they deserve the death penalty or not, Dlanner, as the Chief Inquisitor, is only dispatched after a case has been vigorously inspected by the Great Court. Therefore, the very act of dispatching her is equivalent to a death sentence. Her father was a legendary Inquisitor, but he broke the rules and was executed. She was the one who interrogated and executed him. Uh-oh! Since that time, she has stopped growing, and both her body and mind remain eternally those of a young girl. Ever since she killed her own father. It is whispered that her heart also died at that moment, but she does not see it that way. Her primary weapons are the conceptual arms Red Key and Blue Key. They take the form of a long sword and a short sword. She's a viper! Also, why does she have the panties just like the Steak Sisters? She's way more powerful than a viper. Alright. If you can't remove the blue wedge from that Fururo Erika over there, then you might as well trudge back up to heaven. And get back to your usual boring job of stamping things. Take care of this wedge or whatever it is, please. Oh, a fellow 14 player. I very much enjoyed I can't talk. It's late. Enjoyed Dawn Trail. I hope you enjoy, and I hope you get back into 14 soon, Milagino. We just got the graphics update. Let me take another sip of water. I'm in ether. Beatrice-san scene. Oh, and I also do Final Fantasy streams on Sundays. I do lore streams on Sundays. Very good. Oh, you're also on ether. Let's go. Take care of this wedge or whatever it is, please. Beatrice-san seems to think that this is all it takes to achieve checkmate. After making a show of tapping the blue wedge that pierced her with her finger, Erika shrugged as though taunting Beatrice. All right. Beatrice. Yeah, the lore stream I've been going through, and you're not good at the game though, you really do current content extreme or savage. I mean, I was like that for a long time, but now Dan's gonna put me through boot camp. It's totally okay to be a mid-core player, I feel. I mean, Mr. Final Fantasy, the character I play on Sundays, isn't gonna do any crazy content either, because it's just a lore stream. Though... I guess some of the future Savage fights that have a second part might have some lore stuff. I'll have to. I'll get to that. I'll get there when I get there, I guess. It's all right. I'm just going to toy with her a bit. After all, if things get bad, I can take Kinzo's ghost and flee from here whenever I want. I can leave this room at any time and go anywhere. That is useless. Oh. Encountering me is equivalent to your demise. There will be no escape. No one can evade me.
確かにお父様が突然目を覚ましてどこかへ行ってしまった可能性は否定できないわ。
Remember, you got your purple crow mount in Heavensward and was so done with everything? Oh, but you came back to Reaper but have no will. Oh, I see. Well, if you ever do want to try it again, there's really cool stuff happening. Whenever you get the bug and urge to take another whack at it. As you say, I think both of the new jobs are fun. Yeah, I'm trying to learn that right now. Dan's putting me through Pictomancer boot camp because I want to be in the static with Pictomancer. You mean Reaper because you like scythes? Nice. We've got a Reaper main in our free company. Reaper's cool. I should have explored it more since it fits my character's aesthetic. But that I could always do that anytime. It's only natural that grief would be a fan of death. Oh yes, that would fit the whole thing with the avatar and everything. Oh, you both like Reaper. Oh, cool. As you say, there's always the possibility that Father bolted awake and went off somewhere. But you know what? I can state for certain that such a thing couldn't have happened. You know why? Of course I don't. Are you saying that you stood outside this door all night watching to make sure the head didn't take a step outside? Yes, someone was watching. This little guy right here. What is going on? Gertrude! For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. This music? Yes, of course! Let's sing! For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following. Be advised that entering or exiting through this door is impossible. Guards, you are hereby ordered to blockade the study door. The doors to heaven opened with a strong, unrelenting radiance like the sun's, and Lanner's subordinates appeared. Their words were clad in the red truth and cut off the witch's method of escape. Chester 410 right here. Chester 45 right here. It has been some time, Great Lady Beatrice. We were dispatched in accordance with Alliance Agreement number 1516 and a request from the Great Court of Heaven. We apologize for the rudeness that is to follow.
書斎扉を少女封鎖してみよ
We formed a precision blockade on the study door, yeah.
扉に近づかない方がいいと思いますね
I think it's best if you stay away from the door, yeah.
緊急重ねて申し上げる
For your attention, I further inform you of the following.
書斎扉は昨晩23時から現在まで一度たりとも開かれなかった重ねて申し上げる
Oh, oops. I should have let her speak. From last night, at 11 o'clock until the present time, the study door was not opened even once.
何ですかその紙切れは
What is this scrap of paper?
何の変哲もないレシートよ
She pulled the receipt trick again? From episode 1? This really is like the episode to explain episode 1 in weird ways. It's a completely ordinary receipt.
でもねこのただの紙切れがあんたの嘘を立証しちゃうのよ
But even so, this mere scrap of paper proves that you lied.
エヴァは昨べあんたが書斎から出てきた時
Last night, when you came out of the study,
隙を見て書斎の扉の隙間にレシートを挟んどったんや
Eva saw her chance and wedged a receipt into the crack of the door of the,
そ
to
し
the
てそれ
study.
は今ルドルフ君が扉を開けてくれた時に落ちたんや
And that fell down just now when Rudolph Kuhn opened the door for us.
どういう意味かわかる
Know what that means?
つまり昨夜の23時から現在まで
In other words, from 11 p.m. last night until now.
お父様がこの扉を開けたということはありえないということ
It's impossible that father could have opened this door. Oh, it used the red sound effects but without the red text. That's fun because they're game pieces. Oh, what'd you say?
ルドルフ
Rudolph.
窓の鍵は閉まっていたのよ
The
ね
window was locked, right?
ああだからガラスを破った
Yeah, that's why I smashed the glass.
他の窓も全て施錠されているわ
The other windows are all locked as
構
well.
造上外から閉めることはできない
They can't be locked from the outside by construction.
緊急謹んで申し上げる
Cornelia, another one. For your attention, I beg to inform you of the following.
窓は全て施錠されていたと知りたてますれ
Be advised that the windows were all locked.
電子隊よ全ての窓を封鎖したまえ
Guards, blockade all of the windows.
アイゼルネ・ユングフラウの内容は英知隊に禁止兵器使用の許可を与えるものなの
In the name of Eisern Jungfrau, the Imperial Guard is hereby permitted to make use of forbidden weapons.
了解であります
Understood, ma'am.
全隊禁止兵器赤色弾頭使用許可
All units, clearance granted for use of forbidden weapon, red warheads.
起動コード転送開始
Transmit activation code.
パスが通らないに
The password doesn't work. Oh no, they have to do the whole thing of resetting it, and then it's to your email, and you gotta check your email and put in and click the link and put in another password, and then make the thing work.
410キャプスロックを解除してみ
410, take caps lock off and try again.
シエスタ隊は書斎扉並びに全窓を小銃封鎖完了
Chester troops, precision blockade for study door and all windows complete.
物理概念他一切の通過が認められた場合
The Great Lady Beatrice is hereby warned that if anything is caught passing through these physically, conceptually, or by any other method,
無警告で射撃することを
we will fire
大統領に警告するであります
without warning.
大天使 S4 票にデータリス
Data link from 4 Archangel
誘
satellites.
導方式氷結型概念誘導
Homing format. Verdict model conceptual guidance.
しかも赤色弾頭って言ったの
And on top of that, we've got red warheads, yeah.
撃墜不能解 Impossible to shoot down, impossible to avoid, impossible to survive when hit. It smashed even Lady Beatrice into little bits, yeah.
The Chester troops had laid down a pinpoint blockade over the door and all the windows. Escape would no longer be permitted through any of these. My. I should be doing the welcoming, but it seems I am the one being welcomed. And a courtesy call with the Chester sisters in tow, no less. For your attention, I beg to inform you that your paths of retreat have been severed. Supervisor Lanner, let us now remove the sin and purify. Your work is appreciated. Miss Beatrice. I have had your paths of retreat terminated. You cannot leave through the door, nor can you leave through the windows. You will find that escape is now impossible. You think you have me trapped with this alone? Ooh, characters updated. I gotta see this. Oh my god, we got so many girls now. Wait, 4? Oh yeah, 556 is dead. That's right. Alright, Gertrude. A member of the Eisern Jungfrau. You think I'm trapped with you guys? You guys are trapped here with me! That's what she's trying to do. We'll see if it works out for her. A member of Eisern Jungfrau, the 7th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven, Senior Assistant Inquisitor, Ranked Minister, First Class. As an Assistant Inquisitor, she is tasked with aiding during interrogations and hearing. In practice, execution ends up being the primary focus of most missions, so she is usually assigned the job of using barriers to block the target's means of escape. On duty, she is calm, flawless, expressionless, and emotionless. However, in truth, she is quite compassionate and is loved by many of her juniors. She has already passed the exam to become a full Inquisitor and was offered a position in a different district, but she refused. She continues to serve alongside Lanner, to whom she owes a great debt, waiting for reassignment under her. Therefore, she is an assistant, as she is treated as an Inquisitor, Archbishop 3rd Class. 556 has died because Rosa smashed her against the wall. That's right! RIP 556, your GF is still sad about it. So, Dan, would you say you like the Chester sisters? Does your haterism extend to them? Or the Stake sisters? Gertrude and Cornelia. A member of the Eisern Jung. Oh yeah, that counts as another theory. Dan was like, the little ceramic band of rabbits that Rosa bought for Maria were the Chester sisters. A member of the Eisern Jungfrau, the 7th District Repentance Enforcement Agency of the Great Court of Heaven, Assistant Inquisitor, Ranked Minister, 3rd Class. The 3rd Class, first class, 3rd Class. So she's ranked much lower. She has obtained high grades in academic exercises, but this is her first time on the job. She possesses a strong sense of justice and is currently cramming for exams to become an Inquisitor like Lanner. Her current goal is to become more like the veteran assistant Gertrude. She actually has a zealous personality, but she pretends to be emotionless in imitation of Gertrude. She is too innocent and pure for one connected to heresy hearings, and she knows nothing of the dirty jobs and dark side of the profession. Gertrude intentionally selected her for this mission, which stinks of Senate conspiracy. She did this to give Cornelia a chance to ask herself whether this sort of job really is the right one for her. You're indifferent to the Chesters, but you do like the fact that you were able to confirm who they were because Rosa killed one? Yeah. Yeah. The Inquisitor in heaven and her subordinates surrounded the witch. The subordinates used a powerful barrier to cut off Beato's methods of escape. So this is the three of them rolling up. These three roll up to your door. What do? The subordinates used a powerful barrier to cut off Beato's methods of escape. Demons prefer to fight, and as a result, they sometimes allow their victims to escape. However, angels prefer to block off passages of escape, and as a result, they eradicate their targets without fail. Hey, B, welcome back. We've got Agents of Heaven now. In other words, from the time you claim you bid him good night yesterday until the time Rudolph opened the door, this study was a perfect locked room. And witches and demons might as well have angels, right? Yeah. Only fair, isn't it? Yeah, that's how I've been feeling about it. In that case, Father's gotta be here. But we haven't seen hide nor hair of him. Come on, what the hell is going on? I keep telling you to calm yourself. I can't keep being your hype woman if you keep flailing like this. The thought that I, Beatrice, could be imprisoned merely because the doors and windows are closed is simply laughable. She's in the middle of getting caught. People are trying to corner her. Kinzo, I was planning on playing around, but it seems our guest has no such intentions. Let us withdraw before we overstay our welcome. I would not hesitate to give up this life of mine, but for Natsuhi's sake, I cannot die yet. Yeah, she's, Natsuhi's imaginary friend, or imaginary hype woman. Or something. Beato waved her pipe in the air and was split vertically. And the air was split vertically. Then a pitch black gate appeared there and slowly opened. It was a warp portal, the same as the pitch black holes that Gop used. The guilty side, right. In my file, it should have said this. She is an elusive phantom. Appearing and disappearing wherever she desires. As long as Kinzo has me, it will be impossible to capture him. The pitch black gate opened. The gate led from everywhere and to nowhere. Both Beato and Kinzo would be sent to a place where no one could catch them. You're a great witch of the Senate. However, it is past your bedtime. You must bid you good night. Good night! I should probably stop after the scene calms down. But yeah, I'll see you on the flip side. Great to meet you. You don't want a criminal lawyer. You want a criminal lawyer. Just like Saul Goodman. Also, just a reminder to the Knox. Ronald Knox is the one who wrote the Ten Commandments of detective fiction. Gotcha. I mean, we do got Note, I'm pretty sure Nox is Delaner A Nox. Maybe the father that she executed was the Nox. Been a pleasure. Yay! I'm glad. Nice to meet you. A place where no one could catch them. A place where no one could set foot, much less chase after them. This is the study of the Ushinomiya family head. And it is also a room that father had a direct hand in designing. Don't you agree that there would be nothing strange about him having some mechanism for getting outside without using the door? Goda's trying so hard. He's so cute. Yes, of course. There would be nothing at all strange about the master having a hidden door. A hidden door? Really? And where would we find one of those? It's a hidden door, so nobody knows. Erika is named Erika Fudo. Fudo is her last name. There are several mechanisms and hidden doors in this mansion that only father knows of. No one has seen them firsthand, but all the people of this mansion know of them in concept, correct? Yes. It's true that there have always been rumors about hidden passages only the master knows of. That is the sort of trick that Kinzo-san would love. Oh, and they are hidden doors after all. No matter how much people such as ourselves might search, it's only natural that we won't find them. I see. It's a devil's proof. You're saying we can't eliminate the possibility that a hidden door exists in this room. That's nonsense! It's all made up! How dare you stoop to this just because your lie about concealing father's death is about to be revealed? Darn right! Just where in this study is there a hidden door? Go on, try proving it exists. No proof is required. It's a devil's proof. The existence of a hidden door is impossible to discover or disprove. Therefore, no one can eliminate the possibility that Kinzo escaped from the study through a hidden door. Sophistry. Oh, that was pretty badass. The music keeps changing! I will not allow a hidden door to exist in this room. Beato's blue wedge, which had been fired off as a farewell gift, was crushed with a flash of Delaner's longsword, and the pitch-black gate was crushed as well. Hydrate, thank you. Huh. And it wasn't just crushed visibly and physically. From that moment onwards, the warp portal which conceptualized hidden doors had been destroyed forever. I mean, didn't they already? That the detective has the right to the crime scene? Do not use Nox's 10 Commandments as red truth, as Milagino said. I mean, Dan, if this really is a D&D meeting that's mystery flavored, does it make sense? It might make sense. From that moment onwards, the warp portal which conceptualized hidden doors had been destroyed forever. How can someone like you, who is neither the owner of the study nor the game master, use the red truth? And what was that? What do you mean you will not allow hidden doors to exist? It's because that's what defines a mystery. Nox's third. It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. You can't have any hidden doors in the mystery genre. I'm terribly sorry. In this world, gods other than our god do not exist, and hidden doors do not exist. They must not exist. We will not allow them to exist. They are a blasphemy. Her little face, though. Look at her little face. Dan, look at her little face, though. It's so cute. You can't have that. It's a plot hole. The rule is no more than one secret room or passage. The rules are modernized. Oh. What is it, Rip? Not only are you mad about the use, you're also mad about it being wrong. Arrogance enough to shock a witch. I can't believe the other people in my stream are witch cackling at Dan right now. So your friend was streaming Umineko, and they're at episode 8, and they gave George a nerdy ass voice like this. Clearly you don't own an air fryer. Let's go, Shannon. The chat started spamming, oh, different glasses emotes. That's really cute. I like that. That's really cute. Arrogance enough to shock a witch? How delightfully preposterous. Made your lung burn by how hard you were laughing. Aww. Here it comes! The 10 wedges to pierce witches! Just like usual, it's the kind of irrational argument that I just love to hear. What a fool. The devil's proof might have been vague enough to let you escape from everything until now. But now that you're up against Delaner, that move won't work anymore, Beatrice. Smash.
やはりあなたも凡白の魔女と変わりないです。
Dan stole the Nox fact. As I thought, you're no different from any ordinary witch.
失望します。
I am disappointed.
ベアト。
Ronald Knox. Dan, how did you not notice that? It is Ronald Knox. ベアト。
やはりすんなり逃がしてくれる相手ではなさそうだぞ。
It seems, after all, that this is not an opponent who will allow us an easy escape.
どうかもてなしてくださいな、ベアトリーチェさん。
He loved Lanner. Aw. Ronald also shares the same birthday as Lanner. Very suspicious. Please do entertain me, Beatrice-san.
客人にお茶くらい出してほしいものです。
You should at least serve some tea for your guests.
三流で結構ですから。
Okay, so I was right that the dad that she executed. Oh, here we go. Dan, I don't know if Dan left for real, but when she executed him, that was the old rules being replaced by the modernized ones. He unalived himself and isekai to Umineko. Oh my god. Please do entertain me, Beatrice-san. You should at least serve some tea for your guests. It doesn't even matter if it's third rate.
さあ、この密室書斎からどうやって金蔵さんが脱出したのか。
How? I'm pretty on point? Oh, sweet. Erika, you've been out of this conversation. Shut up. Dan, what do you think? If this is, if Lanner, Ronald backwards, is Nox's daughter, and she executed her father, and is now acting in his place, the modified, modernized rules work, don't they? How did Kinzo-san escape from this locked room study?
青き真実で私に教えてください。
Educate me with your blue truth. He died in 1950. Well, it did say that she remained she didn't age after that. She like remained the same for an indeterminate amount of time. Very well. Make sure you don't regret it. The real life one.
金蔵が扉より抜け出した後、レシートの仕掛けに気づき、元の場所に正確に戻した可能性があるぞ。
It's possible that, after slipping out the door, Kinzo noticed the trick with the receipt and correctly returned it to its original place.
すでに後で否定済みです。
That possibility has already been eliminated in red.
書斎扉は23時以降一度たりとも開かれていません。
After 2300, the door to the study was not opened even once. Your stream is super delayed because your PC is bad and it's getting worse and worse as time's gone on. I'm sorry that that's happened. We gotta get you the new PC! Kinzo might have been a marvelous mage and inventor. We need to get a new PC for Rep too. He might have invented a concoction to turn his body to mist and slipped out through the keyhole. Oh, that animation was kind of sick. That animation was pretty sick. No such substance exists. You know what Dlanner is? She's, I mean, aside from the Nox Laws thing, she's the first person who's unafraid to just spit out red truths even if she doesn't know them. Because, it's just everything she says happens to be right. Because, since Battler could say things in red, there's nothing stopping him from, just saying stuff. And then whether he can or can't say it, that would be the way, that would be a way to determine the truth. But Dlanner can just say it. More like fact-checking her right now. Okay. Rex says we gave you a laptop instead of a computer. Like I asked, this laptop is a fan defect that's impossible to fix. Ugh, that sucks. Yeah, we need to get Rep a new computer. No such substance exists. It must not exist. Maybe he invented a teleportation device. That possibility is impossible to eliminate because of the devil's proof. Such a machine does not exist. I will not permit it to exist. Oh, so you can examine every chemical substance in the world. You can rule out the existence of unknown scientific devices. There's no way you can. It's a devil's proof. You cannot rule out their existence. I love that sword animation. Her face! Her face! I will repeat. Okay, this is the best red text aside from you are incompetent. Hee. It's in the name of God, I will not permit such chemicals or devices to exist. From now on until the end of time, I will not permit them to exist. Even in the future. Oh, so you think you can even deny the possible futures of the human race? It's Nox's fourth commandment. It is forbidden for unknown drugs or obscure scientific devices to be used. The progression of humanity and the techniques and knowledge that the future might bring are for God to decide. And their existence has been declared forever denied. Therefore, from now until the end of time, I will not allow for such technology to exist. It is not permitted. Beato and Dlanner had just gone through a massive exchange of red and blue. However, not only had Dlanner not taken any damage, she also showed no signs of fatigue. Beato might have been a fearsome witch, but blood flowed through her veins and she did breathe. She felt both pain and fatigue. But Dlanner was like a doll made out of marble. She felt no fatigue, no pain, no hesitation. Even if Beato's sharp wedges had aimed right for Dlanner's eyes, she wouldn't have shut them. This scene is padding to you. I think it's kind of fun. At least I think it's entertaining in a way that it's like each episode has introduced a few more magic characters. Like every episode a few more get announced. And oh, and then people who don't know about the Nox commandments, yeah. Like I certainly didn't know about them before this. But I don't know, I think and then even if we're supposed to find out like the magic stuff is bullshit, they'll still add more bullshit on top. But yeah, what if it was this? No, but what if, no, that's not how the rule works. But if, no. I think that's kind of fun. Like, it reminds me of, like, when Battler was coming up with a bunch of bullshit. And Beato, oh yeah, I think you didn't see that, Dan, when the red was first introduced, it's because Battler kept positing a bunch of bullshit, and she was like, I am sick and tired of this. I'm just gonna introduce the red to like just so that we could actually talk about something instead of you coming up with weird hypotheticals. I don't think this has dragged like an episode 4 drag yet. Oh man, you have not seen the tea party. Oh no, oh no. Oh no, are we in for a going on something a million zillion times in the tea party? Yeah, but we still end up with 1,000 One Piece episodes and the story's not even over. How many One Piece episodes can we trim off? Even if Beato's sharp wedges had aimed right for Dlanner's eyes, she wouldn't have shut them. No, it was doubtful whether she ever even blinked in the first place. Beatrice, hang in there. I'd heard the rumors. Half? Oh, you could take out half of One Piece? Damn. I'd heard the rumors, but she really is the worst matchup for me. This is a great line. To think that dreams, hopes, and even future possibilities are forbidden. The arrogance of the gods is overwhelming. That's how I feel sometimes with some of my theories. It's like, damn, I can't even have some whimsy. I'd expect no less from a witch hunt executioner. An example of your general opinion about... Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. The repetition and lingering on stuff. I get it. It seems that we'll never be able to drink together. Even the strikes, which had deflected Battler over and over, had absolutely no effect on Dlanner. She had expected that already, more or less, but she hadn't expected to be repelled so easily. As long as we're having fun, that's what matters. I agree. Quite a formidable opponent.
おやおや天下のゴールドスミスも追いぼれたか
Oh my, so even the great goldsmith has gotten old and decrepit.
そなたの口からそのような言葉が出てくるなど夜空に彗星を2つ迎えるより珍しい
Hearing those words come out of your mouth is rarer than seeing 2 comets in the night sky. I'm not decrepit. I'm already dead.
そうであったな
That's true.
すまんがもうしばらくそうはさせぬ
Sorry, but I won't let you be for just a little longer. Beato experienced something she'd only rarely felt during her entire life. It was probably what we'd call hardship. Held on. Beato rarely felt hardships. But if this is narrated by like Lambda Delta, who surely does not have a lot of sympathy for Beato, maybe be like, oh boo-hoo, feels like she's had such a hard time or something. As Natsuhi tried to comfort her, Beato quietly brushed aside her hand. And she regained her posture again, showing off her witch's pride and her continued readiness to fight.
それで終わりですか?
Is that all?
私が出向くまでもなかった。
There was no need for me to be present.
失望です。
I am disappointed.
まだであるぞ
I'm not
今
done
のは
yet.
ほんの小手調べ
I was just testing a few moves just now. I mean, if we count Higurashi, I know she went through a lot of shit in Higurashi. It was like, compared to Higurashi, you're in no position to complain. I wouldn't be surprised if it was something like that. I'm not done yet. I was just testing a few moves just
そな
now.
たの手の内を探ったに過ぎぬわ
I was only trying to measure your abilities.
意図愚かなりや
It is foolish in the extreme.
身の程を知りたまえ黄金の魔女
Know your place, Golden Witch.
ベアトリーチェ卿
Lady Beatrice. Beato's expression became tense once again. No longer was there any trace of mischief. The mood changed.
もはや遊びの時間は終わりだ
Ooh, fun music, but I am getting so tired. This might be a good place to stop. Like, this scene went on longer than I thought it would, and I'm hitting my limit. I feel this seems like a good place to stop. She's about to turn it around on them, or at least attempt to. I do like all this new music though, and I knew Delaner existed, but I didn't know she'd be introduced in this episode, so that's cool. 8 hours, bet. Yeah, just now hitting my limit. I know, surprise, surprise. Let's see. Owlin's been celebrating partner, and by playing games all week that have to do with pizza. Alan's playing good pizza, great pizza. Next one's going to be bombastic. Ooh, fun, fun. I can't wait for the bombasticness. This is the kind of thing I like, because I really like voicing it. All right, thank you guys so much for another exciting Umineko Thursday. I'm glad I got to share the theories I've had brewing, and I'm glad you guys enjoyed. Thank you so much, and have a very good night. Night.